crowned virtuality, or mysteriously divine sen. There is some resemblance here to both Badiou and François Lerouil's also somewhat Hegelian search for a materialism of the purely actual, that does not posit a kind of deity in the form of a transcendent force of possibility or virtuality. But it is exactly at this juncture that I need to make the all-important point. That atheism is stuck with just as many metaphysical dilemmas as is theology. The traditional theology of transcendence, and, indeed, with remarkably similar dilemmas. On the one hand, a strictly atheistic perspective might wish to dispense with all tincture of vitalism, all suggestions of a primordially force. Full reality, however impersonal. Here the Hegelian nihilistic idea of an origin. Nal negativity, the heart of his thought, as Zizek notes that Chesterton noted. With his usual blue precision, indeed OERS the prospect of a more relentless godlessness. Yet it is not an accident, as Zizek well realizes, that Hegel had to present his atheism in such a Christian metaphysical disguise that it remains unapparent to most readers. For if negativity is the driving force of reality, then a process of formally inevitable unfolding through the strictures of negative logic must also prevail, this being the factor that Zizek tends to play down. And worse, the problem of multiple possible opposites at any given strategic logical juncture has to be dogmatically overridden. It is here not good enough to say, with Zizek, that sheer equivocal deerrance is for Hegel the only true positive reality, in a way that half anticipates the mature Schelling. It is not good enough because it ignores the way in which Hegel operates with an unjusty et duality of negative logical process on the one hand and sheerly arbitrary positive content on the other. The latter is in fact too much screened from the always limited logical possibilities aired by any particular circumstance in theological terms. The problem is that Hegel places all positive reality outside the sway of providence, contrary to the way in which he is usually read. But logical process is conversely and symmetrically too screened from contingency, and specifically from the problematic of alternative opposites. So, rather than saying with Desmond that Hegel is in the end univocalist, or with Desmond that he is in the end equivocalist, one should argue that he is in the end, 2, formally the former and, 2, substantively the latter. He exaggerates both formal consistency and substantive isolation. As Alain Badiou puts it, at the end of an essay on Hegel, from the red of the vine set upon the wall, one will never draw even as its law the autumnal shadow upon the hills, which envelopes the transcendental verse of this vine. Thus Hegel's logic traces a path of inevitable generation of more and more complex blends of same and deerrant presupposition and positing, which sketch out an eternal structure in the pre-existent, immanent, trinity of abiding possibility, the subject matter of both the science of logic and the encyclopedia logic, that is later bodied forth in the actuality of nature and history. Which is the only actuality there truly is. The idea freely releases itself in its absolute self-assurance and inner poise, as the externality of space and time, existing absolutely on its own account without the moment of subjectivity. The self-standing positivity can be falsely observed by the empirical consciousness as separate from itself, but a speculative intellect will grasp that its own unreserved identity with this sheerly material reality permits an ironic withdrawal into itself from externality, completing self-liberation at the point where the science of logic circles back to its commencement with original nullity. Between this starting point and the NAL identication of the notional and the real, which is the self-externalizing idea, the determinate succession of negated negations ensures a hierarchy that runs from inorganic through organic to conscious being. in a philosophical lineage that ultimately runs back to Avicenna's anti-Aristotelian doctrine of the plurality of forms within one substance and the scatist formal distinction. Hegel regards the object as the absolute contradiction between a complete independence of the multiplicity and the equally complete non-independence of the different pieces. Given this contradictoriness of the object as such, qua ontic, the initial mechanical object which is immediate and undifferentiated, comprising pieces with only extraneous relations to each other and no aneity, negates itself to give rise to the chemical object where the latent original unity of the object as object is expressed in intrinsic relationships of aneity, such that the objects are what they are only in relation to each other. Yet sine cantly, the third stage in this scheme of the logic of physical nature, namely design or the teleology relation, does not simply intensify the innate or analogical and realist character of the chemical stage, since for Hegel this is not to do with an inherent and ultimate ontological ruling of the metaxiological, but with the regional, momentary negative promotion of the uni-ed aspect of the object. Hence the third stage of the teleological, instead of increasing a sense of holding together through aneity, negates the negation that is the chemical, by re-invoking a mechanical sense of immediate unity. In this way the modaloidity of the chemical world is overcome in favor of design, which is a self-contained totality. With design we have the point of transition to the idea which contains the sphere of biological life and human subjectivity. And so it is important to see that in Hegel there is a link between the self-contained character of the sheerly material object on the one hand, and the unity of the living organism and still more of the thinking mind on the other. The more one advances from extrinsic design in inorganic nature to life and then to consciousness, the more the reserve of the ideal over and against the objective which it shapes is removed, and the more the original immediacy of the physical object and the mediated immediacy, synthesizing parts into a stable unity of subjectivity, start to coincide. Usually, the exegesis of Hegel stresses his anti-Spinozistic rhetoric, according to which objectivity is only a covering under which the notion lies concealed. But Zizek is right to say that this illusion works for Hegel more fundamentally the other way around, rendering him Spinozistic after all, even though he resists the nomenclature. For the absolute truth of the notion is arrived at not when one sees that the entire content of objectivity is shaped by its striving for the raison of the idea which always transcends it, but precisely when one realizes that the idea is exhaustively full LLED in the facts as we already apprehend them. Within the range of the night we can never see or experience that the end has been really secured. The consummation of the in-night end, therefore, consists merely in removing the illusion which makes it seem unaccomplished. If truth is what makes itself its own result, then this is not because the poor so null judgment of the truth-making artist which is spirit remains in charge of being as such, but rather because, as Zizek indicates, the initial moment of alienation of nothingness in night, nominalist, mechanical particular, ity is nally revealed to be all there is, whereas the dening human illusion, as Hegel repeats after Fichte, is that there is an original concealment, an original alienation from a substantive, separate deity. All that is in excess of this sheer materiality is the conscious awareness that this is all there is, a certain coming to the surface of the original nullity, which ensures that in the absolute identication of the subjective with the objective, an absolute distinction also persists. An objection to this reading of Hegel could be based upon the fact that the model for the romantic notion that truth is its own result, common to all the German idealists, is that of genuine works of art which, if true, as Hegel says, are not true in the sense of representational correctness, but rather in the sense of being as they ought to be, i.e. if their reality corresponds to their notion. This statement appears to appeal to a wholly inscrutable sense of unity between ideal form and material specificity, such as a painting or a sculpture might body forth. However, Hegel's philosophy is not content, like that of Hamann, Herder, Novalis, or Schelling, at times and in some degree, to stop with the nality of the aesthetic. If it were, then there could be no absolute work of art, because the inscrutable power to synthesize idea with expression would always remain in ideal surplus of unknown future artistic horizons to any actual artistic achievement, and it is precisely the surplus which the Hegelian concept of the notion refuses. For this reason, the work of art is for him a mere illustration of the unity of the notion with reality, which is more fundamentally attained by philosophy, because it is demonstrated by philosophy. This demonstration consists in the deduction and development of the truth of the idea in the sense of its coincidence with the real. Such a deduction is possible only because an aesthetic unity of form with content is in fact sundered. The formal aspect is strictly deduced as a series of unfolding natural and historical stages, albeit that this retrospective deduction is possible only at a particular stage of history, the modern, after nature and humanity have passed through logically necessary stages of illusion which prevented them from grasping concrete logical inevitability. As for the substantive content, this is sheer contingency, not the entelechic circumstances of art, but the random circumstances of the everyday in a disenchanted universe. And polity, the mediation of spirit through the various phases of objectivity, proves in the end to coincide with immediacy, not only because mediation is, after all, its own work, but also because it is only this work, and the positive content of this work is nally the mere residue of immediate objectivity. The notion is the interfusion of these moments, namely, qualitative and original being is such only as a positing, only as a return into self, and this pure reaction into self is a sheer becoming other or determinateness, which, consequently, is no less an innate, self-relating determinateness. Hence the perfect unity of Hegel's philosophico-political work of art is simply that of absolute freedom of spirit with absolutely aleatory objectivity, a unity which is equally an absolute opposition and mutual diremption. Here the philosophical state of realized deed is identical with the ideal and illusorily alienated horizon of the Church, only on account of its unhealed connivity with the latter's falsely imaginative point of view, which is yet necessary to the state's own emergence and even continuance. The broken middle. Yes, indeed. However, Zizek underplays the fact that the very purity of Hegel's nihilism ironically generates a kind of parody of a Neoplatonic chain of being, in the way that I have just explained. Like the plenitudinous Catholic God, Hegel's being nothing is supremely simple and generates all complexity out of itself, in a fashion that requires a certain order and a certain return. Atheism that wishes to purge itself of even this counterfeit theology, as Desmond rightly calls it, can do so only by toying with the rival parody of Catholic truth, which is positive vitalism. This, as I have already suggested, delivers less hierarchy, but only at the price of something uncomfortably more akin to substantive transcendence. Of course, this does not disprove atheism, but it serves to point out how it is just as much a difficult to argue and problematic view as is the theological one, rather than being a kind of unproblematic default position, once one has dispensed with theological illusion. Moreover, it is perhaps impossible to synthesize strictly nihilistic, mathematical, ideal atheism with virtualistic atheism in the way that theology can synthesize a primacy of the intellectually empty and generative on the one hand, with the primacy of t being on the other. See my discussion of Eckhart in section below. This is because theology is able to think an innate, plenitudinous act which, as innate, coincides with and does not cancel virtual power, which can be conceived as hypereminently the power of the will and the intellect. If Hegel's very nihilism, and synthesis on the ground of the equivocal, requires an account of the generation of a scale of being, it also requires a retrospective theoretical recapitulation of a historical process which develops toward truth through the necessary overcoming of illusion. In the course of its process, the idea creates that illusion, by setting an antithesis to confront it. And its action consists in getting rid of that illusion which it has created. Only out of this error does the truth arise. In this fact lies the reconciliation of error with nitude. Error or other being, when superseded, is still a necessary dynamic element of truth, for truth can only be where it makes itself its own result. In the NAL moment of human grasp of the subjective truth of the notion, it is seen that actual de-errances which arrive logically as secondary are not just posited by a comprehending will after the manner of Fichte, negating through illusion original indeterminate being which remains in reserved excess, so engendering the philosophical problem of skepticism. But, rather, are naturally given as paradoxically the original presupposition of both being and consciousness. So although the universal remains undisturbed by becoming, it does not merely show, or have an illusory being shine in its other, like the determination of reaction the merely Fichtean stage of essence. But on the contrary, is posited as the essential being of its determination, as the latter's own positive nature. For the determination that constituted its negative is, in the notion, simply and solely a positedness. In other words, it is, at the same time, essentially only the negative of the negative, and is, i.e., exists only as this identity of the negative with itself which is the universal. Nothing could be clearer. Reality is at once a nullity which negates itself and so remains itself and, at the same time, only the sheer equivocity of pure positing. Through our implicit and explicit grasp of this state of affairs, our conscious minds arrive at the actuality of freedom, so that freedom, as it were, feeds upon the void. The universal is therefore free power, it is itself and takes its other within its embrace, but without doing violence to it, that is, by distinguishing itself in alien fashion from the contingent, or questioning the legitimacy of that which happens to be the case. Therefore, as Zizek constantly if obliquely suggests, in the wake of Sartre and Badiou as well as Hegel, materialism rigorously thought through as nihilism also discovers a fundamental emptiness, which may obscurely account for subjective freedom. We are left nonetheless with the mystery of consciousness and the mystery of why the void should somehow be able to come to conscious self-expression. Again, in the face of this conundrum, the atheistic can seem curiously akin to the theological, and, in the case of Hegel, Badiou, Laruelle, and Zizek, it is forced to take even a Christological shape. Christ is the NAL, divine man, precisely because he elevates free personality beyond essence or even existence, also beyond the law, physical and political, and beyond even the concealed founding axioms of philosophy that require a prior determination of the determinate into an absolute, and exhibits this as fully present in his night existence alone. Here we are bound to acknowledge the seriousness of death of God theology. However, in the case of Hegel, as we have seen, it is also clear that a strict nihilism, rather like a strict insistence upon divine simplicity, requires one To see the general structures of reality as conforming to a pyramidal ontology. Cal hierarchy, however much the contingent content of natural and especially human history may remain purely undetermined. To escape from this here, Archie may well be to enter the post-metaphysical positivist era of which Zizek speaks, yet in certain crucial ways, of which he is aware, it is also to step more into the traditional theological realm than is truly the case with Hegel. It is here, as we have seen, that one can locate the aporetic double bind of modernity, as well as atheism, which already emerged to view with the crucial work of Kant, who has been every bit as influential a thinker as Hegel. What is more modern and atheistic in one sense, positivist anarchy, beyond deistic enlightenment and metaphysical striated order, is less so in another, on ac. Count of the A90 between the personalism of Christian theology and any positive philosophy which subordinates logic to occasion and contingency. An A90 manifest in the positions of Donoso Cortés, Charles Maurras, and Carl Schmitt. This is why the modern is always torn between enlightened and positivist versions of its own agenda. But this applies even to Hegel's own critical version of modernity. For once, one admits the narratological principle of alternative opposites and multiple dualities, one can deconstruct Hegel's duality between the formal and substantive levels, after the manner of Schelling. Every logical conjuncture now becomes purely aporetic, such that no negation on its own determines the next upshot, and therefore something like a positive willing enters the picture. Even at the formal level, now the original nullity of God becomes more like a semi-actual chaos of virtual insistence, and the determination of this nullity less a self-determination on the part of nothingness itself and more an emergence of a primordial will which both resists the sheerly inchoate and establishes certain chosen local transcendental logics of actual appearing, to echo Badiou's formulations. Hence to retreat from the pyramidal metaphysics of sheer negativity is also to suggest something much more like traditional theological transcendence. This is why, as Zizek indicates, the post-Hegelian positive era in philosophy contains not just Kant and Mach but also Schelling and Kierkegaard and Bergson. Yet Zizek himself seems to hesitate here. His account of the ethical and of evil sounds more Kantian Schellingian than Hegelian. To be ethical is autono mousely to impose the law of freedom upon oneself, more than it is to play one's pre-appointed Sittlich role within the political structures that conserve freedom. Even if this can be seen as merely a matter of relative emphasis. And evil is not a factor of Natude, as it is for Hegel, but rather the inappropriate unleashing of untamed innate virtuality upon the realm of the actual, as it is for Schelling. The antidote to evil for Zizek, also in a somewhat Schellingian idiom, is a certain willed seeing of love upon an arbitrarily selected night object, rather than the more loving reconciliation of the absolute with the freedom of the entirely contingent, as with Hegel. He frequently admires Schelling's view that God is good because he freely and contingently, albeit innately, chooses the good, whereas he might, logically speaking, choose evil. Hence the more Zizek stresses the role of love, the more he appears to invoke a transcendental positive force, after the fashion of Schelling. Therefore, he at times shows some sympathy for Schelling's meta-historical schema. For Schelling, as we have already seen, the age of the Father, the age of the primordially indeterminate, is also the human historical era of myth, in which the divine is invoked as the monstrous. The age of the Son is at once the divine moment of decision for a particular good, and the moment of historical incarnation of God in Christ, in which a particular image of love becomes crystallized. The third age, of the Spirit, is the positive synthesis which reawakens innate potentiality, but in the direction of the innately diverse possibilities of loving action. While Schelling's schema is Jochite and heterodox, it remains closer than Hegel to an orthodox Christian sense that, since love is a matter of contingent willing and acting, the pattern of love in Christ and delighty to the spirit of that pattern in the Church, the true human community, is indispensable to our understanding of love. In this respect, Badio's insistence that every truth process concerns a delighty to a founding event has a de-knightly skull Lingen aspect, and in fact one that is more precisely Kierkegaardian and so less Jochite than Schelling, since here delighty less spiritually exceeds the founding event. However, Zizek explicitly rejects Badio's optimism about truth processes as positive projects and insists, rather, upon the inevitable disappointment of desire and the need to recognize impossibilities of synthesis or amorous conjunction in the face of the primacy of the negative. His love is Nally Hegelian and not Schellingen after all, because it is no positive, seeking desire, as with Deleuze and Guattari, but rather, as we have already seen, the disillusioned free embrace of the contingent as the contingent in admission of the impossibility of discovering any general amorous truth or any reality to erotic union. By the same token, his meta-history is also really more Hegelian than Lingen. The latter scheme gives a decisive place to the mythical, poetic, and pre-political era of humanity. In Schelling's Nal vision, the specificity of the Age of the Sun indeed retrospectively reconceives the mythical in terms of the realm of abstract possibilities, yet it also by contrast reshapes the poetic as the specifically elected and as symbolically conveying of transcendent real. Ity. The mythical accounts of the generation of gods and of the cosmos are for Schelling stories of how a higher but later principle overcomes a prior non-principle chaos, the Saturnian gods, and so forth. As such they logically prefigure Christian Trinitarian doctrine, but in the Christian account, God the Father in the Son overcomes his own now abstract initial indeterminacy and, through the Son's incarnation, human redemption through the self-overcoming of a negative refusal of God becomes possible, in place of a pagan struggle with alien forces extrinsic to the self. Christ's mediation is necessary and more than merely exemplary, because the fallen human refusal of divine love means that human beings really do receive the indeterminate paternal reserve as wrath, and so as alien pagan monstrosity. But through the incarnation the Father manifests the age of the Son as his own decision for the good, and hands over the created realm to leal rule until the Eschaton. The specifically shaped glory of the incarnate Son therefore constitutes the only human access to the notion of a self-overcoming higher principle. In this way the aesthetic, artistic moment is not surpassed but philosophically elevated. In the third age of the Yuan Church still to come, which will unite Jews, Christians, and pagans, it is generalized, when all become capable of an unmediated self-overcoming, all become sons of God, and thus the world is restored through the Spirit to the rule of the Father. For this romantic reworking of Christian philosophy of history, whatever its heterodox shortcomings, there is sine cantly no necessary incorporation of the recent stage of enlightenment which rather, as much earlier for Vico, is regarded as the aberrant contingent possibility of reworking the pagan anarchy of myth as the abstract anarchy of pure reason, limited by its purity to sheerly negative formal possibility, and unable to attend to the positive priority of the existentially concrete, which extends also to God himself, who is once more for the late Schelling, as for Thomas Aquinas, primarily actus purus. By contrast, for Hegel, there most emphatically is such an ascese Sorry, reckoning with enlightenment as an inevitable and necessary moment. Here the mythical poetic contains no permanent reserve of value, but instead represents in itself the moment of contingent night, positing that must be past in its initial fetishized immediacy. And the incarnation is not an event whose symbolic shape is, at least initially, foreshelling, unsurpassable, but rather the elevation of contingency as sheer contingency that does not point sacramentally beyond itself, and whose heart is therefore a cruci ad nullity. The subsequent age of the spirit means for Hegel a generalization of the latter awareness that must be embodied in the structures of modern science, politics, and economics. It is abundantly clear that Zizek is in the end not a Schellingian romantic but a Hegelian rationalist. He has no truck whatsoever with the disclosive reserve of the symbol or the revelatory power of poetry that is surplus to reason. This renders the archaic merely archaic and over and done with, ensuring that pure reason must be the NAL word of history, and crucially that the essence of the historical process must be the negative and counter-negative process of the unleashing of reason, including, to be sure, the aporias attendant upon reason, and even the beyond reason which only reason can disclose to view, in particular the inscrutable absurdity of reality taken as a whole. However, I have already more than once indicated the problems with this modernist pure atheism. By beginning with the sheer unadulterated nothingness, one curiously echoes theology, by deriving all subsequent reality in an ordered series from pure nullity as from pure divine simplicity, in such a way that all reality can be logically situated with respect to this nihil, in terms of its dialectical self-relating. And just as an entirely rational metaphysical theology, without taint of faith, always proves to be exercising some kind of arbitrary subjective preference, so likewise the idea that determinate negation rules in reality can readily be shown to be an unwarranted act of subjective belief, as Kierkegaard argued, if, indeed, it makes any rational sense whatsoever. By contrast, the yet more modern anti-metaphysical insistence upon the problem of alternative opposites, and of aporetic either/or between two given opposites, undoes the pure nihilism of sheer negation and actually may favor again the invocation of a more substantive, actual, and forceful transcendence. At this point the issue becomes once more one of choosing between a Spinozistically enunced vitalist immanentism as against a traditional theological metaphysics of a transcendent creator God. This is the postmodern crux that Zizek tries to evade in the name of a continuing Hegelian modernity. But I have just tried to indicate why this endeavor is impossible. The problem for Zizek is that clearly he resists the former option by rightly arguing that any such mystical celebration of impersonal fated force lines up all too neatly with the celebration of the abstract power of capital. This then leaves him essentially with the choice of Hegel versus Schelling/Kierkegaard as theorists of the Christian revelation of the absolute value of love, the subjective and the personal, a choice between immanentist nihilistic dialectics on the one hand and a postmodern version of Christian orthodox belief in transcendence on the other. The latter is apparently ruled out by Zizek because it is somehow unbelievable, and also because it is negated by the inner logic of Christianity itself, on which claim see below in section. But what he is altogether ignoring here is the fact that a legitimate postmodern critique of negative dialectic takes as dogmatically metaphysical newly legitimates a belief in transcendence, along with a new primacy for the positive. In general, one can say that the positivist, post-metaphysical era in the broadest sense should be equated with postmodernism. Kant had already lost faith in the Enlightenment, and so was already postmodern. So although Zizek may well be correct in saying that Kierkegaard failed to grasp that Hegel's absolute truth was more the nality of the equivocal than of the univocal. This still does not falsify the Dane's critique of determinate negation in favor of the view that the logic which establishes reality is that of non-identical repetition, as setting up an ungrounded habitus. Here it is positive persistence which both establishes the next thing and secures the reality of the initial thing in the RST place. Beyond dialectics, the co-belonging of change and persistence as mutually both other and yet the same enters the realm of irreducible paradox. Only the unfathomable discriminations of nature and the decisions of our own ungrounded judgment here permit any distinctions to be made between substance and alteration, stasis and kinesis. Again, as between dialectics and repetition, Zizek is somewhat ambivalent, yet in the end, his psychoanalytic view that repetition always undoes itself or is compelled to repeat that which is purely self-grounded, and therefore does not symbolically point beyond itself, suggests the foreclosure of paradox by dialectical witness to a governing absurdity. The crucial question now is whether one can identify a fourth, paradoxical perspective which cannot be reduced to the dialectical and which supports a Catholic Christian metaphysical, theological, and historical vision not obviously subject to rationalist disproof, dialectical immanent critique, or post-modern deconstruction. As I have already indicated, I shall argue that there is a close belonging of paradoxical with analogical and real relational aspects of reality. One can refer to this entire phenomenological logical domain, following William Desmond, as the metaxological. What I shall now endeavor to establish, therefore, is that a metaxological or paradoxical, not a dialectical, philosophy gives a true account of mediation. By comparison, what Hegel OERS is a kind of counterfeit mediation, in which the middle is always exhaustively fractured between the univocal and the equivocal. This is essentially because he travestied, and so misunderstood, the problematic with which Jacobi had confronted Kant and his idealist successors. Hegel declares that the Jacobian suggestion that all knowledge involves an ungrounded faith in the prior existence of the body, and in the trustworthiness of the given which fades imperceptibly into a faith in the divine, is an exaltation of cognitive immediacy. To this he contrasts the mediation aired by his logical philosophy, which will prove the link between thought and objective existence which Jacobi merely takes on trust. Yet any exhaustively proven John Milbank mediation must collapse into the twin poles of Preg-Ivan univocal formality on the one hand and endlessly arriving, newly given equivocal fact on the other. By contrast, Jacobi's faith implies that thinking always arrives on the scene too late to provide its own foundations, and therefore is radically mediated by an intentional link to existence and to other people which it always already assumes, along with patterns of linguistic use which enshrine this circumstance. Idealism, in response to Jacobi, as much or more than in response to Kant, tried to argue that reason, through a process of self-generation or historical development, could nally catch up with this precognitive existential origin, or demonstrate that the origin was one and the same with this development. But, as we have seen in the case of Hegel, this attempt always involves unwarranted assumptions about that uncertain existential horizon which thought can only assume or have trust in, and cannot in principle ever round upon or master in its own terms. Schelling's NAL existential perspective was close to conceding this point, even if it still tried to comprehend existence as primarily will, whose very arbitrariness can be rationally comprehended. But with Kierkegaard, in EECT, Jacobi triumphs after all, because the logic of repetition is nothing other then the admission that thought can only think after and interpret by repeating deherently that which thought has always already assumed. This implies that truly one begins not with alienating negation but with mediation, and that one is bound to remain with mediation, such that truth, if it be possible at all, can arrive only as trust in the possibility of subjective discernment of the participation of the night in the in-night through mentary disclosures, and the consistent identity of a repetition with that which went before, and of the coincidence of a moment of time with eternity, requires a faith in the absolute paradoxical unity of same with deherent in either case, as Kierkegaard taught. It is the notion of the metaxological as the paradoxical which must now be expounded. Paradox, a misty conceit. Suppose that I am driving my car one cold and misty morning southward toward the river Trent close to my home, along roads which constantly twist and pass up and down hills on their tortuous ways to the eventual descent to the river valley. Everything is univocally bathed in a beautiful, faintly luminous vagueness, tinged at its heart with silver. The mist tends to render contours continuous with each other, as likewise the earth with the sky and both with the distant water of the river, visible only as a slightly intensy ed inner light. Likewise the near has been rendered somewhat obscure and impenetrable, while the distant has been brought relatively close by its equal shade to that which lies close at hand, as well as by breaks in the mist which may happen to lie far rather than nearby. Because of the mist, I do not really seem to be going from one place to another. On the other hand, because of the bends and contours, the land seems unstable, to be tossing me about like bedclothes for a restless dreamer. Everything merges into everything else. On the other hand, against the background of the mist, deherences stand out all the more sharply. I see that the land is not its usual brown wash, but consists of trees, houses, churches, roads, and the distant river. In their faint beginnings I distinguish deherent colors all the more distinctly, and observe all the more strongly how their being associated with deherent shapes and deherent entities is an entirely contingent matter, especially when the light of the sun beneath the mist can render the pastures oddly ochre, or the blue of the river oddly turquoise, or the trees oddly purple. The aesthetic drama here is one of suppressed and emergent equivocation. As I drive along, my thoughts likewise may be lulled into a misty wandering, or gradually stirred as roofs and spires emerge into view. Is there a dialectic also at work here? Yes, in multiple ways. I am driving south only because I know that I am leaving the relatively north, but thereby remaining its northness and so not leaving it behind at all. On the contrary, I am in a sense establishing the constitutive topographical position of the place where I live far more by leaving it than by merely dwelling there. So in negating my place of departure I am also remaining it. Likewise the trees and roofs and spires can emerge as distinct only in relation to the obscure misty background, which they thereby continue to arm and acquire for themselves. Without any opaque density whatsoever, without the shared mist of the material, their individuality of form would not be apparent. Nor, inversely, would we see the mist in its luminous whiteness if nothing else were visible whatsoever. So, the univocal and the equivocal are indeed always in a dialectical relationship. And this applies also to my thinking process. Without the unclarity of the mist, I would not be inspired to look for things in the mist and so beyond its opacity. Furthermore, without the misty density of things themselves, their formal shapes would pro-er to us no d-night items. It is therefore material mistiness, which at once hides and then reveals only through concealing. Correspondingly, if my thought is to be realistically intentional, if it is to be thought of something, then the very shapes of things which are disclosive. For thought return thought to the mystery of the density of background and the density of particular content. Although the mist appears, annoyingly for a dismal functionalist outlook, merely to conceal, in fact it also foregrounds the usual background and renders opaquely transparent the generally local, materially transcendental conditions of our being able to know from within. Our embodiment. On the other hand, I experience the foggy morning as an anomaly. Overwhelmingly, the dominant element is the mist itself, a continuous white density. The ruling factor here is the univocal, whereas normally ontological univocity assumes the utterly self-denying mode of light. Sameness is here entirely transparent, asserts nothing of its own and therefore yields the stage always to the equivocally deerrant. Nevertheless, on an average morning, the equivocal does not dominate either. I register the respective shapes of spires and roofs and trees only as variations on a continuous space of light brown and as the variegations of a wavering line, traced through the amber consistency of the dawn. If sheer anarchic creativity is the ultimate principle of nature, as for Deleuze, then it may be that it is pure deerrance which most ultimately insists, but it can never be perfectly realized or fully present, as Deleuze recognized. Any thesis concerning the dominance of the equivocal, therefore, must relativize the stability of any actual given scenario, rendering it somewhat illusory in status. Here material density is downgraded in value just as much as for any thesis which celebrates transcendental unity and the secondary actor of perceived deerrances. So that which transcendentally dominates the local scene before my eyes is, rather, the interplay between the univocal and the equivocal. It is the weaving of things in and out of the mist. The misty foreground/background is the precarious setting for gray jewels, but without these jewels it would not be present to me as a setting at all. Similarly, I would not be traveling physically south were I not mentally leaving my home in the north, and I would not be registering things at all were I not also seeking to know those things hidden by material mistiness and yet also disclosed to me through this very same density. Is it, then, the case that that which transcendentally dominates, in a topographical sense, is not a deerrential, but rather a dialectical process? Were that so, then one would have to argue that the gray jewels are the vague setting, and vice versa. Likewise, on the more psychogeographic plane, one would have to argue that the south is the north and vice versa, while formal understanding is material ignorance as well as the other way about. The instability of these impossible, contradictory identications would explain why we perceive the interplay between the journey and the blinded yet searching gaze as always caught up within a dynamic tension. But from a dialectical perspective, this tension concerns a double movement toward mutual abolition in which the mist constantly denies yet establishes itself by dispersing. The shadowy shapes propose themselves and yet show forth a dense content which is only that of an ontic miasma, while eschatologically, either the mist presses to envelop and include all, and so ceases to be either vague or determined, or else the shapes press to emerge once and for all from the mist into the nothingness of light, so preserving but sublating the ordered logic of the process of this emergence, including the tracing of the shared line that outlines things to the gaze, but revealing the absolute truth to be the mere contingent diversity of the various shapes of things. One could argue that the absolute univocity of light and the absolute equivocity of shapes here coincides, or that formally there is only the one, substantively only the many. This, I have already suggested, is in reality the upshot of Hegel's dialectic. And the same upshot would apply if We advert to the more psychogeographic aspects which are ineliminable from any topography. The journey south would have to be the journey toward the abolition of south in the name of the universal north of every new starting point, when traveling southward, or else rather of the equal north/south polarity of any position whatsoever. Alternatively, it would have to be a journey whose only point was the journey, and therefore the scattering promenade of dispersal of all centers and all claims to spatial distinction. Similarly, my precise knowing of anything would have to be an unknowing of its density as being at one with universal density, or else density itself would nally fade in the dawn of sheerly diverse equivocal form, fully disclosed with the manifestness of surface geometry. But the problem with this perspective is that, just as with the idea that the univocal mist or the equivocal gray jewels dominate the misty landscape, it in reality abolishes that which is synchronically present before us. Granted that the mist and the shapes are in a mutually constitutive tension, we surely experience them as mutually remaining as much or more than as working to abolish each other for a world of pure whiteness on the one hand, or a world of NAL geometry on the other. If to be hidden is to be shown, against the background of mist, as including a misty density proper to the thing itself, and therefore to be shown is to be hidden, then this implies not an impossible contradiction that must be overcome, dialectics, but rather an outright impossible coincidence of opposites that can, somehow, but we know not how, be persisted with. This is the Catholic logic of paradox of an overwhelming glory, paradoxa, which nonetheless saturates our everyday reality. The logic of paradox can, as I have already said, be described also as the analogical, the constitutively relational, or the metaxological. The crucial principle here is that of William Desmond, neither the one nor the many transcendentally rule, nor yet an agonistic play between them, dialectics, even if all these logics have their local part to play and may, through historical distortion, at times and in places appear to usurp the genuinely transcendental function. But this belongs rather to the metaxu, the zwischen, or the between, to the interweaving of things in and out of the mist. It belongs also to the relative dominance of the latter as foreground/background, also to the contrasting relation between the various shapes themselves, to the constitutive tension between directions like north and south, to the reliance of knowing upon knowing and vice versa. In all these cases, the metaxological is irreducible, because that which is shared and lies between cannot be reduced, save at the un-Aristotelian price of destroying the appearances, to a division between aspects that are univocally shared on the one hand and other aspects that are cleanly differentiated on the other. Instead, within this range of phenomenal ity, what is like the other precisely in respect of its difference, while that which is different from the other in respect of its likeness. This is precisely why the traditional notion of analogy, if it means anything at all, and cannot be reduced to a confused mixture of the univocal and the equivocal, must involve a paradoxical dimension. Eckhart and Cusanus, in defending analogy against the Scotist charge that it violated the principle of non-contradiction, conceded the point while arguing that the logic of innity and of in-night/night relations requires this violation. In doing so they in EECT admitted that an analogical logic is also a paradoxical logic. The overwhelming double glory, the paradoxical character of the scene through which I am driving, is also its beauty. This beauty resides in the belonging together of the mist with the trees and the river, the church spires and the rooftops. Within the scene as it appears to me, the distinctness of these things concerns their resemblance to, and yet difference from, each other. but when I see them as belonging together, as composing a certain pleasing harmony, and the aspect of pleasure or displeasure is never absent from seeing, in a way that is irreducible to any mathematical formula, since it is just this spe psi belonging together, then I realize that it is precisely with respect to its deerrence that the church spire goes with, and so in some sense is like in beauty, and so in being in its aspect of beauty, the trees and the roofs. Inversely, the unity of the entire scene before me is a unity that is achieved through all the deerrances that I behold, and so coincides with these deerrances. Moreover, this unity does not simply equalize all the deerrances, no, the mist itself frames uniquely and three-dimensionally, the far spire discreetly domi. Nates the near roofs, the mere hint of a river in the distance orientates the eye in a way that the scattered trees nearby do not. If one writes O beauty as the merely subjective, the paradoxical dimension does not simply vanish, for the shapes stand out only in relation to each other, whether in reality or for our thought. In this way the alakid is also paradoxy. Kali the alter alakid, the thing that it is not, but that it is constitutively related to. In denial of the aesthetic dimension, one can read this circumstance after Hegel, who denied the ontological ultimacy of the aesthetic, dialectically, such that the two contradictorily conjoined poles move thereby toward mutual abolition. But this is merely an elective existential option which tends to deny the immediate givenness of the scene, which, like any given scene, is directly shown to our sight as pleasurable, and as displeasurable, to some degree or other, only in terms of an experienced anomaly. As concerns the interplay of the shapes in general with the mist, I have already explained how we have here another constitutive relationship which involves paradoxical implications. The distinct is seen only with and so as the obscure, and vice versa. Once more this can indeed be read as the dynamics of mutual obliteration, but this destroys the immediate integrity of the scene itself. It may be logically unstable upon reaction, but for the unreactive gaze, its beauty is tranquil and undisturbed. And this beauty concerns the way in which the trees, like dryads, escape eatingly from the mist only by seeming at once to draw back into it, or the way in which the mist is perceived as a glory us veil that hides only to reveal through an extra, diaphanous covering, like the veil of a woman, and by rendering what is secreted all the more present and significant. Thus the mist hides and distances the near, but promotes and brings near the wolds that lie on the opposite bank of the river. Nor is this beauty only a matter of the regard. Because of the all-enveloping character of the mist, my movement up and down the hills and round the bends has become phenomenologically the movement of the landscape itself. If appear answers faithfully disclose to us an ontology that includes both matter and spirit, as perhaps both materialists and theologians agree, then within the mist my movement has become my stasis, just as the city of the landscape has become its dynamic. And in moving me the landscape also thinks the course of my journey, while by remaining lost in the mist my mental journey must surrender to the entire enduring of the earth and the sky and the river. It must circumscribe the local globe which I am sustaining through my north to south passage, even while it appears to travel diagonally through this new but ancient locality. This is the case, because the coincidence of north and south, in reality and in my mind, creates between my home and my destination a beautiful single suspended world, whose coherence is speci and unique at once. It is a distinct area with its own unique set of belonging inhabitants, long traditions, an open horizon for the future. Only I, perhaps, so far know this, and yet I can know this only because it is already faintly true. In the psychogeographic dimension we invent new terrains that yet remain purely discoveries. Finally, when my mind is inclined to get to know the unknown, it is less prompted by curiosity than it is lured by beauty. For what I see within the mist is incomplete for me only because the beautiful as such is suggestive in its surface of something shown and yet withheld. This vertical circumstance is at one with its horizontal inscrutability, whereby we cannot generalize into a formula the belonging together of the disparate. Because the beautiful is seen as utterly particular and yet as the wider generative significance of the particular, it is perceived as partially disclosive of a hidden depth within the specie which is at the same time a road into the far worlds that form the background to all of reality. So beauty as such is like the veil of the mist. The mist is both insidiously spreading and impenetrably dense, but since the spread is specified by its suspension across the branches of the trees, it acquires here an invisible specie density which is, as it were, the diagonal unity between proportion and disclosure, which are both proper to beauty. Beauty lies in this way on the diagonal between surface harmony and tantalizing, withheld yet apparent, mystery, and exceeds in its implications even the three-dimensional sphere which contains them both. The harmony can always be further, and non-identically, extended. What is hidden can be further shown and so yet more deeply concealed. But esoterically and yet discernibly, that which can be further elaborated as surface development is also a further insight into the reserved secret. Or, to put it another way, to construct is also further to notice. To compose is to listen better, to create is to contemplate more deeply. And the reverse, naturally. To accept that all truth is mediated by beauty is once more to remain with immediately given paradox. In this instance the paradox is that we can know only the unknowable, that only the vague density of things grants them at once their specificity and their external knowability, so freeing our claims to understand from the taint of solipsistic self-reaction. To deny this mediation is to embrace the merely spectral mediation of dialectics, which is the tribute acted from a rigidly univocal/equivocal logic by the shadow of beauty herself. Dialectical mediation is spectral because it nally pulls up the drawbridge of the between, but less to lock all into the plenitudinous castle of pleasures, as Desmond would have it, than to leave all behind forever in the surrounding marshlands of diversity. Here mediation is only a ghostly train which full LLED reality points back to as her inevitable wake that once, necessarily, appeared to be the road to her majestic presence. But genuine mediation, by contrast, remains to the end even in God and as God. Beauty is the true name of the metexu, because it vanishes like the faiv. That which exists only as lying between something and an other something as harmony, or between appearance and being as disclosure, or between objective and subjective as aesthetic judgment, is denied. The argument, therefore, against Zizek and following Desmond, is that not the dialectical but the metexological is the framing transcendental reality for any given scenario apparent to human beings. If the univocal is dominant, then the equivocal is ultimately denied. The same applies in reverse if the equivocal is dominant. But if the dialectical is dominant, then, as with ultimate equivocation, the univocal and the equivocal move toward mutually assured destruction. Only a metexological framing allows all three other logical aspects to remain and not to be overruled. There is the same and the deerrant, and a continuously creative, or contingently disruptive, tension between the two. Because what holds sway without holding sway, canonically, as it were, at the ultimate level is the analogical, which is itself nothing other than the interplay between the one and the many, and the interplay between their peaceful coexistence and their creative con-ICT. Nevertheless, two major questions arise in relation to my version of de Mond's thesis. The RST concerns the implications of claiming that the logical level which transcendentally governs all being knowing violates the principle of non-contradiction. Can we really accept that we all the time see, or sense, with all the senses, what we cannot possibly think? Yes, we can, if we re-Ively think through the difference between the night and the in-night, and yet, the inter-involvement of the two. One night thing cannot be its opposite, nor can one night thing both be and not be another night thing at the same time, in the same place, and in the same respect. If, however, we suppose that there is an in-night, then this logic no longer applies. For it is a logic which transcendentally supposes the notion of limit, of delimitation, else it cannot operate. But in the in-night there is no presupposed limit, therefore one way to speak of the in-night is to say that here all opposites coincide, all differences are also similarities, and vice versa. One can think the absolute simple in-night only as paradox, yet one is bound to think the in-night as ontologically RST. Whether one is a theist or an atheist. So beyond the bounds of sense lies something else. However, paradox cannot be neatly corralled, if one can so grotesquely speak, into the realm of the in-night. If the in-night is ontologically primary, then the night must somehow stand in relation to the in-night. Moreover, we know that the night thing itself bears witness to this primacy, because we can not conceive of any bounds to the night as such. We must assume that the night goes on forever and, moreover, that it does so as much microscopically as macroscopically. This leads us to question whether there truly are any strictly night things without qualication, outside the sphere of logical supposition. Hegel was right, and merely echoing Augustine, the night is of itself nothing whatsoever. And Nicholas of CUSA was also right, the in-night identities of the maximum and the minimum reveal that the paradoxicality of the in-night invades the night realm also. By extension from the merely mathematical example, every night quality must be supposed to tend to an extreme degree of itself, but at this extremity it is identical to all other qualities. The entirely courageous man, for example, would have the courage not to fear doing justice, and would also have the courage to be patient and to cultivate also the other virtues whose lack, according to Aristotle and rightly in extremis, is not compatible with genuine courage. For the unjust man ally fears his victims, the rash foolhardy man has not realized the meaning of true bravery, while the liar is fearful of the truth, and so forth. Perhaps this is why, as Chesterton noted, Christ's ethical teaching consisted mainly of a series of ridiculously extreme and at times incompatible imperatives: don't work, don't own anything, carefully cultivate all your talents, never resist, be deliberately feckless, make a long-term investment in the eternally lasting. Take the law violently into your own hands in the face of abuses of its spirit. Be ruthlessly cunning, be naively innocent, return to childhood, be wiser than all your ancestors, and so on and so forth. As Chesterton further suggested, Christian ethics therefore seems to involve a recognition of the Aristotelian mean less as a half and half balance between different qualities of action and as, rather, a seemingly impossible both at once. The logic of this would seem to be that an extreme degree of equality, tending to the in-night, IPS, over into its opposite, thus, as Paul Claudel noted, turning the other cheek is actually an act of strategic aggression within an ongoing war, unlike responding verbally, or just turning away. So at its exemplary extreme, ethical action, for Christianity, exceeds night. Characterization because in night courage, for example, is all the virtues and so no longer specifically courage. This is one reason why, for Christian teaching, the ethical belongs beyond the law. As Kierkegaard suggested, the good now lies for Christianity in the utterly singular and so not generalizable, and only problematically communicable, decisively eventful and self-denying action, or series of actions, of the individual person. Here the night has taken on the weight of an innately disclosive sine quans, such that the personhood or personality of the human being breaks entirely, as Jacques Maritain and Emmanuel Mounier taught, the bounds of her individuality. She becomes distinct precisely at that point where her action cannot be seen as a mere example of a general principle and, rather, becomes equal in sine quans to humanity taken as a whole. If the soil of the night, within our experience, in this way paradoxically runs out into the sands of the in-night, then paradoxes also arise when we consider the in-night in relation to the night. One can agree with Badiou that Hegel's nightized in-night is really but a pseudo-in-night, because the idea of an unended night becoming reduces to notions of yet one more within a posited possibility of the in-night, whereas the idea of the in-night which ineluctably arises within our minds, as Descartes taught, is of something positively actual and in no series with any into-night-night progression, even if, in modi cation of Descartes, we can conceive the in-night only according to a via negativa. Nor can one decide by reason alone, as Badiou concedes, whether this in-night is an empty void or a plenitude. In the former case one can deny that there is an in-night set of all the sets, and so that opposites ultimately coincide, since the only in-nights with any content are then in consequence the trans-nights which actually assume a certain night setting or qualication. But in the latter theological case one must admit, after CUSA, the principle of the coniunctio oppositorum. But whether as void or plenitude, the actual in-night is related paradoxically to the night. Meister Eckhart saw this most acutely, and in terms whose scope exceeds any Hegelian analysis, when he argued that the in-night as indistinct is thereby indistinguishable from the night, even though as uniquely distinct it must be in itself the most distinguished thing of all and the most distinguished from the distinct, which is the night. He therefore concluded that, in the in-night, absolute indistinction and absolute distinction coincide. Hence whereas Hegel enunciated only one side of this paradox, the non-otherness of the in-night to the night, and was accordingly able to speak of a kind of mutual sublation between night and in-night, Eckhart also drew attention to the absolute actual otherness of the in-night from the night, an otherness more extreme than any that pertains between one night thing and another. This double aspect to the paradox allowed him to remain with the paradoxically analogous, and not, despite what many commentators say, to reduce analogy to the dialectical. Hence for Eckhart the in-night as an actual plenitude is at once indeterminate and entirely determinate, and is entirely the same as the night only because, in its indistinctness from it, it is more absolutely the night than the night is itself the night, by being its indistinct ground which is also inconceivably other to the night. For Hegel the mist evaporates into the pure mist of nothingness, leaving the stark, bare, wintry trees behind in their isolation. For Eckhart the mist is the related trees of the wood which it wreathes about. Thereby the mist is the beauty of the mist, the beauty of the in-night. As David Bentley Hart has it. Here we are getting very near the nub of the issue between myself and Zizek. Is it more radical and Christian to say, in heterodox fashion, with Hegel, that the in-night is only the absurdly self-grounding night, or is it more radical and Christian to say, in a kind of hyper-orthodox fashion with Eckhart, that the in-night and the night both coincide and do not coincide, that the in-night is more absolutely night, determined, than the night in its very innitude, in de-nightness, and that the in-night is still the giving source of the night, even though this is in a sense the self-giving of the night to itself, granted that the night as night has no real self-standing. In the RST case we have the tediously mysterious abolition of mystery, in the second case we have the fascinatingly mysterious exposition of mystery in all its simplicity. It is just another variant on this crucial simplicity of Christian orthodoxy. An orthodoxy as much philosophical as it is theological, that one nds in Kierkegaard. In essential agreement with Plato, he proposed that the truth could only be the stability of the eternal. Yet in both accentuating and reversing Plato's account of our night access to this truth as recollection backward, in terms of a repetition forward that remains with temporality, Kierkegaard was able to identify truth with paradox and reasoning with negotiation of the paradoxical. Hence it was not for him simply faith that believed the absurd, but rather reason, whose ungrounded presupposition was the paradoxical coincidence of eternity and time as the truth. For if the eternal is true, its absolute coincidence of truth and being renders truth no longer recognizable for us and no longer just itself. The only serious location of truth for us must rather lie in the coincidence of the temporal with the eternal. Here the realized consistency of an ethico-religious process of non-identical repetition is taken to be akin to God in its very night yet open singularity. This process is a series of moments in which the dissolution of the present every present into the ecstatic awe of time, as for Heidegger, is prevented only by allowing that the abiding character of the present is a partial presence of eternity as such. Through this religious rendering alone can our ordinary perception of life as a series of significant moments be metaphysically accounted for. Kierkegaard realizes in this way that the most immediate things of all have to be read paradoxically, on pain of denouncing the immediate as illusion. It is crucial to realize here that if paradox is mediation, then it is only mediation which rescues immediacy, or only relationality which secures the irreducible positionality which is individuation. Yet because of our fallen anxious lack of trust in the mediating distance, yet unity between in night and night, we are humanly unable to realize such perfect kinship through everyday ritual performance. Instead, paradox must be in nightly accentuated in the incarnation, such that here a specie night human pattern becomes exhaustively identified with the expressed personality, the logos, of God himself. In this way alone for Kierkegaard can we have truth. Because truth has been given back to us from the side of the in-night, potentially healing our most inexorable anxiety. Here once again one has the contrast with Hegelian dialectics, instead of the merely particular disclosing the truth as only the particular, one has this extraordinary yet ordinary particularity coinciding with the truth that is still an in-night universal plenitude. The former rendering suggests that the divine is only humanity, as if we could ever know what this was, but the latter rendering suggests that true humanity is paradoxically more than humanity. As Chesterton suggests in The Everlasting Man, this is one of those instances where the bizarre shape of Christianity can be compared to a key that turns out, for reaction and application, to tee the lock of reality. The idea of the God-man may be an absurd mystery, but it strangely seems to clarify that mystery, which no Darwinian can even begin to argue away, of the huge gulf between human beings and mere animals, and the way in which human beings are at once weak, oddly unniched, and indeterminate on the one hand and yet capable of seemingly endless creativity, self-mutation, and new accessions of power on the other. All of the foregoing suggests that we must think of the in-night and the night as not concerned with each other at all, and yet as more intimately concerned with each other than any two night realities might be. Given this reaction, we can make more sense of our phenomenological, psychogeographic experience, and not be tempted dialectically to deny its integrity. When we see things as identical with their opposites, when we see things as like each other in terms of their very differences from each other, then we are sensing the involvement of the night with the in-night. What we cannot at all understand, we compare and easily in a single glimpse, just as only our feet, or our artificial vehicles, have ever resolved Zeno's famous paradox. The second question that may be raised concerning my version of Desmond's logical topology is the issue as to whether the metaxological, analogical, real, relational, paradoxical, elevates the static over the dynamic, as compared with the dialectic. This can appear to be the case, insofar as paradox holds together the mist and the trees in a stable embrace. Once more, it must be stressed that this is not ludicrously to deny the endless tensional contests in nature which we cannot of course anthropomorphize as by and large sinister, even if the possibility of an evil element in fallen nature must be seriously entertained, as by Schelling in his novella Clara. The sea and the sky do indeed sometimes wage war with each other, and there are also those long-term struggles which we never see but which eventually shift continents. However, what is at issue here is whether the more benign appearance of paradoxical beauty is the more transcendentally fundamental circumstance, and I have already given arguments for supposing it to be so. If this is the case, then it is the between which ontologically, and so most really and truly, beyond what experimental science is able to discern, holds both mist and trees in place, such that they are in no way struggling against each other. However, this does not rule out the reality of that playful pastoral tension that once reigned everywhere, according to Christian theology, in the unreachable and untraceable, prelapsarian Golden Age, and in which human beings took full part. This tension can still be eatingly glimpsed, and yet glimpsed all the time by the observant. The both/end of analogical paradox is in no way static, because the likeness to the other shown through the different identity of the RST thing acts to ensure that the RST thing reaches further out toward that alterity, yet only by further realizing its own distinctness. Because of the impossibility of truly thinking the paradoxical, this dynamic tension will even be conceived by thought in somewhat dialectical terms, the oscillation of affirmation with denial as the likeness of the trees to the mist in contrast with their unlikeness. Yet at the same time, a non-dialectical attempt is made truly to hold onto both affirmation and denial at once, and this is most of all realized through the deployment of metaphor. The mist becomes the tree's own white, wintry foliage, the trees become the mist's own thickening. Compared with dialectic, paradox does indeed allow more for the truth of passing stability. Yet at the same time it also more genuinely allows for change. This is because any concept is seeking to abolish by means of victory the processes of alteration which it for the moment sustains, hence where alteration is viewed as inherently agonistic, alteration itself is regarded as merely provisional. Moreover, since dialectic tends to concern a formally determinate process leading to the foregrounding of univocity in general together with equivocity in general as the absolute truth, it ascribes no ultimate significance to contingent change, nor to an unpredictable process which is as much substantive as it formal. By contrast, only through peaceful Arcadian tension, or its remote echo, can the creatively new, which will be treasured by all, genuinely. Arise. The vision in the mist is a transgeneric vision. In this respect there is a direct link between the immediately sensory and phenomenological on the one hand, and the ontological or the metaphysical on the other, which is also concerned with the transgeneric. If one ignores this link, then one will endeavor to construct an immanent phenomenology, after the fashion of most phenomenal ogi as a modern philosophical doctrine, as a supposedly NAL philosophy. By trying ideationally to DNE the exact categories within which phenomena are given to us, including irreducibly obscure phenomena. Inevitably, this retreat to the a priori subjective is also a retreat to the merely generic and university ocal. For it has already been explained how the analog ocal is something that we see rather than understand, and can understand only in terms of the real inter-involvement of the night with the in-night. Any phenomenological bracketing of this reality must inevitably favor the night limits of an entirely comprehending reason, which will acknowledge the reality of the in-night only as an indeterminate sublime beyond, essentially apart from night denition, even if its presence is registered as a saturation. By contrast, the sensory registering of the analog ocal, and thereby paradoxical, can be supported not by a Cartesian reason which accepts only the clear and distinct but, rather, by a speculative reason which can grammatically envisage that which it can but partially grasp or can scarcely grasp at all. Given this insight, we can start to understand in a new way how in Aristotle a realist insistence on the importance of sensing for knowing is connected to his analogical ontology, as it would later be described. When we regard a complex scene, we are able to unify all kinds of disparate realities, both individual and collective. The substance of a tree is taken together with its accidental shape and color. Substance and accident are further linked to the relations in which the tree stands, for example, its being blown about by the wind. The errant generic realities of mineral, vegetable, and animal are integrated with each other by our gaze. What we most directly see is being, but being materialized, precisely because we see RST of all the links between things that lie in the impossible realm of the simultaneously like and unlike. What we ordinarily see, then, is being as analogical. But this experience is also psychogeographic, because we are st of all see a landscape that calls forth certain emotions and gives rise to certain emotions. Our gaze is primordially apostrophic, because we not only see a world actively colored, but also discover in landscape and its changes a language for our passions that in part gives birth to these very passions themselves. The greatest philosophical exposition of this is Emily Bronte's novel Wuthering Heights. In trying to comprehend this mystery, Aristotle is once more a better guide than modern thought. The density of things which alone composes them is elusive, since it only ever arises along with the shapes of things, their forms, ida in Greek, which are entirely abstract and abstractable, and can thereby become the thoughts of those things themselves in the realm of mind or psyche, in which our individual minds mysteriously arising from our brain/body interaction with the world participate. That these forms are reducible to mere sensory evidence, as for Locke and Hume, is shown by the synesthetic phenomenon of common sensing, to which Aristotle, after Plato, also drew attention. The fact that whenever we imagine a hour, we at once link its appearance with its sound and feel and smell, and that this associative capacity ax even our sensory sight of a hour, reveals that sense is always shadowed and enabled by the imagination, Coleridge's primary imagination, such that sensations make sense only because together they convey to us integral forms which only mind and sense can comprehend together through imaginative mediation. Therefore, in perceiving the analogical structure of external reality we also reflexively grasp the analogical or convenient, as Aquinas put it, relation ship that pertains between intellect and being as mediated by the twilight threshold of the imagination, a faculty especially attuned to the sense of the between. But this higher aspect of analogy concerns the transcendental diversity of being as such, whereby it is also the good, the true, and the beautiful, and in its most elevated originating source, God, also the intelligent and the desiring and the discerning. As Eckhart argued, if being as such is also the intellectual, then in a sense, as the highest aspect of being, the intellectual stands before being itself. If God is through and through thought, then his existence is not formally prior to his understanding, as Scotus argued. But thought, as Eckhart also pointed out, is a kind of nullity precisely because, after Augustine, it is intentional. To think something is kenotic, it is to let that thing be and not to try to be that thing, even not to try to be oneself when thinking oneself. Hence we can see color only if our eye is colorless, come to know something only if our mind goes blank and receptive. It follows, therefore, that if God contains all beings within his simplicity, he must be hyper-intellectual and therefore the most empty, such that if God is to become known to the soul, it must be blind. In this way, for Eckhart, God is not so much being as purity of being. This is why he often claimed that a nothingness lies even before being. According to his hyperdomistic formulation, esse est Deus, but one cannot equally say Deus est esse, since all of the divine being must be identi ed with intellectual receptive ity and creativity, which, at the apex of being, is in a sense more than being. Later, developing away from his earlier, sometimes rather one-sided antivoluntarism, Eckhart sometimes declared that the nullity of the divine ground is equally a pure willing, or that it lies beyond either knowing and willing, in an absolute simplicity that is nonetheless crucially hypergenerative of all determinations in its very intermination. This, however, is not at all like Hegel's original nullity. For the latter is a nullity identical with being, given that Hegel thought of being as a univocal abstraction. This null being exists only by determining itself, and thought arises only through rehearsing this process of self-determination. Hence it becomes clear that actually Hegel perpetuates Duns Scotus's malign existentialism, that renders pure in night being a prior logical moment in the Godhead. By contrast, Eckhart is far more genuinely intellectualist than Hegel, the idealist. This is because, for the Rhenish master, intellect was an absolutely primordial reality, whose nullity was not the contradictory nullity of being as such, which must therefore be overcome, but rather the donating nullity of intellect itself, which always canonically lets being be. This is why, for Eckhart, thinking is primarily creative, primarily a matter of giving birth, and why also for him the intelligence of the Father is present only in its giving rise to innate words in the Son, whereas for Scotus, reducing the import of the Trinity, the Father's understanding is complete in itself, and is merely expressed in the Leolim age, which is thereby reduced to instrumentality. It is nonetheless true that Eckhart links apophasis regarding God with the nothingness of thought, whereby the intentionality of thinking, say, NAP. PLE is so exhaustive that the form of apple in thought is entirely an absence of apple that points back to an actual apple. Developing Aquinas here, Eckhart declares that the entire image aspect of a thought, as of any image whatsoever, derives entirely from that which it images. An image of itself is a nullity. In EECT this glosses an Aristotelian theory of knowledge with a Neoplatonic Doctrine of participation, itself radicalized by the notion of creation ex nihilo. Hence God as more primarily intelligence than being is, for Eckhart, also a God whose essence is a kind of nothingness. However, in contrast to Hegel, this nullity applies from the outset equally to the Father as understanding, and to the Son as conceptual verbum. Yet it might still seem that what one has here, as Olivier Billenois suggests, is the bare re-exive self-identification of divine being as pure intellect, such that the void absence of thinking names itself as such. In one sense this is true, yet this must be entirely quali-ed by Eckhart's comprehension of the emanation of the verbum as being at one with the emanation of the positive diverse fullness of the creation, and emanation that expresses and does not negate the paternal creative emptiness, rendering it, also, an intentional plenitude. In this way, for Eckhart's deepest perspective, intelligence and being are co-primordial. In the next section I shall deny Zizek's contention that the ontology of unity is more ultimate in Eckhart than the ontology of birth. Yet by raising intellect to co-primacy with being as a nullity beyond being, Eckhart was able to allow that there is a kind of innate coming to be expressed by the idea of the divine Trinity, without attributing to the passionless God any real change. God, as it were, echoing ere Eugenia, eternally creates himself. In terms of Eckhart's Trinitarian metaphysics, it can be seen that the transcendental relationship between being as a transcendental and intellect as a partial and yet higher transcendental, convertible with being as innate source, but not with being as night, since not all night things are capable of thought, though they are all true, is the most primordial circumstance imaginable. Hence when our minds either contemplate the divine creation or shape human products in a detached, maximally intellectual mode, we participate in the innate original letting be, which is the very essence of goodness. The spiritual co-product of paternal intelligence and leal existence, to the extent that I am close to God, so to that extent God utters himself in me. The more that all rational creatures in their works go out of themselves, the more they go into themselves. So not only do we immediately see the analogy of being when we gaze at the trees in the mist, we also immediately experience as emotional delight the convenient innate proportion that pertains between intellect and being, and is yet more fundamental than being itself. In this ratio lies the most ultimate metexug, and this between constitutes also the most ultimate Trinitarian paradox, since here the original nullity of understanding is only through exhausting itself in the provision of being, while inversely, being is being only through being given, through being creatively understood and permitted to be. And if the divine self-understanding is simple and intuitive, then it makes perfect sense that we most of all participate in this through sensory intuition. Via the senses we intuit being, via sensory, mental coordination we intuit the innate connection between being and understanding. This is the natural situation which prevails especially for children. Yet we take the world to be like this only through the operation of right desire, hence, even in the primordially given, a secret judgment is already at work. Because a judgment has already been made implicitly, it is possible for us to judge otherwise. And perversely, according to the assumed veracity of the original, paradoxical vision, it is possible to favor the dominance of the univocal, equivocal, or dialectical, and thereby to abolish reality as it appears to us. And because of the inevitable onset of increasing adult reaction, one more and more requires an explicit judgment to be made in favor of the analogical. This judgment can be made only by a metaphysical speculation that is prepared to concede an NAL reality exceeding what we can grasp and an inable analogical proportion. Within being, as also between being and the intellect and between night and in night which we see and feel but cannot comprehend. It is in just this way that, as Chesterton discerned, a Catholic metaphysics is the guardian of the most ordinary, which includes the most poetic, experience. Christianity, paradox, and dialectics. So far, I have argued that our ordinary experience is paradoxical, and that this can be denied only at the cost of denying its reality. This is a very Chestertonian argument, defending the extraordinariness of the ordinary. It is quite different from Zizek's materialist Hegelian argument, which wishes to denature the ordinary by rendering it merely ordinary and then claiming that there is only the ordinary with the exception of subjectivity, but we will come to that later. His attempts to enlist Chesterton to this cause as if paradox tended toward dialectics are not convincing. For Ches. Turton, like Augustine, was so astonished by the oddity of everyday reality that he found it very easy to believe in the existence of ghosts and fairies, magic and miracles, as he indicates in several places. Indeed, he considered these realities to be a matter of popular record, and their denial to be a product of undemocratic, elitist skepticism and intellectual snobbery, as a common-sense conclusion. Such as those which we come to about sex or about midnight, well knowing that many details must in their own nature be concealed, I conclude that miracles do happen. I am forced to it by a conspiracy of facts, the fact that the men who encounter elves or angels are not the mystics and the morbid dream ers, but Sherman, farmers, and all men at once coarse and cautious, the fact that we all know men who testify to spiritualist incidents but are not spiritualists. Chesterton's argument here that certain things can be plausibly supposed to occur which are nonetheless inaccessible to generally surveyable evidence, or predictability, is concise, witty, and brilliant indeed. It is clear that if Lacan and Zizek have stopped believing in miracles, they have equally stopped believing in sex and midnight. This is the only point where Zizek is in substantive exegetical error concerning Chesterton, but his error is nonetheless understandable. For Ches. Turton indeed considered that modern non-religious people were too hasty in invoking the supernatural, simply because they had not long enough dared the bizarre character of the everyday world and had ceased to think of it as the divine creation, and so worthy of wonder. Similarly, he thought that they were liable to believe in any old novel superstition, whereas the older folk beliefs, while recognizing unknown forces, also placed them within a logical and religious worldview. So he was well disposed toward elves, but dismissive of spiritualists whose account of the afterlife was sentimental and incoherent, and incompatible with Christian orthodoxy. He was also suspicious of spiritualism's pseudoscientific character and attempts to summon spirits at will through absurdly domestic mechanical procedures. But this does not at all mean that he denied the reality of the genuinely interruptive and surprising miracle, nor even the reality of certain magical communications, never simply reducible to technique, between mind and matter. The point is, rather, that he thought these to be scarcely more astonishing than what occurs all the time. But is the claimed truth of Christian revelation better presented in terms of a paradoxical or a dialectical logic? Does it announce the coincidence of the ordinary with the extraordinary, or rather a necessary journey through extraordinary illusion, which nally leaves us in an ordinary forever alienated from the extraordinary, even if we can console ourselves, as Zizek does, with the thought that this is the most extraordinary thing of all? Let us examine this. Issue with respect to the theological topoi mainly considered by Zizek those of Trinity, creation, and Christology. The theological authors whom Zizek cites are in particular Eckhart, Kierkegaard, and Chesterton. In all three cases one can say that these authors tended to search for the overall logic of Christian belief, and were radically orthodox in the sense that they tended to accentuate its aphoretic features and come to terms with them by suggesting that this overall logic is a paradoxical logic. The same can be said of Eugenia and Nicholas of CUSA, and in the 20th century, of Henry de Lubac. All these thinkers appear to push Christian teaching to its problematic limits. Yet their radicalism is essential for orthodoxy in the face of probing critiques, especially those of Scotists, nominalists, and rationalists, who fail to reckon with the idea that there might be a peculiar Catholic logic, with its own speciae but justiable assumptions. One can well say that the writings of Maximus the Confessor, Saint Augustine, and Thomas Aquinas represent more balanced and diverse syntheses which can continue to correct the sometimes one-sided or too narrowly focused emphases of these radicals. And yet the radicals are today essential insofar as they push to required extremes certain themes already clearly adumbrated by the three great synthesizers. Their attempt to endear common logic throughout Christian belief ensures that doctrine is not reduced to a random series of revealed declarations, and that a Christian understanding of reason can be presented in continuity with a rational comprehension of the role of revelation. Following Zizek, accordingly, I will pay special attention to Eckhart, Kierkegaard, and Chesterton. With respect to the Trinity, Zizek's historical perspective is eccentric and inadequate. He considers the history of this doctrine in terms of three moments, which are the Eastern Orthodox account, according to the 20th century lay Russian theologian Vladimir Lossky, Meister Eckhart, and Jacob Boehme/GWF Hegel. These three Trinitarian moments correspond, according to Zizek, to three historically ecclesiological moments, just as Hegel's unfolding Trinitarian logic corresponds phenomenologically to certain secular historical moments. Hence orthodoxy stands for the mediation of organic tradition which permits a hazy unity between the individual believer, the Church, and God. This would seem to be a bit like the initial stages of the logic of essence in Hegel, or in phenomenological historical equivalence the time of paganism, which orthodoxy for Zizek still echoes. A sleepily assumed becoming blends particularity with transcendence. The Roman Catholic phase, on Zizek's account, sounds by contrast more like the later reactive stage of the logic of essence, in which transcendent source and posited particularity are at once more distinguished from each other and yet linked in terms of origin and how that origin expresses itself. This corresponds historically to Hegel's account of medieval Latin Catholicism, a phase, supposedly, of more extreme alienation of the transcendent deity, and yet more codified and institutionalized understanding of mediation. Again, roughly in accordance with Hegel's understanding of how reaction unfolds. This alienation, according to Zizek, reaches a much greater extreme with the Protestant Reformation, since God now becomes remote and inscrutable and at the same time only qualitatively expressed in terms of what he has ordained via revelation. An earlier sense of participation in the inner life of God is here lost to view. Zizek considers that this extremity of alienation is necessary, because it nally allows one to see that the divine source is void and is only in what is created, though this is really not created at all, it is, rather, self-emergent from nothing. It was Hegel who nally saw this and brought Reformation to completion. Hence, as we have already noted, in the Science of Logic Hegel says that creation ex nihilo is only pictorial language for the philosophical truth of the emergence of beings from being, which is nothingness. So the conclusion of the dialectical process is here the absolute separation of the one from the many, which favors mainly an equivocal outcome. Each and every believer, for Luther, or citizen, for Hegel, is in immediate touch with God, and nally is God. In respect of the believer's or citizen's symptomatically incurable subjectivity. To intrude Zizek's Lacanian note. This NAL stage of atheistic Protestantism regarded as true Christianity responds to Hegel's logic of the notion and historically to the modern state. An economic market, in fact, to the liberal end of history. One might object here that Hegel speaks of both the church and the state as the realized notion which embodies an absolute coincidence of idea with reality, free at last of any ideal alienation. Yet once again, as we have already seen, Zizek is an astute reader of Hegel. This is not really organicism, because the logic of the notion, whereby the divine source is only in that to which he has given rise, such that there is no longer any reactive tension between source and product, is echoed in the relation between a church and its members or a state and its subjects/citizens. The state ensures the coincidence of idea with reality not because it is, as a whole entity, a mysterious ideal thing to be worshipped, but rather, because it is nothing but its citizens who ascribe to laws, just as the economic market is nothing but the players of an economic game which they have invented. Just as, within the logic of essence, it seems that God has posited beings, so likewise within an alienated politics it seems that it is the sovereign which accords subjecthood. And it is remarkable, as Zizek notes, that so many standard renderings of Hegel speak as if he remained at the level of this logic. But according to the third and conclusive logical stage, the logic of the notion, beings themselves are self-posited in a pure positivity, and it is they themselves who have presupposed God as their original source, though at the non-alienated end of the process they come to see that the most ultimate presupposition is really just their own self-positing. In a similar fashion, it appears at RST to human beings that they are legitimate by the state as a mystical, divine reality, but in the long term they come to see that the state is something which they themselves presuppose in the very act of positing. The state, like the capitalist commodity, is Asian, yet as Zizek rightly notes, it is not thereby an illusion concealing a deeper truth, rather, it is Asian necessary to human civil existence. The only collective house which humans can and must inhabit is a pretend one. It is here that Zizek is at his most perceptive, and in a way which relates to the heart of his project of a saving of the subject through a nihilistic version of materialism, to which I have already referred. It is at this point also that his theory of religion embodies a Hegelian modification of Marxism. Religion is not so much, as for Marx, a meta-illusion which disguises the necessary illusions of the state and the commodity as, rather, a primarily necessary human illusion which allows human subjectivity to come into being at all, and then further permits the necessary illusions of state and market to be realized. Since, Zizek argues, in materialist fashion, all there is materia. Determined processes, such that the human being is only body and brain, the human subjective sense of a free exception to the state of affairs is an invocation of the not all which is the contingency of the material totality itself, an excess over its determinate logic which, Zizek argues, is now detected by physical science at the macro and micro margins of physical reality, and which I, like Hegel, have already argued can also be registered by everyday experience. Referring to the way in which, for quantum physics, The same reality can be indeterminately described in 2D errant and mutu ally incompatible registers. Zizek speaks, as already mentioned, of a parallax logic governing all of reality, beyond mediation. This clearly corresponds to his reading of Hegel in terms of a NAL total rupture between the one void and the many positive instances of reality, besides the equivocal incompatibility between instances of the latter. All that he can empirically appeal to here, however, is the immanence of this phenomenon and the impossibility for science as a properly univocal discourse to imagine any mediation in a seemingly impossible situation. Yet it remains possible for poetry to claim to discern and elaborate paradoxical mediations and so to save reality, which is the aim of science, in a way no longer possible for science itself. Perhaps raising the question of whether we now need a new sort of poetic science. It also remains possible for theology to construe parallax phenomena as the mark of the relative non-reality of nitude and the way in which it is sustained in its depths by the innate. A night thing may be at once impossibly both a wave and a particle, because at its deepest point of interiority, where it ceases to be merely itself, it is both and neither, just as for Nicholas of Cusa the minimum night thing coincides with the maximum night thing. In this way, Zizek's atheistic reading of the not all remains arbitrary and preferential, as he might possibly concede. Yet it is indeed a kind of parody of the theological view that human beings are in the image of God, and herein lies the relative seriousness of nihilistic materialism as against Anglo-Saxon materialist materialism. For both views, theological and nihilistic, human subjectivity, which wanders the earth as an even more detached, vagrant surface, recovers on the surface of reality itself something of its ontological depths, and brings this to bear beyond, and sometimes against, any merely material fastnesses. For the atheistic variant, as expounded by Zizek, the idea of free rational subjectivity as lying beyond the all cannot be RST of all merely imagined and inhabited, because even such imagination and inhabitation already assumes its reality. Humanity simply is the shin, therefore it cannot knowingly commence the shin, but must have always already presupposed it. It must initially erect, and not project, as with Feuerbach, this subjective reality as God, as something real, because it is more original than phenomenal appearances. Only with the passage of time can it reappropriate this necessary illusion, by coming to see how subjectivity is merely humanity's own rendering of the not all, by which self-shunning it alone exists as humanity. Hegel, and then Zizek in his wake, had the further insight to realize that initial alienation is repeated in immanent terms in the case of Christology. Human beings cannot RST of all generically reclaim subjectivity or person ality for themselves, just as they must RST of all, and fully so in the case of Christianity alone, which is why this religion is the NAL absolute truth of religion for Hegel, Lacan, and Zizek. See God as personal, so also they must RST see a single revered individual as fully personal, with an exceptional excess of natural, aesthetic, ethical, and religious life over the law, in the case of Jesus Christ. Though whether this requires Christ's real as opposed to supposed historicity, Hegel may not be entirely clear. Even the pure immanence of subjectivity as only human must RST be presupposed, because subjectivity as self-directing and exceptional cannot be, by definition, a general theory, but only an experience, only the speci relation by someone which others later repeat, deherently. There has to be a RST real human subject, and the theory and reality of subjectivity can only be a recounting of the beginnings of this subjectivity and of continued intersubjective deity to this origin. This is why the supposition of naive atheists that the West can leave behind either Christology or ecclesiology is worthy to be greeted only with ironic laughter. Zizek is right to intimate that in this regard Kierkegaard, in philosophical fragments, to a considerable degree merely builds upon Hegel, though he fails to ask, unlike Badiou, just why one should prefer a nihilistic deity to any old subject, Christ as the pathetic failed clown, etc., over a positive deity to Christ's specificity, which was, bizarrely, both tragicomically absurd and triumphantly glorious. If one specific person is required in order to commence subjectivity in general as the necessary illusion of the subjective, in order that there might be the subjective, then why should it not be the case that this commencement was possible only as true, paradigmatic subjectivity which conjoined nature to the imagination of something supernatural? This question, as the discerning reader will realize, connects obliquely with my earlier one about how a nihilistic materialism can really account for the phenomenon of consciousness. Finally, Zizek sees that this pattern of supposed positing reversed into presupposition occurs for a third time in the case of church and state. It is imagined that through the church Christ's personality is mediated to us. But later we come to see that we are all, in our own immediate right, sons of God. Yet once more the presupposition in its illusory form could not have been avoided. However, in this case the priorities of individual and general are reversed. Subjectivity had to commence with one single subject, but we all later become subjects by assuming that subjectivity is also a general human norm. Since, nonetheless, subjectivity stems from the grace of God mediated by Christ, this generality must be conserved by an institution and by its legal sacramental norms. And even once it is seen that we are all sons of God, and that the Church implies through its pictorial visions the real community of free persons, this notion must itself be presupposed and, in fact, must always be presupposed in the institution of the state, whose laws alone accord and sustain a natural human freedom for all. Once more, Hegel does not escape the biopolitical, because this imminent presupposition remains with the aporia of a nature that is real and active only when accorded a legal status. From the above we can see how Zizek's meta-narrative of denominational progression ts into the Hegelian meta-narrative of the necessarily presupposed development of Christianity into its own atheistic truth. However, Zizek's account of denominational progression is not very historically convincing, and the facts really do not tee any dialectical mold. In some ways I am a British empiricist. Eastern Orthodoxy was not a stage before Latin Catholicism, but from quite early on a parallel phenomenon. In many ways both can be described in terms of an organic immanentism of tradition, but the strong survival in the East of imperial structures led at once to a less sharp division of secular from sacred matters, and at the same time to a more purely mystical and liturgical understanding of the life of the Church. In the West, by contrast, the occupation of a barbarian vacuum encouraged a much accentuated legal and practical role for the life of the Church itself, and it was this, perhaps more than any supposed Roman temperament, though this cannot be discounted, which encouraged in the West the sense of a socially reformist project exceeding the bounds of the legal state. Yet these features do not amount to any essence of alienated papal authority, since the latter emerged gradually and for contingent reasons. Conists in the West between imperial or kingly powers, often invoking Byzantine models, and the papacy led eventually to a strong distinction of sacred and secular, broadly equated with clerical and lay realms. This tended eventually to pervert ecclesiastical legalism into a defense of clerical privileges, and a legalistic approach to the mediation of grace itself. And these practical tendencies of Latin Christendom were compounded by a voluntarist theology, which thought in terms of an inscrutable God mediating his decrees through absolute earthly powers. But there was nothing inevitable about this shift, since the construal of divine subjectivity as sheer free will, unconstrained by reason, is by no means incontestably a pure realization of the personal. Certain statements by Zizek show that he assumes this to be the case, that somehow Christianity points ineluctably to Descartes' extreme voluntarism, for which even the laws of arithmetic are a matter of divine reaction. Within the same matrix lies his scorn for the traditional theological idea that freedom lies only in willing what one should will, namely the good and the true, and that the genuinely free will, willing the good, is a reality entirely determined by the divine will. Yet scorn is out of place here, since one can argue, to the contrary, that a will not guided by a true rational end is unable to distinguish the spontaneous from a hidden blind constraint. Whether in the case of the divine or the human will, only the blend of desiring and reasoning provides a sense of personal character, whereas reasoning alone allows only for an impersonal logic, and willing alone only for a forceful imposition whose arbitrariness is always transcendentally prior to a decreed pattern, which patterning then conveys nothing of what is proper to the willing person herself. To be free, therefore, for an earlier theology, means to participate remotely in the divinely innate fusion of thought with desire, the divinely innate personifying power. And this participation can be at one level entirely the work of divine determining freedom, precisely because God as the ontological and the human as the ontic are not competing on the same ontic plane. But all these subtleties were lost sight of by voluntarism, which had abandoned the sense that reason is the highest kind of living petition, esoterically linked to being itself, and therefore saw willing as an ungrounded act of choice, sundered from the reasoning process. Voluntarism is always the reverse face of rationalism, and the thought that the rational as a closed system may itself be an arbitrary product, transcended by a nihilistic not all, is an inevitably perverse consequence of rationalist presuppositions themselves. There is therefore no reason to suppose that earlier Orthodox or Catholic models of immanent self-government by tradition were inherently unstable, or bound to dissolve, even if they might gradually have developed a stronger sense of the free play of innovation and the capacities of the individual personality. One cannot ascribe this sense solely to the Protestant model, in Zizek's fashion, since it was here dialectically tied to the relationship to a voluntarist God and to an absolutely authoritative, unmediated biblical text. In no sense does this link represent a third, NAL moment in Christian development because, as Michel de Certeau argued, an alien, extrinsic papal authority and an alien, extrinsic biblical authority are rival versions of the same modern religious paradigm, which is consequent upon the loss of the sense that, through the Eucharist, the Church as a whole participates in the historical body of Christ, and so in the divine. Nicholas of CUSA's more pluralistic, dispersed, and democratic sense of ecclesial authority was in fact a humanist reworking of this ancient model, in contrast to the modern, alienated and extrinsicist assumptions of both Reformation and Counter-Reformation. One should ascribe the historical triumph of the modern rather than the ancient model, not to any outworking of a material logic, but, rather, to contingent processes of ideological and political struggle. By not seeing any of this, Zizek remains captive to the myth that modernity is bound to be Protestant, and so in EECT always recommends a Prots. tant version of modernity. And his ecclesial phenomenology is paralleled by his unfolding of its shadow, a Trinitarian logic. Here, eccentrically enough, his three reference points are Lossky, Eckhart, and Boehme/Hegel. Once again, the contrast between Christian East and Christian West is overdrawn, because he accepts uncritically Lossky's account of Orthodox Trinitarian theology, to which few experts would now assent. Basically, the point at issue is that a much later rendering of the refusal of the Lioke, after Photius, as denying any procession of the Spirit per liam whatsoever, is read back by Lossky, as by many modern Orthodox, into the thinking of the Cappadocians and of Maxi Muse the Confessor. Yet in reality they accepted a per liam account, and did not think of the two processions of Son and Spirit as simply given, unconnected mysteries. Already they distinguished the persons of the Trinity by relational position, and came near to the idea of substantive relation later fully denounced by Aquinas. This means that the Christian Orthodox account of the Trinity was concerned with the rational logic all along. This is no mere later Western error, as Zizek implies. This mistake is highly significant, because it tends to gloss over the point that this rational logic is not necessarily a dialectical logic. Zizek hastens onward through Eckhart and Boehme to Hegel as if the Western relational understanding of the Trinity were bound to lead to this dialectical upshot. Here, indeed, he is in negative agreement with Lossky, and many of the modern Orthodox, but the perspective is completely erroneous. For the logic of the Trinity is not dialectical but paradoxical. It is not, as for Hegel, that the Father, taken as origin, is an indeterminate being nothingness who must become, by alienating and denying himself in the Son, and then recovering himself as original source in the Spirit, rst in the essential or reactive sense that the posited realm of sonship is that of illusory being, but nally in the notional sense that there is only alien positing, which commences with the Son, and is then universalized in the realm of the Spirit, which, historically, is the realm of church-state. Instead, for the most classical Christian perspective, as developed from Gregory of Nyssa through Augustine to Aquinas, the Father, in his absolute plenitude as Archie, nevertheless can never even be considered in himself as a rst moment, since this origin is entirely exhausted in the Lil image which it expresses. This does not, however, mean that it is abolished or negated in what it expresses, since the paradoxical logic of substantive relation also operates with absolute symmetry the other way around. The Son, as expressed image, is only that which he images or expresses. It is perhaps no accident that it was an Orthodox Anglican clergyman who invented looking-glass logic, for the logic of the Trinity suggests that the Father is only his image in a mirror, and yet that this image is indeed a mirror image in itself, entirely transparent and containing only its reacted source. My dear one is mine as mirrors are lonely, as another Anglican, W. H. Auden, wrote in his poetic commentary on the Tempest. It might seem, accordingly, as if there is really no original person, the Father, and no person as mirrored image, the Son, but only an impersonal passage of light. However, Trinitarian theology suggests instead that there is still a source and still a mirror, because there is indeed a looking-glass world behind the mirror, a world in which light from the original source continues to travel impossibly through and beyond the mirror's reactive surface, such that there is a strange hidden realm of meta-reaction, born of both the original source and the image of this source. Since their pure relationship can be in turn related to through a further pure relationship, to the Holy Spirit, the poles of the RST relationship are met just as the drawing of a square from a base ensures that the line of the base does actually have too many and is not a mere infinite line that would not be a relation at all. The looking glass world of the spirit is a creative, latently multiple world, because it concerns a reinvocation of the paternal expressive source along with interpretive attention to the expressed image of the Son. Yet in keeping with paradox, the image in the mirror that images only what is shown in the mirror is only the world behind the mirror, while the latter is only the source and its inseparable mirror image, just as the world of dreams, which for Lewis Carroll it represented, in turn is only everyday reality and its accompanying mirrored self-consciousness. But to ask a question which Christian tradition has admittedly failed to ask, could this imply that there is then only an impersonal square of light, which, like the mere passage of light invoked above, would be after all without relation? Does substantive relation always collapse into Leruel's unilateral passage, the infinite line, or the sides of an open square going on and on forever? Here, once more, one must recognize the implicit multiplicity of the person of the Holy Spirit, which the tradition has indeed always recognized by linking it with the giving of grace and with the Church. The squaring, that is the Spirit, requires that the 2 points of the base and the projection of the square from the base, Father, Son, and Spirit, be met through the cubing of the square, and so on ad infinitum into inexpressible dimensions. The Spirit is not just the square, but also all these dimensions. All of them together express only the original relation between the 2 points, that is a line, yet the unity of this expression in the innate world behind the looking glass ensures the reality of the RST relation despite its substantive absolute degree that threatens to abolish relationality altogether. For this paradoxical, non-dialectical logic, there is never any contradiction, con-ict, or tension. The origin rather coincides with its opposite, which is that which the origin generates, while the reverse also applies. As Eckhart puts it, the Father is a speaking work and the Son is speech working. Whatever is in me proceeds from me. If I only think it, my word manifests it, and still it remains in me. So does the Father speak the unspoken Son, and yet the Son remains in him. Likewise, the third, which is the Spirit, is not a synthesis, neither one that favors the univocal source, nor one that favors the equivocal deerrance of the EECT, as Zizek rightly argues, is the correct rendering of Hegel. Rather, it is the confirmation, according to the logic of the condilectio, invoked earlier, that the ecstatic passage between Father and Son is indeed a love between two and not simply an impersonal ash of passage or fusion. But this means that love between two can be confirmed only by seeing that love is contagious beyond the mere claustrophobia of the dyad. For this paradoxical logic, the third is only the two, but the two is only the passage to the third. Therefore the third is a remaining and not a vanishing mediator. The third is the between that always allowed the passage from the one to the two, or the same to the deerrant, even though it is the product of the one and the two, the same and the deerrant. The third, the Holy Spirit, is therefore the principle of analogy, which transcendentally governs the Trinity, and is in a sense the personal expression of the personifying power of the essential interplay between all three persons, which, as I said above, several modern Russian theologians have identified, after the Bible, as Sophia. The Spirit lies analogically between identity and deerrance, yet it allows the univocal and the equivocal their place, since it is itself entirely the upshot of the interplay between them. Yet in the Godhead specifically, because of the presence of substantive relation, there is no dialectical agon whatsoever, not even of the playful variety. The tensional play here is rather that of the dance perichoresis, as the Greek fathers said, and not of the sports eld. No more Olympus, no more Olympiad, but Parnassus persists, now the Muses peacefully triumph over the gods themselves. The logic of the Trinity does not then favor a solemn, serious, and tragic tonic shadowing of real history. Instead, it frivolously invokes a lost or hidden realm of fantastic pure play which interrupts history only at one point, when somehow this light of the fantastic, as the light of the nativity star, manages to break through the natural historical darkness that has demonically concealed it from our view. Zizek, however, fails to be aware of this. He does not realize that the idea that the Father is the Father only in generating the Son through the procession of the Spirit is not first and foremost concerned with the seriousness of a divine relationship to history, nor that it is much more light-heartedly concerned with God's self-joying and the human joy that arises to think that there is indeed first of all and nally such joy, even if it is for us now in time almost totally concealed. He assumes, wrongly, that the real meaning of substantive relation must be that the Father is the Father only as the Father of the incarnate Jesus Christ. Yet the more genuine and yet lighter meaning of this idea is that God in himself is relationship, and therefore is love conceived of as an in-night exchange as eros as well as agape, and therefore in a very un-Lacanian fashion as the in-night transcendental possibility of sexual relationship. It might appear weightier, but is in reality more boring, to suppose that the Son Rst becomes the Son only in the Incarnation. This suggests a serious dialectical becoming of God as he descends into time. But with far greater levity, St. John's Gospel and St. Paul, at least, proclaim that the identity of one human being with God is in fact the disclosure of the Father's eternal paternity of the divine personality of the Son, which alone humanizes this particular human being, Jesus Christ. What is lightly and joyfully disclosed here is not the dialectical identity of God but the eternally paradoxical existence of God as pure relationship, and as thereby able to enter into an absolute personal identity with night createdness. Yet this levity is more serious than seriousness. For, according to Meister Eckhart, in the in-night play between Father and Son lies the paradigm for man justice. He compares the Father to justice and the Son to the just man. If the Father and the Son, justice, and the just man, are one and the same in nature, it follows that the just man is equal to, not less than, justice, and similarly with the Son in relation to the Father. Without the just man, says Eckhart here, there would be no justice at all, since justice must be done. All justice must be expressed justice, performed justice, since justice as a mere idea would not be existing justice at all. In this way he advances beyond Plato, putting forward a kind of pragmatism. On the other hand, and here we see the seriousness of the lonely mirror, he also insists that unless the just man was expressing the idea of justice, he would not be just. Justice must be particular, and so exceptional and distinctive, yet this performed justice must also be recognizable by all, and so universal and reapplicable in its bearing, the communication of the Son to the Spirit. This might portend a deridian aporia. Justice must be an exception to itself, but then it is not universal and just, and so on, but that is but deconstructed dialectic, whereas Eckhart expounds a paradox. In the unique and even exceptional instance, we really do glimpse the ineffable universal pattern of justice. Inversely, this pattern is only its ceaseless expression in particular acts of justice. The just man is the word of justice, by means of which justice manifests and declares itself. For if justice did not justify anyone, no one would know it. It follows from this that when we see the perfectly just man on earth, namely Christ, we see at once the innate particular, the concrete universal, in a sense more radical than Hegel's, and also the innately abstract source of this innate particularity. For Eckhart does not fully expound the Trinity in terms of the ethically and politically just man, but rather deploys the idea of the just man as an imperfect gur for the Trinity. Even in the case of the perfectly just man, Christ, the idea of justice is not cancelled and full led in its performance, as for Hegel, for then we should have only the elevation of the individual will and its specie decision, without exemplarity, permitting in consequence only a literal notion of community as the formal coordination of individual wills, for all Hegel's talk of Sittlichkeit, which in reality reduces to the market's election of specie roles for freely willing individuals, and the reflexive individual celebration of this coordination, which serves as the basis for a certain corporatist tempering of the ex of outright competition. Instead, when we see that justice has been perfectly done in the particular, the idea of justice is all the more a remed as source in its open and mysterious horizon, even though we now see that all this idea consists in is the generation of actual deeds of justice. This is like Hegel insofar as the source is the generation, but unlike Hegel insofar as the generation remains identical with a fully actual source. Hence a Platonism concerning justice is not denied, as with Hegel, but rather redoubled with the Trinitarian notion by a kind of Platonic pragmatism. If justice lies only in the deed of justice, yet the deed of justice must express not just itself but also justice, then there must be an innate deed of justice. Prior to Christ this could be dimly intimated in Schelling's notion of later higher powers in myth that overcome earlier more sinister powers, or more strongly in biblical traditions concerning a hypostasized wisdom that was with God at the beginning of creation. But with Christ's life this innate reality is proved, since by a further paradox the innate deed of justice here coincides with a innate deed of justice that is nally enacted upon the cross, paradoxical justice, in which the innocent criminal judges all his judges. Liberalism, and Marxism, which is but a variant upon liberalism, knows of no justice, only mutual agreement to agree, or, more likely, to der. But justice involves an objectively right proportionate distribution, as Aristotle taught, and beyond this a will to encourage all in their innate fulfillment within their appropriate social roles, as St. Paul taught. Therefore justice is identical with objective social harmony. But this requires that every individual moment of justice rect universal abstract justice in its innate potential of will to further fulfillment of persons, even though this is exhausted by innate practical distribution. As Eckhart began to see, the logic of justice, if it be a reality, is paradoxical after a Trinitarian fashion, for all the virtue of the just and every work that is wrought by the virtue of the just is nothing but this, that the Son is begotten of the Father. If, however, as for Hegel and Zizek, the perfectly just man is sundered from a transcendent Father supposed to be alien, since what is refused here is, basically, the voluntarist and high parentic nobodati, then we do not have any showing forth of justice, but, rather, the RST epiphany of the modern, alienated, and non-exemplary subjective individual. It is for this radical reason that the eternal, immanent Trinity should have priority, as Christian orthodoxy declares, over the economic Trinity, or the Trinity as mediated to the creation in space and time. Yet Zizek, in point of fact, takes the immanent Trinity less seriously even than Hegel, who, as Emil Fachin Heim rightly argued, still takes account of the economic/immanent d'errance. Even if he reduces the immanent trinity to a kind of shadowy eternal logic of the nihil, which in reality operates only insofar as the nihil self exits into the world of nature, as Hegel declares at the end of the logic. Zizek simply states, without argument, that what the doctrine that the Father is Father only in generating the Son must really mean is that God is God only in becoming incarnate. Thus he briskly suggests that it is in Eckhart that one RST locates the real implication of the Latin position on the Trinity. However, this is not an accurate exegesis of Eckhart, who by no means reduces the immanent to the economic Trinity. Once more Zizek reduces paradox to dialectic. But if one does so, is one not left with something relatively banal? Namely, that the immanent is only the economic Trinity, and so God is only the creation itself, or is only a man. Behind the unaided rhetoric of such statements lies mere atheism, for which there is no creation but only a nature, or worse, and no man as a creature in the image of God, but only a rather weird, crippled, but dangerously complex animal, which is Zizek's reduction of Chesterton's famously paradoxical anthropology. But if, instead, the workings of the Trinity in time are also the immanent Trinity, then one has paradox and something much more interesting, because then one has declared, not that the ordinary and disappointing is after all the all, but rather that the ordinary is after all not ordinary, and so is not after all disappointing, if one will but look again. This is tantamount to saying yes. In one sense atheism is correct, there is only this world, but on the other hand, if that is correct, then one needs to take in a much more serious and non-rhetorical sense the idea that this world or the exceptional person within this world is then God. Hence there is only this world can also be logically read as there is only God. Now one way to read Eckhart's radicalization of orthodoxy would be to take him as saying that both pantheism and acosmism are true, or that it is true both that there is only the world, but including worlds of which we may not know, and that there is only God, hence his many extreme statements to the EECT both that, God needs me, I myself can judge God or see all that God sees, and that, in its innermost ground, the created soul, and, indeed, the Augustinian seminal reason of every created thing, is identical with the uncreated deity. However, Eckhart does not leave this as aporia in postmodern terms, or as a vision of dialectical parallax in those of Zizek. He does not say that either God must be nothing or the world must be nothing, and therefore that they both abolish each other, the essence of all postmodern philosophy. Cal-nihilism, which Zizek scarcely challenges. Rather, he says paradoxically, with hyper-double gloriousness, that both alls coexist, even though each of the two is all, since the quasi-all of nitude and the more than all of simple in nitude are on different planes and do not compete, but are somehow able to coexist according to the creative power of the all that is the simply in night. Consequently, in Trinitarian terms, Eckhart does not say only that the generation of the Son from the Father is the same act as the act by which the Father creates the world. When God speaks the word, it is God, and here it is a creature. He also says that the creation of the world is entirely included within the generation of the Son from the Father. God always spoke only once. His word is only one. In this one word he speaks his Son and the Holy Spirit and all creatures, and yet there is only one word in God. His point is that God is the God who freely chooses to go outside himself, and by going outside himself, returns to himself, since he is replete. The more he is in things, the more he is outside things. This means, then, that, God simply is the going outside. Himself, that creation, in its coming to be, is the Divine Son, just as, through perfect detachment, we become God giving birth to God within ourselves. The Father begets his Son in the innermost of the soul. Likewise, in its immanent desire, creation is God returning to himself. But it also means that, God from eternity within himself and before creation is the God who goes outside himself and returns to himself, hence he is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Likewise, when we give birth to God in our souls, it is also God giving birth to ourselves as his sons by grace within his Son who is his Son by nature. The Father begets you with his only begotten Son as not less than him. This is why Eckhart could insist before his accusers at Cologne that he retain the distinction between the Son as the pure image of God and human beings as being created to the image of God. Our identity with divine generation is accorded by grace, and results from the nullity of the image of God in us insofar as it resides in an alien vessel. The total donatedness and dependency of the imago Dei requires that in its heart as image it is one with that perfect imago which is the Divine Son. For this reason Eckhart, following here Dietrich of Freiburg, saw the image of God in us as residing paradoxically in the imageless depth of the soul beyond the actual distinguished operations of intellect and will where Augustine and Aquinas had located a vestigium trinitatis. Yet rather than thereby detaching the theme of the imago Dei from the echo of the Trinity, Dietrich and Eckhart linked it more rmly back to the speci function of the second person of the Trinity as expressed image, always linked to a desiring return to the paternal source in the Holy Spirit. As Olivier Boulnois notes, with great insight, this is subtly linked with Eckhart's reinvocation of a more Dionysian and Eugenian as opposed to a Augustinian view that all access to God, even that of reason, is via a theophanic, mediating work of imaging that escapes full rational comprehension. But one could argue that Eckhart reconciles this view with the Western Christian insistence, in Dialectic to St. Paul's words, on an immediate and complete grasp of the divine essence in the BTC vision, by suggesting that God in his Trinitarian being is in night mediation, in night dense theophany, in night mystery even to himself. Therefore to see as we are seen is to see entirely through that imago, which is the Divine Son, whom we experience beyond imagining, reasoning, and desiring. So although Eckhart expresses himself in extreme terms, none of all this is alien to Orthodox Catholic tradition. The notion of the mystical birth of the Son in our souls ultimately derives from Origen, while Aquinas in his sentence Commentary had already said that the procession of the Trinitarian persons and the act of divine creation are essentially the same, and that the temporal procession only adds a sort of relation to the temporal EECT. What he meant was that God, being simple, possesses only one eternal act, such that his decision to create and performance of creation are included in the outgoing of the Son and the Spirit. Thomas was therefore already aware that the distinction between God and not God is aporetic, and can be thought only paradoxically. This is indeed implied by his key doctrine that God is esse and that night existence is, qua existence, a participation in being which involves a division between esse and essentia, which coincide in God alone. Eckhart simply pushes the implication of this doctrine to the far limit. Only God is in a sense, though he also is not. Since he does not exist, but is to be, again in agreement with Aquinas, and as the intellectual power to be he is in a sense a nullity in excess even of esse. This in addition to Aquinas. In another sense only creatures exist, only they possess mere being, and cannot by themselves originate being as such. God is all in all, therefore there can be nothing besides God, and it is for this reason that Eckhart declares that the existence even of God in the usual sense, as over against us, must be denied. All things added to God are not more than God alone. If, nevertheless, something besides God impossibly exists, then this is because God in himself is an ecstatic, generating God who goes beyond God. The doctrine of the Trinity can then be taken as the paradoxical, non-resolution of the aporia of God's omnipresence, namely, that this renders him all in all and yet all in something that is nightly besides this in night all. In a non-Zizekian sense, God himself is for Eckhart the not all. In the case of the inherited tradition up till Aquinas, however, it would certainly seem that the innity of the divine generation and procession is in excess of the divine creation and return, even though it happens also in virtue of the latter, according to the eternal divine decree which cannot be separated from God's very being. This means that many modern Christian theological accounts of the contingency of the divine decision to create are a bit simplistic, and fail to be aware of the ontological difference between God as esse and mere existences whose being is not their essence and whose contingent decisions are not entirely at one with their power to will or the integrity of their personalities. For Eckhart, however, it sounds more as if creation, with return, and generation, with procession, are indeed entirely coterminous, but differentiated in terms of entirely incommensurable in night and night perspectives. For this not to involve a limiting of God, one seems to require the later Cousin and Pascalian idea of the entirely indinite character of the night creation itself, which, because it is not self-bounded, runs out at its aporetic limits into identity with the simple divine in night. And I think that this radicalism is required by a more rigorous Trinitarian orthodoxy, since God, as simple, gives only once his self-expression and return, that is his entire self, cannot be in real excess of his expression beyond himself and return from this, else God would hold something back from us and therefore would not, of his very nature, be entirely generous. Aquinas already insists that God is more, not less, omnipotent in his capacity to share everything to the maximum possible degree, including being itself, which means that God paradoxically gives creatures a share in existentiality, which is itself the power of self-standing. It is on this basis that God can further paradoxically share with spirits the power of spontaneous free intellection. Eckhart simply takes this perspective to its logical conclusion: nothing that God internally gives does he externally withhold, since one gives re-exively to oneself only by ecstatically risking all one's resources. Only through such outgoing can one of oneself existentially increase. As Chesterton taught, every night act is a kind of limiting self-sacrifice. In the divine case, God's in-night self-limiting is inherently paradoxical and is like a kind of sacrifice that forgoes nothing through choice, since it is the choice of everything, yet still forgoes this nothing because it leaves behind its null security, to take the risk of everything, that everything which, as Chesterton so acutely realized, is still in a way like one country with its own ag, since if we cannot choose the country of our birth, it is all the more the case that we cannot choose the structured everything that is divinely ordained being. This absurd, ineluctable loyalty is, all the same, the most imperative loyalty, since we cannot defect from it, and yet by a further impossibility we nonetheless try to. And this endeavor is evil itself, but we will come to that matter presently. But God's in-night self-loyalty is his continual commitment to giving all away. Traditional Trinitarian doctrine contrasted in-night generation with night Creation. Modern theology and philosophy, grounded in late scholasticism, has either, in its conservative version, accentuated our nitude in terms of an impassable transcendental boundary, Kant, or usurped in niety for the night world itself, Spinoza and then Hegel, in a deherent version of the same thing. But in Eugenia, Eckhart, and Cusanus, we catch a glimpse of a road not yet taken, a radicalization of Trinitarian orthodoxy, which is still more faithful to this orthodoxy. Certainly it is true that Christianity, like Judaism and Islam, posits a God who is transcendent to the cosmos in a way that even Platonism only dimly intimated. This God is no longer the highest aspect of a whole, but inconceivably beyond any whole. To say this, however, is immediately to invoke aporia, the God entirely beyond the totality cannot be merely other. To this totality, as hyper-other he must also be not other, as Nicholas of CUSA put it. The God who is the giving source of everything must be the inner reality of everything, more each thing than each thing is itself, more stone in the stone than the stone, and more man in the man than the man, as Eckhart realized, following Augustine and Aquinas. Since God is simple, one can even dare to say that in a sense he is no more than a stone that we see by the wayside in its verity, which itself is no less eloquent according to Eckhart than a speaking human being, even though the true stone is the comprehended stone, and the stone cannot, at least fully, comprehend itself. Along the lines of such considerations, an alternative Trinitarian motor niety would arm that there is an innate God in his replete immanence, and yet that there is also an innatitude, a boundless mystery within and beyond things, which denies any possibility of projecting Allah can't just how far our knowledge may extend. If it does not, for an act of faith, as Jacobi Sugg jest against Kant, extend participatively to the simple innate, then nothing night can be known either. The indiniteness of night things fades out, as Pascal taught, beyond Descartes, to an actual innity in which things are divinely themselves, beyond themselves. But inversely, as Maximus the Confessor already suggested, God from his uttermost depths is the God who points all the way back to the reality of the stone by the wayside, and the man making his joyful or weary way along the way itself. From all this one can see indeed how Hegel and Zizek are nearly right. Yet this proximity is also a chasm, it turns the images in the mirror that is the world into freestanding images, so shattering the mirror, or pretending to deny that the world is ontologically self-giving or phenomenal and reacting back to us all the way down, even if we can never see into these depths. But the lonely mirror of the world remains a mirror, and only a partial mirror, which still, on pain of sterile and meaningless self-reference, sees itself through conscious spirit as reacting an innate source of creation that is nonetheless self-constituted in the very act of creation, or of self-imaging in the mirror. Because it is aware that the source is mysteriously exhausted in its giving of the creature, and yet that this creaturehood is partial, it also intimates an innate mirror which is the divine Logos. Paradox alone sustains both God and the real ity of the world, so permitting us to search and hope for a meaningful world. At the center of the paradoxical link between Trinity and creation, as we have seen, stands the notion that the self-remaining is also that which statically goes forth. This is perhaps stressed better by Eckhart than by any other Christian theologian, and Zizek indeed sees the importance of Eckhart's consistent emphasis that the Christian God is the God who gives birth. At the same time, he follows Rainer Sherman in arguing that Eckhart is in the end somewhat, for Zizek, too, Buddhistic, since he speaks of a ground of deity that lies beyond the Trinitarian persons. However, this is to ignore the details of Eckhart's statements, as more careful exegetes like Alain de Libera are aware. For Eckhart says that the simple ground is beyond both the persons and the es. Sense, this light, the spark in the soul, is not content with the divine nature's generative or fruitful qualities. This same light is not content with the simple divine essence Gottlich Wesen in its repose, as it neither gives nor receives, but it wants to know the source of this essence. It wants to go into the simple ground, into the quiet desert, into which distinction never gazed, not the Father, nor the Son, nor the Holy Spirit. In the innermost part, there it is more inward than it can be to itself, for this ground is a simple silence, and by this immovability, all things are moved, all life is received by those who in themselves have ratio NAL being. Once more, this is only to radicalize what one can already nd. In Thomas Aquinas, who declared that the distinction of persons and essence is only a matter of our mode of sine cation, since God is absolutely one and simple. Eckhart is therefore speaking of the way in which we can mystically experience the transcendental simple unity of God, which we cannot rationally think. And in the passage just quoted, he continues to maintain that the most still and unmoving is also the most hypergenerative, just as he also explains that transcendental unity is deerrence beyond deerrence, hyperbolic deerrence, which does not inhibit but enables deerrence. The deerrence comes from the oneness, that is, the deerrence in the Trinity. The oneness is the deerrence and the deerrence is the oneness. The greater the deerrence, the greater the unity. Because this is deerrence beyond deerrence. Even if there were 1,000 poor sons, there would be nothing but oneness. Elsewhere he explicitly arms that God in his very ground is the God who gives birth, implying that the arche of the Father is in one sense this ground, for whatever is in God moves him to beget, indeed from his ground, from his being and his nature the Father is moved to beget. Eckhart remains in this way true to the ontological implications of the linguistic triplex via of Dionysius the Areopagite and Aquinas. Attributively or eminently speaking, God is absolutely personal, and is perfected essence. Negatively speaking, he is neither, but causally or mystically speaking, beyond both he is a hypereminent generative unity. Now there is a concealed but crucial reason why it is convenient for Zizek to deny that birth is ultimate for Eckhart. For it permits him to intimate that this cannot really be a Catholic thought, and is only really available to the 17th century Protestant artisan and heresiarch Jacob Boehme. I have tried to show, to the contrary, how the ultimacy of birth can be thought through paradoxically as the coincidence of giver and recipient in the case of generation and creation, and the coincidence of in night and night in the case of the incarnation. However, since Zizek wishes to argue that it can be thought through only dialectically, he favors essentially Gnostic thinkers, Boehme, Hegel, and Schelling, for whom birth implies alienation and the involvement of evil, thinkers for whom birth must be painful, through ontological circumstance and not mere ontological lapse. But it is just such metaphysical misogyny which Catholic orthodoxy alone has always challenged, and Eckhart notably argued, beyond the patristic perspective, that the later emergence of Eve's from Adam's side was not a sign of secondary inequality but, rather, mere roared the equal birth of the Son from the Father in the Trinity, the just live eternally with God or at the home of God, by God not beneath or above. They perform all their works with God, and God with them. St. John says, the Word was with God. It was wholly equal, and it was close beside, not beneath there or above there, but just equal. When God made man, he made woman. From man's side, so that she might be equal to him. He did not make her out of man's head or his feet, so that she would be neither woman nor man for him, but so that she might be equal. So should the just soul be equal with God and close beside God, equal beside him, not beneath or above. Since birth is now in night and painless, and also male as well as female, the female human body destined physically to give birth is raised to equality and to eschatological hope of birth without painful trauma. This is also the hope of equality with the divine source, and so of justice, and in nightly full receiving of the good in an abiding plenitude before and for us, who are the redeemed from a contingent lapse, again beyond trauma. In Boehme, the theses that creation is alienation and that evil has its origin in God belong together. Once Luther had expelled any notion of erotic, angel love from his thoroughly unbiblical account of agape, eros could return within Protestantism only in a dark guise. Hence the relational connection of father and son is seen by Boehme in terms of agonistic tension, of an unbearable burning. Originally there was the paternal freedom of the nothing, which is now something like a pure original void, completely unlike Eckhart's productive nullity of knowing and desiring. So that when a will, somehow, arises in Boehme's void, it emerges as a hunger of unappeasable desire for something other than itself, a desire that is already inherently a tragic lack, as for Lacan, the will seeking to nd something in the nothing nds only nothing, and so is driven to manifest something out of itself as will, which is at once the son and nature, or the external creation. The purity of agape is attained, echoing themes of the Lurianic Kabbalah, only through a further movement of withdrawal of the paternal through the clary-ed light and pure love of the Holy Spirit, back into the freedom and stillness of its original being. The external creation re-ex both the evil of leal burning and the spiritual desire for return to original void purity, and this is manifest in the double violence and harmony of chemical, biological, and meteorological processes, which Boehme describes in terms of a hermetic and alchemical vocabulary. The process whereby the Son endures and nally exceeds in the Spirit the paternal wrath is both manifested and accomplished in the Incarnation and Crucifixion. Through all this heterodoxy runs the simple thought that light derives from thus by analogy the clarity of agape can emerge only by resisting the wrath of eros. It should be noted that this schema is in fact modi-ed by Schelling, who sees God as always refusing evil as the mere possibility of rejection latent in the divine ground, and much more followed through in its implications by Hegel, who indeed renders the creation an alienated fall. What lies behind this strange preference of one strand of modern thought for Gnosticism all the way from Boehme to Zizek? Why is creation now thought of as in itself a fall, albeit a fall that is already curative of an original divine evil? One reason, as Cyril Origen suggests, is that already in Boehme, for all the hermetic dress, there is a new modern drive to theology. Cal explanation clearly present. In this sense also, besides the ontologizing of the agonistic, Boehme is Gnostic, but his exaggeration, after Luria, of Gnostic tropes pushing the origin of evil right back into the original Godhead itself, whereas for Valentinus and other early Christian Gnostics, this was always reserved, has to do with a kind of rationalizing of gnosis, whereby the known secrets of theosophy get more and more explicitly expounded. Boehme wants to fully account for both diverse manifestation beyond the original one and the reality of evil. He concludes that the fullest explanation of the former can be given in terms of the latter, because he supposedly discovers objective reasons for evil as fundamentally struggle, and he explains manifestation in terms of this con-ict. This is why his work fully belongs to the century of the new science and of Thomas Hobbes, and is anything but a quaint archaism. By comparison, as Origen rightly says, Neoplatonism, ire eugenia. And Eckhart spoke of manifestation in terms of the superabundance of good. And this is really not to theoretically explain manifestation or the ground of manifestation in God, but rather to narrate a process of giving, grounded in unfathomable mystery. However, if evil is now thought to be accountable for, then that notion itself derives from a more general modern shift toward the possibility of theodicy and the felt need for such an idiom. Theodicy is a specifically modern project, mostly unknown to the Middle Ages. Hard as this may be for us to believe, this period knew of no problem of evil. For that epoch, as for the earlier patristic one, evil was the impossible denial of one's loyalty to the all, to being as such. It was an act of privation and of self-deprivation, a matter of trying absurdly to be less than one really is. Evil, therefore, had no ontological status, and in consequence did not need to be explained. It was the irrational, by definition inexplicable, since less than the real, which is convertible with the rational. The new outlook of theodicy, by contrast, was boosted by univocal ontologies in the wake of Duns Scotus. In the era when being remained analogical, then a thing could be held to possess the errant intensities of existence. Existence was not, as yet, dened. After Scotus, merely by double negation as that which is not nothing, a circumstance which illustrates the proximity of dialectics to univocity. To exist in a lesser fashion as stones, plants, humans, and angels all do, according to Aquinas, can still be to exist in a proper fashion, to the proper degree. But the participatory framework also allows for the impossible possibility that a creature may perversely lack even the degree of being which it is supposed to possess. Hence the thesis that evil is privation, an absence which distorts the positive, is naturally linked to the analogia intus. But in terms of a univocal ontology, to say that evil in a certain sense is not, seems to run foul of its presumptive existential either/or. If evil is a reality, on the univocal view, then it becomes natural to see it as a positive reality, for example, as an act that infringes the divine law, but has of itself a specificity. Terminate content. This is like seeing robbery, for example, as merely anarchic, without reacting, like Chesterton, that the robber in fact seeks his own, albeit improper, share in moneyed order. But to take the more traditional, privation view of evil is to recognize, with Chesterton, that if anyone at all is to be locked up for public safety, apart from those who threaten our lives and bodies, or else themselves, it should surely be dangerously naive atheists like Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, not mere criminals, since the latter are not questioning the sources of order and nobility as such, and often can pro-er the plea of poverty or emotional abuse. Zizek considers that Chesterton could not take the further step of seeing all law as itself the supreme, but necessary, crime. However, Chesterton was well able to see the criminality of much of modern law as protective of economic injustice and excessive central power. He was simply defending the popular belief as upheld even by most criminals that there is order as such, which marks the difference, as Rowan Williams has recently suggested, between political critique that is nihilistic and political critique that can become newly constructive. Zizek's denial of this would ensure that, after all, the elitist nihilist should get scot-free, while the pathetic small-time criminal is, as Kant, the theorist of positive radical evil, indeed taught, absolutely guilty. Since his crime is not slightly to mistake the good, but entirely to negate through a counter-positive deed, the right of political law which is backed by the moral law. Hence Zizek fails to see that in demanding a further extreme from Chesterton, he does not really agree with him at all. He is not, like the populist Catholic Edwardian, humanistically on the side of the sad little defaulting man, since to be on his side demands acceptance of the privation theory of evil. And if law as such, the very idea of law, eternal and natural law, is also crime, then wherein lies the good for Zizek? Not in an order beyond order, the New Testament counter-law of love, but rather in the self-legislating of the free subject which commands only freedom. This may indeed result in the consensus of all to sustain the freedom of each by respecting the freedom of all. But this, as Lacan recognized, and Zizek agrees, is indistinguishable from the free will of all to bind all, to limit all, including a binding and limiting of oneself. Not Desada against Kant, as an equally possible logic of enlightenment autonomy, but Kant as also Desada, as Zizek rightly concludes. So what Zizek appears to be saying, and this is consonant with the entire structure of his thought, is that all law must be crime, because an arbitrary collective self-binding belongs to the ethical sphere as such, just as evil is part of the dialectic of divine goodness. But, as much as postmodernism, this connes us to aporia without hope of real political change. By contrast, the Catholic privation theory of evil oers hope because it sustains belief in a hidden absolute order, beyond and against order. If evil is a positive reality within night being, then one theoretical option is to trace it back to God himself, and this is just what was undertaken by Boehme. But it should be crystal clear from the above analysis that this move does not represent, as Zizek suggests, simply a further progressive unveiling of the implications of Trinitarian belief. To the contrary, it represents a loss of the Trinitarian sense that God is paradoxically a self-giving, and that divine love is as much peaceful erotic exchange as it is one-way agapic donation. We are dealing here with drastically different theological conceptions, not with a situation where there is an evolution to a clearer grasp of the Christian essence. It is for this reason that one cannot see Hegel, the legatee of Boehme, as enunciating the best possible account of the logic of Christian belief. On the contrary, it is clear that it is a heterodox account which actually ignores the possibility of a radicalization of orthodoxy. It also represents something far more conservative than this possibility, because it presents the tragedy of the liberal and politically economic compromise as the best possible human reality. Since Hegel was unable to think the double glory of the paradoxical, his stage of reaction, in which the human mind entertains the idea both of the divine source and of that which the source posits, can only for him result in a skeptical suspicion of the phenomenal world whose existence, by determining the source which is being/nothingness, also gnostically betrays it and conceals it, thereby ensuring that real night being is also illusory being. Yet this is not, as certain soft readings of Hegel suppose, a matter of mere cognitive illusion. To the contrary, several passages make it clear that philosophical skepticism authentically corresponds to the illusory character of dialectical contradiction itself. The process of real becoming, which is all that there is for Hegel, is the outworking of the initial contradiction according to which abstract original, because univocal, being is identical with its opposite, which is nothing. Thus, in becoming, one thing succeeds another, because the existence of a particular thing always dissolves into its inherent nothingness, which in turn must assert its being by engendering another particular existence, and so forth. Yet, If contradiction is the motive force of real becoming, it remains for the strictly rationalist and non-paradoxical Hegel all the same a violation of the logic of identity. And so, in a sense, illusory even though this illusion is really existent, rather like the way in which capitalism and the state are right down to the bottom of their actual reality. What we have here is a kind of parody, counter fight, as Desmond says, of the orthodox Catholic idea that creation really exists, even though it is impossible. Paradox arms the full reality of the impossible and the contradictory, whereas dialectics declares that an existing contradiction, because it is a contradiction, must be destroyed even though it exists. Dialectics is like a civic bureaucrat who says that a bizarre building put up in the town without permission cannot really be there at all because it stands upright without legal warrant, and therefore must be discreetly pulled down at dead of night, to ensure that a bright dawn will reveal that it had only ever appeared to be there, on an earlier day of mists and mirages. In the Nal Hegelian unraveling of contradiction, what remains is univocal formal absence alongside substantive equivocal deerrances a purer positing. That is but a self-positing of the posited, as he indicates. This Nal abolition of mediation bypasses the non-possibility of paradox, and travesties the Christian legacy. So it was not Kierkegaard but, rather, Hegel who left either or as the last word. Certainly Kierkegaard believed that the subjective election of paradox is the non-dialectical choice which we should make for both faith and reason, either this choice, or the choice of nihilism, including the choice of dialectics. But what one properly chooses here is the authentic both and of his paradoxical logic, for which utter sacrificial abandonment of everything whatsoever is also absurd return given that, as with Eckhart, we give up all for the sake of the inexhaustible giver. Lacan and Zizek seek to preserve only the abandonment without the return, thereby perverting the meanings of Claudel in Elodage and Evelyn Waugh in Brideshead Revisited, besides that of Kierkegaard in Fear and Trembling. I have already considered the paradoxical status of creation to some degree. But what is most crucial here is the recognition that this paradox is that of a pure gift. The purest gift gives the recipient herself to herself. This is completely realized only with the idea of creation ex nihilo, which ensures that night existence is gift without remainder, gift without contrast to something other than gift. Univocalist and voluntarist renderings of this doctrine, by trying to rid it of supposedly alien Greek traces of ideas of participation and emanation, ironically end up by putting forward a new variant of pagan dualism. For if night being fully is, since it is not nothing, on its own account, without methexis, then even though it is fully caused by God, its existence, formally speaking, is not created by God, but pre-exists God as an a priori possibility. For Augustine and Aquinas, by contrast, night being was possible even in its very existence, only through a participation in night actuality. The newer view instead grants a certain independent receptive status to the creature, such that, as the possibility of night existence, fully comprehensible as to its makeup in its own terms, without reference to God, according to Duns Scotus, it, as it were, receives from God simply an esciently causal bringing of this possibility into existence. Its actual existence then accrues to it as something belonging to it in its own right once handed over. As non-participative it does not continue to be held as a gift and held on trust as a gift. This permits later scholasticism to conclude that what belongs to the purely natural order belongs to it by necessity or external decree or a combination of both, whereas what belongs to the order of grace is received by or attributed to human creatures purely gratuitously and extrinsically. The assumption now is that gift requires a contrast because it is implicitly assumed that for a gift to be received, the recipient must stand on an autonomous basis that does not depend upon any generosity. Thus in the instance of the creation, univocal self-standing of night being permits a possessive appropriation of the initial gift of creation, which then allows the human creature to receive grace as a gift which she does not really need according to nature, not accidentally. The assumed model here is of the property owner as the one who can alone receive gifts, because he already has all that he needs. The landless pauper, by contrast, can only receive charity, now reduced to modern benevolence, which is but the pseudo-gift of the guilty trying to render a belated justice in meager form under the guise of a dutiful generosity. Applied theologically, this gives us the notion that all human creatures are replete as regards nature, yet like indigent paupers as regards grace, since while the divine gift is not needed by nature, it is needed according to an inscrutable supernatural justice. Divine charity is now therefore reduced to something which justice, in an extrinsic, imputed sense, whether we are talking about the Reformation or much of the Counter-Reformation, in such a way as to present God as being at once a benefactor to which we are beholden and yet also a landlord who must grudgingly render justice to the evicted. The older, participatory theological metaphysic was by contrast based implicitly on the idea that gift can be original, without contrast. Here it is necessary for a radicalized orthodoxy, to try to enter into the collapsed density of Catholic logic, and to see several things at once in panscopic vision, which are normally kept separate. The idea of the Trinity ensures that God is pure giver, pure gift, and pure renewal of gift, without remainder. The notion implied here of personhood and pure gift as substantive relation involves a kind of degree maximum of participation. God the Father shares himself entirely, beyond sharing. As the great 17th-century French theologian, who stood in certain ways in an Echartian lineage, Cardinal Pierre de Birol put it, the Son is entirely independent, like the Father, and so, by implication, of the Father, precisely because of substantive relationality. For if the Son is only a derivation from the Father, who is in turn only the deriving of the Son, then the Son in no way depends upon him. In this way substantive relationality thinks paradoxically beyond the opposites of autonomy and heteronomy, while showing how both notions presuppose a kind of latent struggle for ontological terrain which Trinitarian doctrine refuses. As Jean-Luc Marion astutely comments, Birol has here seen that the idea of emanation gives us the notion of a productivity without dependence, and it is surely for just this reason that the Neoplatonists sometimes described emanation as dosis, gift. What goes forth from itself gives itself, and so, in providing rather than causing, actually sets free in relation to a source, even while sharing something which remains the source, just as we can render a gift our own as gift only if it conserves for us the memorial of the giver. Hence, while creation does not involve the absolute degrees of both receptivity and initiatory autonomy which are exempli ed by the Logos within the Trinity, it still involves in some measure an autonomy that is engendered precisely through heteronymous receptivity, and so sustains in due measure the same Trinitarian paradox. Creation can exist as self-sustaining only because God gives everything to nitude insofar as nitude can receive it. The night, like the Son and the Spirit, is only emanated participation, because this is a strict implication of creation ex nihilo. Any denial of this denies also the omnipotence and omnipresence of God. But emanated participation is also Solute relationality, not reversible absolute relationality, as within the Trinity, but asymmetrical absolute relationality, in which God is not really related to his creation, as Aquinas says, but the creation is only its relatedness to God, its creative source, in its very independence from God and even its native capacity for spontaneity. Such participation or asymmetrical absolute relationality is also pure, since the creature is only a share of the divine being. This share is not, however, a real part, but, as Aquinas says, a quasi-part, since the share here is an independent mirrored copy, and yet the image in the created mirror is entirely given by God, who gives freestanding being itself. The model of gift is extremely apt here, since a genuine giver gives something of himself, and yet something that he has only in the act of giving. The true giver, therefore, both causes to participate and establishes a relationship which is initially asymmetrical. In the case of God it remains absolutely so, and yet by this very circumstance it is paradoxically the case that the recipient, dependent even for her very self upon the giver, must be in herself all gratitude without remainder, on pain of ceasing to be, and therefore makes a ceaseless return to the giver, which he nonetheless does not need, because this return is only the return that he makes to himself, to the maximum degree conceivable. In giving a gift to something which is that gift, God ensures that the most fundamental property of the creature is latently re-exive. Only the giving of this gift to oneself establishes any substance. This does indeed mean, so that Hegel is half right here, that the Christian paradigm for substance is the self-reactive subject, and therefore that the created gift can be fully given only to spirits who thereby mediate the divine gift to inert things and govern the whole created order, whether we are speaking of angels, the world soul, or human beings. The cosmos, since it exists only as gratitude, must render its return to God as a conscious return. Therefore spiritual creatures crown the creation not by arbitrary act, but as a necessary part of the logical, paradoxically logical, structure of creation itself. So as created gifts, creatures also render the return of gratitude. Yet since they are entirely gift, entirely a sharing, entirely an asymmetrical relation, this gratitude is also given to them by God. Although it is consequent upon the initial gift from the night point of view, from the in-night, divine point of view, the reverse applies. Creatures are given to be in order to return to God. In order to return to God through gratitude. Herein lies the greater glory. And if the paradoxical double glory of God is that creatures are also glory ed, also justy ed, then the paradoxical double glory of the creation is that it is not only glorious in its own beauty, but all the more glorious as glorifying its maker. This means that it is less the case that the Dei Kation of human beings gratuitously ensues upon the RST gift of creation than that the gift of creation exists only for, and exists only in, and through, the spiritual return to God made through the liturgical praise of God, the night act of gratitude. The traditional participatory view, as summed up in Aquinas, understood that, if creatures are not self-standing, then there is nothing complete and autonomous in night nature, including especially human nature, which is unaware of its origin. To be grateful for one's creation is to long to know and to be united with the source of this creation, not merely to exercise a polite rational curiosity about where one came from, as Baroque scholasticism had it. In this way, the creature of his very nature paradoxically longs for and somehow intimates what he cannot know by nature and cannot even intimate by nature alone, namely, his supernatural raising to the vision of God and the status of Participated sonship. The created human creature strives to be completed by an end which she can receive only as a further gift. But after this natural orientation to the supernatural was half called into question by Scotism and nominalism, its defense by thinkers like Eckhart, Pico della Mirandola, Cusanus, and later Pierre Birol, tended to radicalize the entire notion. In the case of Eckhart, any separation of nature and grace, reason and faith, the Bible and metaphysics, Christ and reason, is more explicitly avoided than in the earlier case of Aquinas, and this is surely sine cant. As with the more orthodox of the Renaissance thinkers later on, this is not the mark of his rationalization of faith, nor of his relative indifference to revealed specificity, but rather of his attempt to recover an older integralism by intensifying it. Hence, Eckhart carries the Thomist vision of analogy and the natural orientation to the supernatural to a new excess of paradox. Creation exists as RST grace only. Through the further gratuitously given impulse of second grace, whereby the whole cosmos, as for Maximus the Confessor, returns to God in a process that is consummated only through human deication. Thus Eckhart declares that in the work of nature and creation the work of recreation and grace shine out. And for all Eckhart's intellectualism, which he shares with the Rhineland mystical scholastic tradition, from Albert the Great onward, and for all the derivation of his radical doctrine of the Imago Dei from Dietrich of Freiburg. Within this tradition, it is clear that other radical elements in his thinking derive less from this perspective than from a drastic thinking through of Aquinas's metaphysics. This is shown by the fact that, whereas Dietrich adopted an Averroistic position which denied any real distinction between being and essence, so actively seeing existence as entailed by essential denition, Eckhart followed Aquinas's version of the Avicennian distinction between the two, which sees essence as being in potential to the higher form of being. He added to this a distinction and non-coincidence in night creatures between being and intelligence, which ensures that the non-intellectual being of human creatures cannot simply be regarded as de facto subordinate, even if it is so de jure. Accordingly, there are hints in Eckhart that, like Aquinas, and, indeed, Augustine as opposed to Augustinians, he still thinks that the human intelligence can achieve reactivity only via the detour of sensory understanding. Whereas this view was rejected by the far more Plotinian Dietrich. It is the latter, and not Eckhart, who would seem to be the grandfather of the German idealists, and indeed of Heidegger, who does not in reality depart far from their assumptions. Eckhart's radicalism is, in a fundamental respect, more in continuity with Aquinas than with Dietrich's intellectualism, because it depends upon the view that all night existence really derives participatively from God. Possibly in the face of a Franciscan favoring of univocity, the Rhineland Dominican insisted that primordial, univocal being belongs to divine in night being alone, not, as with Duns Scotus, to both in night and night, although in a secondary sense. It can also be found within certain patterns of consistency and pre-established relationship in the night which underlie and allow causality of all kinds to operate. He cites the mutual ordering between form and matter, and agent and passive recipient, which ensures an overwhelming dominance of the communication of like to like. As in the case of Desmond, Eckhart allows for regional univocity. In particular, Eckhart argues that the Trinitarian relations exceed relations of mere causal dependence because the divine being is university ocal, and all true causal relations are hierarchical and analogical. Thereby he outmaneuvered Scotus by strictly lining up the Franciscans' preferred concept for distinguishing God, namely in niety, with the preferred Thomist marks of Recognition, namely esse ipsum and simplicity, though one might well ask here whether Eckhart's paradoxical account of the Trinity should not qualify what univocity means, when seen in innate terms, with the idea of innately perfect image as a kind of hyperbolic analogical exactitude. If an admitted primacy for the univocal now lies in the innate, then night being as hierarchically causal, analogical being can in fact be seen as still more strictly dependent and, in fact, as paradoxically borrowed from God, in whose possession it always really remains. However, Eckhart also states that when we are justified by Christ, we become one with divine justice in a univocal sense. This, though, is not a scatist univocity between the innate and the night, but a univocity which results from our absolute conjoining to the innate through grace. One can certainly say that, for Eckhart, a night thing equally is and is not, and inversely that God, as Eckhart already declares, is the negation of negation. In a sense he is more truly nothing than the nothingness of the ex nihilo. God must be understood in these terms because he is one, a term which, while it does not qualify being in the way that the transcendental's true and good do, is not only, for this reason, closer to being, but also the purity and core and height of being, insofar as any relative non-being entails negation, and thereby diversity, and therefore being, in refusing any such negation, can be understood at its height to be the negation of negation, which is transcendental unity. Being, in knowing no exception to itself, knows no diversity. Therefore it is unity, and it is unity which holds being to be being rather than vice versa, even though unity adds nothing to being and is not therefore beyond being in a Neoplatonic sense. But this is not really a turn away from analogy to dialectics, as we have already seen. For in maintaining a certain conjunction of being and nullity both for creatures and for God, Eckhart is accentuating the paradox of coinciding opposition that was always latent in the notion of analogy, which recognizes a phase between identity and deerrance, yet not as something which could be shared out, section by section, between the univocal and the equivocal. Hence, in speaking mainly of the vertical analogy between God and creatures, Eckhart claims not merely that the pivotal exemplary pole of analogical comparison is in God, but also that all the true ontological modes of night things, which are remotely like this pole, are in God also, and that here, moreover, they are all inalienably equal with each other, relation at one with substance, the nat at one with the soul. Yet it is possible to nd near equivalence of these statements in Aquinas, as we have already seen. The logic of the angelic doctor's own account of divine naming requires that God is more like creatures than they are like themselves, and therefore that they of themselves contribute nothing whatsoever to their own ontological identity. If God is nonetheless, as both Aquinas and Eckhart agree, innately more unlike creatures than he is like them, then this dimension arises because eminence is always negatively quali ed hypereminence, see note above. Eckhart merely brings the analogical tradition of the Dionysian triplex via to its implied paradoxical conclusion by asserting that the modes of the things said to be like God lie in God as esse, and yet that God as openly receptive and generative intellectus is a nullity that exceeds all our affirmations. In one sense this arms in a cosmism. Yet as we have already seen, this is equally balanced by a pantheism allowed for by the ultimacy of the principle of inner divine birth. Between the two poles lies no dialectical shuttle of mutual abolition, but rather a positive paradoxical tension wherein the pantheistic is always the cosmic and vice versa. A natality that is neither infanticidal nor parricidal governs this paraontology, refusing the tragic principle Sipple of intergenerational hatred unto death, the theme of much, if not most. Tragic drama King Lear, the seagull, and so forth. The ruling principle of this philosophy or theology, which is derived directly from the Thomist real distinction, is the paradoxical superaddition of the most inward and essential. In continuity with the ideas of the Neoplatonist Proclus, who proclaimed, in passages cited by Thomas, that the highest cause always works within things more inwardly than lower causes. Thus the esse of God gives existence to everything and is the existence of everything, even though existence is the enigma most proper to each separate reality. Again following Aquinas, but with more accentuated paradox, Eckhart sees this principle as operating also within ontic reality, and also in terms of the logic of supervening grace. Accordingly, Eckhart declares, implicitly against the Avicennian tradition and Duns Scotus, that within ontic reality the entire substantive reality of the matter/form compound derives from the higher reality which is form, such that matter is not a kind of quasi-form which could potentially exist on its own, proter potentia absoluta dei. Similarly, within any substance, its unity, coherence, and holding together derive entirely from the whole and in no wise from the parts. The latter are parts at all only by participating in the whole. This means that the form of even a night substance is always single, and there are no latent multiple subforms, as for Scotus, which would always permit the absolute power of God to break up the integrity of any night substantive reality, inorganic or organic. Moreover, for Eckhart both quantities and qualities are suprad to things. A mixed body is quanti ed by quantity alone and also quali ed by quality alone, such that a white shield receives its white existence, insofar as it is white. From whiteness, it has absolutely no whiteness of itself. And insofar as it is a shield it returns nothing to whiteness itself. This insofar is an important quali-cation, since Eckhart is not suggesting that there is a property of whiteness floating about in the nightly metaphysical ether. Rather, this is implicitly a participated re-ex of the Trinitarian paradox. Just as there is paternal justice only in the just Son, so there is whiteness only in white things like the shield, yet this whiteness all arrives from a mysterious, invisible palette that is elsewhere, since nothing in a shield as such gives rise to whiteness, and there is nothing about whiteness that connaît it to tincture ing the surface of a shield. In this manner Eckhart, in a remarkable fashion, but one that is anticipated by Aquinas, sees the principle that all existence is borrowed as a gift from God, as distributed downward along an entire series of existences by the borrowing of forms, qualities, quantities, and wholes throughout the entire structure of night reality, a thing as a whole, with all its parts and properties, holds the same existence totally from its end alone as from a nal cause alone, from its form as from a formal cause, and from its matter passively or receptively. It is important to stress these hierarchical, anti-materialist, and non-Darwinian aspects of Eckhart's ontology, because they show how he cannot be easily recruited for any lineage that leads straight to the modernity which we happen to have. It is, rather, Scotus who suggested a univocal democracy between in night and night, form and matter, whole and parts. On the other hand, as with the modern political process itself, the dethroning of the old metaphysical establishment by Scotus merely ushers in new class of more willful hierarchies, and ensures the ontological dominance of sheer size, the in night, and might, the power to sunder and rearrange any apparent integrity. By contrast, Eckhart is in a way the red Tory who radicalizes the old establishment itself, by elevating the divine monarch out of sight and so into Kenotic proximity. And surely this, not Hegel's mystical and misty ed liberal ism, is what the nativity of Christ proclaims. Since all derives from a topmost source that is above any conceivable ontic height, and so deeper than any ontic depths, everything is equal in relation to this ontological summit, thereby relativizing all merely ontic degrees. In a sense, as Eckhart declares, a stone proclaims as much of God as does a man, it simply cannot articulate this. And even within the ontic degrees, the same conservative radicalism is at work. All the parts of a thing are equal, since all contribute to a holistic unity are toenails as much as our hearts and brain, for example. And matter, by existing only through form, exists uniformly through this borrowed dignity, through a kind of kenosis of form which permits matter to retain her negative mystery. After Aristotle, and not to be denatured into a quasi-form. For the latter idea, while appearing to allow matter to exist in its own right, in reality turns matter into lesser form and thereby idealizes it. Hence Eckhart's stricter dualistic hylomorphism is in reality more materialist than Scotus's pressing toward a leveling of matter with form that really tends toward a formalist monism. And surely this is the most materialist one can be? If matter is held up by form, which is itself held up by the divine esse, then one has the sacramental glory cation of matter instead of the reduction of all to mere matter, which turns out always to mean some sort of vitalist doctrine of rare and ideal force. Like Philip Pullman's dust. Materialist materialism is simply not as materialist as theological materialism. Eckhart, therefore, put forward a metaphysical democracy of an alternative kind to that of the Franciscans, whose ideas in this respect have also shaped modern political thinking. It follows, then, that an Eckhartian political agenda would also be different from our inherited norms. Here we have only fragmentary indications from Eckhart himself. We know, however, that he refused the extreme proto-individualism of the Franciscan-inspired spirituals of his time, who rejected any necessity for order or hierarchy in the ecclesial or secular realms. This, one could say, was tantamount to refusing a burgeoning contractualist version of democracy, since the contract is the only thing that can distill order out of an individualist anarchy. Yet at the same time, Eckhart in EECT proposed an alternative kind of democratic leveling that is linked with his mystical sense of the equality of everything in relation to God, even though an ontic inequality remains. As with the New Testament itself, this combination implies more than a merely formal or interior equality. Hence, perhaps in quali cation rather than rebuttal of the Augustinian Ordo Amoris, AC, according to which there is hierarchy in the loving imperative, based on the gospel principle of loving most the closest, who is the neighbor. Eckhart suggests that, from the mystical perspective of identity with God, one should love all equally. Such a principle of equal concern for all which can only be socially realized, since it is unattainable for the isolated individual working by himself, implies a radical extension of social welfare. And this implication accords with Eckhart's double stress on the practical and on justice. In the RST case we end confirmation in the ethical register of the ultimacy of birth in Eckhart's ontology. Going inward to attain contemplative unity is not, for Eckhart, the NAL goal, as it never is, for all authentic Christian mystics. To the contrary, the attainment of perfect detachment, or a kind of refusal to let contingent circumstances alter one's fundamental abiding mood of openness to God, is a way of allowing the divine love to come to constant new birth in one's soul, and so of proceeding ecstatically outward toward others. The emptied soul is also the fertile soul, the soul open to performing God's will as its own and so of acting creatively, which means precisely to act without egotism, although still with personal distinctness in fact for the rst time. With personal distinctness, see below therefore, if God is to make anything in you or with you, you must beforehand have become nothing. Eckhart's stress upon detachment as the supreme human virtue meant that he repudiated any specific spiritual ways or paths. No discipline or routine or method is ever recommended by him, and in this respect he can be sharply distinguished from the late medieval devotees of the Imitatio Christi, and so forth. If Eckhart clearly sought to close the gap between the laity and the religious elite, then he did not do so in the name of a new, proudly but lightly read pious bourgeois humanist elite, because more than once he insists that the highest mystical knowledge of Christ can be attained while working at an ordinary job or enjoying oneself in an ordinary sensuous sort of way. For detachment is a practical via negativa. And yet Eckhart is not even recommending a negative path as the way, albeit a trackless one. To the contrary, he famously insisted that one was more likely to be closer to God by getting on with one's business or pleasure at the board or by the hearthside, when people think that they are acquiring more of God in inwardness, in devotion, in sweetness and in various approaches than they do by the reside or in the stable. You are acting just as if you took God and mewed his head up in a cloak and pushed him under a bench. Whoever is seeking God by ways is ending ways and losing God, who in ways is hidden. Even detachment is not a specific counter-practice but simply an existential stance. And this stance is not for its own sake, but for the sake of creative unity with the Divine Father who brings to birth in night rational acts in the Son through the Spirit's power of love. Thus Eckhart notoriously contradicted an entire history of exegesis by suggesting that Martha had no need to envy Mary, because her better part was not the integral human role of loving service, which instead was being performed by Martha. The democratic implications are obvious. Not that there should be no more contemplative ladies and serving girls, the alternative is really what we have today: women who shop and women who work in degrading impersonal labor till they drop, but that the latter group represent the dignity of labor, which is the highest dignity of all, and therefore worthy of honor and proper reward and good treatment by others. By contrast, the theorists of no hierarchy in principle always end up promoting systems in which the lowlier social roles are accorded no dignity as roles, since dignity has been alienated to the abstraction of the individual as such, and therefore the treatment of people in such roles, cleaners, waitresses, etc., always degenerates in real ity, as has duly occurred. And the idea of detachment as such also had for Eckhart a directly democratic bearing. For it is in and through detachment that we attain an attitude of justice which is one of equal concern for all. Thus it is that along with any perfect good all good things together come from the act of giving birth. Justice is begotten and born in the just person from the unbegotten justice as the sun, the Father's brightness. This is not the moderntion of such concern, as though this were really attainable for a single human being. Rather, it is the impossible and paradoxical adoption of the divine point of view, for since God is the innate creator, he can genuinely identify himself with the imperative love all, since he alone can realize this imperative. For a innate person to identify with this impossible imperative is tantamount to a commitment to change in anticipation of the Eschatten. It means never being satisfied with existing practices of charity, and remaining constantly open to further helping those to whom one is close, and endlessly extending one's own circle of proximity, though not so widely that we betray those with whom we are most intimate. In so doing we participate in the life of the Trinity, which Eckhart notably and unusually tried to explicate in terms of the paradigm of justice, as has already been discussed. The Father is abstract justice, but this is a reality only because the Son is like the realized just man. If God is just, then this is because he is internally an innate realization of justice. For such pragmatism, as we have already seen, there is no justice before it is enacted, but on the other hand justice can be enacted only because it expresses an open, innate horizon of justice which even an innate fulfillment does not foreclose, because this horizon is itself innate. Hence the innate spirit of justice both remains and reemerges in paradoxical excess of even the innately all of the innately just logos. Hence to become mystically one with God is to become caught up into the innate rhythm of detachment and fertility. Even to see justice, we must have already started to perform it. And yet in performing it we must continue to see it, and even to see it in excess of our performance in order that we be spurred to further realizations of the just. This is Eckhart's account of justikation by faith. It can only be by faith, and yet it must make us really just, which is much more simply, profoundly, and consistently Catholic than most of Luther's renderings of this doctrine, even if, at his best, he came close to Eckhart's understanding of the matter. Before and beyond Luther, Eckhart had managed to bring justikation center stage, but in the genuinely Pauline sense of real social justice, and yet at the same time in a way that insisted, more drastically than Aquinas, that we can be just only by a faithfully detached openness to receiving Christ within our souls, which must, of course, be by grace. See further below. The politics implied here is ceaselessly revisionary, but it does not make the ontologizing mistake of imagining that the divine perspective can be utopically put into practice all at once, or can ever be entirely displayed within innate structures. To understand how we can read Eckhart as pro-airing an alternative modernity and a road not taken, we need to dwell further upon the ways in which his promotion of an individual will toward equal love and justice is both like and unlike the recommendations and practices of the modernity which we actually have. I have already said that for Eckhart the imperative toward justice as equality requires a relationship with, and even an identity with, God, in a way that is not exactly true for Kant, and even less true for the way in which Kant has been read by secular thinkers. For if we simply submit to this imperative as human beings, then either it remains a merely formal regulative ideal, which we can never realize, such that the consequent practical vacuum is in reality led up with utilitarian calculations and brutal power relationships. Or else one has the utopian endeavor to realize the divine imperative here on earth in the name of some human group, an attempt which will always result in a terroristic attempt to realize the impossible through innately detailed enforcement of an ever-expanding blueprint which must necessarily substitute for divinity. Similar considerations apply to Eckhart's extreme statement of identity with God, according to which we can judge God, exercise power over God, and so forth, as much as the other way around. Again, this is not a modern Kantian or Hegelian doctrine of human autonomy, according to which man is substituted for God. Rather, it is a paradoxical doctrine of divine human identity which cuts both ways. We are identical with God only because God, following Augustine, is our own deepest identity. For Kant, and even Hegel in his wake, we are autonomous because the innate will is univocally equal with the innate divine will. This view is already established in Descartes' Meditations. But for Eckhart the individual human capacity to judge in one's own right is attained only through analogical and paradoxical identity with the divine innate will, which alone is fully free because it innately, and therefore securely, chooses always the good. That human autonomy is for Eckhart also always, paradoxically, heteronymous is shown most clearly in the Christological aspect of his account of human selfhood. When I was discussing the paradoxical logic of the super added as the essential in Eckhart above, I mentioned that it applied also to his account of supervening grace, as well as his account of the ontological/ontic proportion and the inner structures of the ontic, form and matter, whole and parts. This is shown most importantly in his Christology, where, in logical accordance with his embracing of the Thomist real distinction, he also espouses the view of Aquinas that there is only one divine esse in the incarnate Son, not two existences in night and night. The latter was the position of Duns Scotus, among many others. Just as all night existence is borrowed from God, the existence of matter is borrowed from form, the existence of the parts qua parts is borrowed from the whole, and the existence of particularized qual ity from quality as such, white shield from whiteness, so also Christ's human existence is entirely derived from the divine person of the Logos by which he is enhypostazized. And in this instance the borrowing is more than participation, but amounts to full identity. I grant that in the man assumed by the Word, there is the one personal hypostatic esse of the Word itself, and yet Christ was truly a man in exactly the same sense as other men. This means that Christ was a fully integral human being, the RST since the fall, only by virtue of the fact that he was a divine person, and that the goodness of divinity completely accrued by grace to his human nature. Eckhart states clearly that it is only by the extension of this grace, through ecclesial sacramental means, to other human beings that they attain to real personhood, and to the rebirth of Christ within themselves, when they abandon their individual human personhood and themselves put on, by grace, the personhood of the divine Son. God assumed human nature and united it with his person. At this point human nature became God because he took on human nature and not a human being human personhood and human esse. Therefore, if you want to be the same Christ and God, abandon all that which the eternal Word did not assume. The eternal Word did not assume a man. Therefore, leave whatever is a man in you and whatever you are, and take yourself purely according to human nature. Then you are the same in the eternal Word as human nature is in him, for your human nature and his are without difference. Thus I said in Paris that in the just man is full LLED whatever the Holy Scriptures and the prophets had ever said of Christ. Henceforth, human autonomy is attained only through a sharing in the most absolute degree of heteronomy imaginable, namely, the paradoxical circumstance that the only true human being who ever lived was not in fact a human person at all, but a divine one. Thus in Eckhart what can appear to be the substitution of man for God is in reality predicated upon a drastic substitution of God for man. This is Kierkegaardian paradox, not Hegelian dialectic, for both autonomy and heteronomy equally hold true. It also follows that, while Eckhart's talk of the birth of God in the soul can appear to have little to do with the historical incarnation, this is far from being the case. For because this birth is always by grace, it is somewhat akin to Kierkegaard's notion of reduplication of Christ's life. Since, as Kierkegaard pointed out, the incarnation of God involves a paradoxical coincidence of in night with night, this is not a truth that can directly appear in non-paradoxical night terms. So much so is this the case that, in reality, God can appear only incognito, in a kind of playful disguise. Yet clearly, were this incognito absolute, as Zizek appears to imply, since his Christ is but a stuttering man, no recognition could take place. So even if the upshot of the incarnation is that we now see God as fully there in ordinary life, unqualified by law, this can rst appear to view only through an event which combines the extraordinary with the ordinary. This is exactly what Zizek fails to see. Thus Kierkegaard says that indeed miracles were necessary in order to indicate the extraordinary, and Chesterton points out how Christ is presented as behaving in a superhuman and very ethereal way in the Gospels, even though this is interwoven with sudden switches into another mode where he appears as utterly human and even as subject to quite childish tantrums. As Chesterton prodigiously for his time suggested, this ts with the way the New Testament fuses the man, Latinate sense of domestic welcome and respect for childhood, and for women, with the Hebrew sense of the sublimely apocalyptic. But Kierkegaard rightly says, echoing Augustine, that a miracle is only a sign that has to be interpreted, and therefore that it remains a merely ambiguous indication which is still indirect, like the seemingly direct statement. Christ was God itself, which inverts into indirection since it has no plain sense that we can comprehend, but rather indicates the impossible. Every indirect statement requires interpretation, therefore for Kierkegaard we can acknowledge Christ in theory only by reduplicating the incarnation in a practice which itself retains a certain indirection in its linguistic dimension. In his later recognition of this dimension of apostleship, Kierkegaard starts to see how even our pointing to Christ remains enigmatically self-referential after the habit of Christ's own discourse, and so he begins to grasp the ecclesial aspect, which remained hitherto more or less denied within his thinking. The idea of the repetition of Christ in our own lives as sustaining indirection helps in the interpretation of the Eckhardtian link between the incarnation and the birth of Christ in the soul. This birth is by grace and by virtue of a John Milbank sacramental transmission, and yet because of the inexpressible paradox of the incarnation, its representation must be through a repetition that is non-identical, and therefore also springs from the unique personality of the Christian follower, which the grace of Christ's divine personhood transmitted through his humanity allows to arise in its fullness. And this new personal manifestation of Christ itself expresses more the enigma of one's own true personality than it communicates any representable truth. With respect to this issue of Christological redemption, Zizek is right to say that nothing like a penal substitution theory of atonement is to be found in Eckhart, but then such theories arose only from Luther onward in any case. Previous Catholic theories, including that of Anselm, never, if one reads carefully, suggested that an in-night God could receive any night tribute, since this would have negated Christ's aseity, and pre-Reformed theology was governed by principles of metaphysical rigor. Rather, they all insisted that sin, as necessarily night by definition, locks one into nitude, and so further into structures of death and sinfulness. This can be overcome only by the entry of the in-night into the night and the paradoxical identication of the in-night with the night. Zizek suggests that a revelation that there is only the night, and that this is somehow in-night, permits the night of itself to overcome, or somewhat quixotically to overcome, evil. But traditional doctrines of the atonement held together and intention the view that nitude must indeed extract itself from its contingent self-binding, and yet that it cannot do so by definition, once it has denied its ontologically constitutive relationship to the in-night and so also denied itself. The practical paradoxical solution to this aporia is the incarnation, wherein the night, through perfect action in time and through suering perfectly its own fault by dint of personae kation through the in night, by the eternal Son, at last overcomes that fault. Eckhart indeed says little specifically regarding the atonement. But traditional theories, as just explained, saw not just the action on the cross but the incarnation itself as resolving the aporia of sin. Here the perfect suering of the cross is but one aspect of an entire action whereby the night is restored to full existence in time through its paradoxical conjunction with the in night. And it is this entire mysterious dynamis which is then sacramentally communicate through the Church's OCES. But already, before the Reformation, much later medieval theology tended to reduce the saving aspect of Christ's life to the action upon the cross. Eckhart's derivation of all proper human personality from Christ's divine personality, as just described, implies precisely a radical version of the traditional view that the incarnation as such is an atoning work, since for Eckhart human beings can be restored to their true selves only through Christic grace. At the same time, grace is not for Eckhart merely a contingently added topmost layer to reality. If it exemplifies the principle that the suprad is paradoxically the essential, then this is because it most of all exemplifies the following principle: as supremely unnecessary gift, you shouldn't have. It is also the most absolutely necessary thing of all, but in retrospect. Without this, what would I have done? These statements hold true for Aquinas as well as for Eckhart, yet in Eckhart's case they are established with more Christological directness. As with Aquinas, humans were created for Eckhart in order to be Dei ed, therefore creation exists for the sake of Dei cation, which is by grace, since the higher cannot serve the lesser. In this sense, for both thinkers, grace is also cosmological, since the cosmos is created for the existence of intelligence, and it is only immanent intelligence that holds the cosmos together. But for Aquinas, the incarnation, at least in the historical form in which it occurred, is an emergency remedy for sin, even if it was decreed and enacted eternally, on account of God's foreknowledge. And even if the upshot of the glory of the divine humanity far exceeds the circumstance that occasioned it. For Eckhart, on the other hand, as for Scotus, the incarnation would have occurred even without the contingent interruption of sin. But Eckhart's reasoning to this conclusion is not scotistic in the slightest. For the Franciscan, by an Anselmian argument, only God can oer adequate glory to God, since he refuses the paradox of Dei cation, failing to see that there is no true Christianity without this. The German Domini Ken, on the other hand, acknowledges that in night glory can be given back to God through Dei cation that achieves paradoxical identity with God, through Christ. If, unlike Aquinas, he considers that this grace would always have been the grace of Christ, even without the fall, then this is because he thinks that even the return to God that is Dei cation, although it can occur, ontologically, assuming there had been no fall, without incarnation, should not be lacking to God in his very nature, rather than as mere tribute to God, if God is, in Pauline terms, to be all in all and, as God, should be all in all. For this reason, in words preserved for us from his lost Quaestio on the metaphysics of the incarnation only by his accusers, Eckhart writes, from the RST intention the word assumed human nature, that is, this nature in Christ, for the sake of the whole human race. By assuming that nature in him and through him, he bestowed the grace of sonship on all men. Sermon.B makes it clear that our participation in the eternal birth of the Son from the Father is from all eternity by way of the descent into Mary's womb. Moreover, because the latter birth, which is an emergency measure in the face of sin, fulfills the universal process of incarnation which would have occurred anyway without the fall. The incarnation of God in Christ is identical, by grace, with the birth of the Son in the soul. Eckhart gives an example which belongs to the world of Grimm's fairy tales. Suppose that there were a mighty king who had a fair daughter, whom he gave to the son of a poor man. All who were of that man's family would be ennobled and honored by this. The example shows that Eckhart still clearly distinguishes between birth by nature and birth by grace. He goes on in the same sermon to declare, that is what the text means with which I began. God has sent his only begotten Son into the world. You in practical, personal terms must not by this understand the external world in which the Son ate and drank with us, but understand it to apply to the inner world. As truly as the Father in his simple nature gives his Son birth naturally, so truly does he give him birth in the most inward parts of the Spirit, and that is the inner world. Here God's ground is my ground and my ground is God's ground. Here I live from what is my own, as God lives from what is his own. One can infer from this that Eckhart's view that there would always have been an incarnation process even without the incursion of sin is tantamount to a practical resolution of the aporia of the impossibility of the existence of the creation as only God and yet also as not God. As we have seen, this implies that God in himself is more than himself, and even that he is what he is not, namely, the creation. This could well suggest a dialectical tension that needed a univocalist resolution after all. But incarnation, on Eckhart's reasoning, far from confirming dialectic, decisively rejects dialectic in favor of paradox. God is eternally within himself also what he is not, namely the night, since at one point, which by grace is every point, the night has been eternally conjoined to his logos. In terms of its character, the elusive shape of its enigma, or in other words its personality which is not, after all, its own personhood, but instead that of the Divine Son. In the end, according to the strict logic of a hyperbolic orthodoxy, creation, Dei-Kation, and incarnation are all identical. The Eckhartian view that the incarnation is an eternal reality, regardless of sin, doubly confirms that the cosmos exists in its perfection, as manifesting the perfection of God as all in all, only through second grace. The natural and necessary therefore exists by virtue of the supernatural and gratuitous. And, in consequence, as Henry de Lubac realized, the creation is incomprehensibly paradoxical, since it is constituted by the fact that what need not be constantly outweighs and proves more essential and necessary than what must be more necessary than necessity itself. The same view also moves still further away from any mythological notions, rightly despised by Zizek, that God responds to the emergency of sin by coming up with a cunning plan, the kind of theology that appeals to second-rate Anglo-Saxon athletes. For it can now be seen that evil is also a sin against the remedy against sin which is always already there. In rejecting the absolute dependence, to echo Schleiermacher's any phrase, of the night upon the in-night, it also rejects the secret, hidden from before all worlds, as the New Testament teaches, personal unication of the night with the in-night. This ensures that evil is not simply tragic, requiring the sacrifice of the God-man himself, in order to suer evil perfectly, and so surpass it, but also comic in a way that should be to Zizek's taste. It is comic because, in impossibly denying the constitutive dependence of the night upon the in-night, it fails to see that the in-night as in-night does not exclude the night and so, simply as in-night, will be bound to conjoin to itself the night, which it can do in only one specie instance. Else it will not have resumed the real experience of the night, given that the night most of all exists as conscious experience of itself. In this respect Zizek is precisely right. To be all in all, God must also be, beyond even Hebraic sublime otherness, the specifically exceptional in time, thereby establishing, against the old law, which is the law of sin, the law of true human life, paradoxically based upon exception to human law and upon delighty to the criminal death of the one who rst identi at himself as this exception. Monotheism as such demands this, which is why both Judaism and Islam are simply not monotheistic enough, and, when they do not temper their legalism with mysticism, dangerously con God to the abstract universality of law elevated above all specie instances of the application of law. This significantly falls foul of Hart's Trinitarian justice paradox as enunciated above. Hence even the impossible attempt to forego the in-night has always already been undone, even in its very character of illusory being. Since the in-night has from eternity subsumed also the night, it does not let the night go when the night tries to let the in-night go. Instead, the in-night, through its personification of the night, suers in nightly nitude's evil illusion, in a specie place and time, of course, because there is no other way nightly to suer, just as there is no other way for nitude to be subsumed. Finally, this view doubly confirms that evil is merely privative. For now we can see that evil is not merely a partial concealment of the plenitude of the good. We can also see that it is an almost complete concealment of the remedy for evil, namely, divine, human forgiveness, from the very outset. Zizek rightly sees that for justice and truth to be possible, it was necessary that rst of all one man be recognized as God. He sees this far more clearly than most contemporary theologians. However, he should further accept the full scandalon of the New Testament, namely, that this necessity, in its actuality, really is conjoined to the in-night in its own actuality. Exactly why? Because according to his present view, Christianity really means that all we have is only the night, which means any old night, therefore any old vagary of the human will is justi ed. But on the orthodox reading, Christianity means that one spe si night moment really is of absolute in night sine cans, beyond all human imaginings. In consequence, because there is also the actual in night, one particular night can assume a value that it could not were it only the night. And then all other nights can also assume this value through reduplication. But by this token they cease to be any old nights, as with the non-principles of an anarchic democracy. Instead, for a more paradoxical but hopeful democracy, they assume in night value to the hierarchical degree that they pedagogically resume the personality of Christ, deherently, but analogically. This very pattern of resuming is a harmony, and therefore justice, since it repeats a life in whom has always been recognized not simply any old night human life but the very pattern of justice for both time and eternity. On the philosophy of history, the logic of Christianity is therefore paradoxical rather than dialectical. Analogy, paradox, real relationality, the realist recognition of universals that are more than generalizations, all these things can be said to comprise the metaxo-logical, a rational metaphysical discourse that foregrounds this mode bends abstraction back toward the life world, as I tried to explain in section. It also bends reactive language back toward the metaphorical and poetic. And it is this observation that should guide a Catholic approach to the philosophy of history, as was seen in 17th and 18th century Naples by the Enigmatic Gaiambatista Vico. The prehistorical is not by Catholic thought despised, all the way from Vico to Christopher Dawson, in the way in which it tends to be by Protestant reaction, although we have seen how Schelling is an important exception to this. Instead, it is rather seen that both Christianity and a viable reason require a kind of balance between the prehistorical and the historical. For the over-abstraction of reason leads to nihilism and skepticism about reason itself, leaving no basis for a genuine social consensus. This is why Joseph Ratzinger indeed does not want to defend modern scientific reasoning, as Zizek points out, but the latter fails to reckon with the Pope's argument to the EECT that pure reason, left entirely to its own resources, always destroys reason. This is why progress is ambiguous, and if it is inevitable, as Zizek's Protestant meta-narrative assumes, then we are doomed. But a Catholic philosophy of history, as Vico again suggested, rescues us from just that sort of essentially pagan, or Gnostic, fatalism with which Hegel's account of history is still imbued even on Zizek's reading, as I have tried to show. For Vico showed how the idolatry of pagan religion was essentially bound up with a too limited version of the poetic, as compared with Hebrew sublimity along in an insight which he shared with many contemporaries, but developed more radically. Paganism tends to be conned to certain tropes which always operate in the same way and whose mode of comparison is subject to a fully logical grasp, especially reduced metonymy and synecdoche, thereby insinuating a possible manipulation of the divine and the joint manipulation of the human and the divine by faith. Only monotheism allows, by comparison, an openly metaphorical invocation of God, which truly retains the mysterious paradoxical tension of both and so invites endlessly further exploration and does not permit degeneration into the idea of capture of the divine by univocal technique, which often translates into a calculus of blood. For as Chesterton suggested, where polytheistic myth was taken over seriously, where usually, as he rightly said, it was a kind of dream, half believed in against a background of a dimly intimated and yet more seriously true monotheism, its fatalistic and amoral plot lines tended to encourage both human sacrifice to remorseless deities, as in ancient Carthage, and practices of sinister magic. Yet neither does the rule of metaphor, to use Paul Ricoeur's phrase, inversely imply that outside the range of technique there is only the equivocal caprice of the deities or the inscrutable equivocation of faith. Metaphor is instead somewhat like covenant, a denite but open bond that binds both God and the creation, since its mode of comparison cannot be rendered as univocal likeness. Yet abstract reason, as Vico also suggested, in a very Platonic mode, is not the enemy of the poetic but rather its ally, insofar as it is the very vagueness of the abstract concept that keeps alive the sense of metaphoric ambiguity and prevents a mere paganism of poetic language, which insists upon a conventional sense and order of tropical equivalence. One can compare and contrast this with Lacan's categorization of linguistic erotics in terms of metonymy and metaphor, as discussed in section. In this way, reason as metaxological promotes the metaphorical, a active refusal of the idolatrous, accomplished in deerrant idioms by both the prophets and by Socrates, actually encourages the more idiosyncratically creative, just as Eckhart's detachment permits the greater spontaneity of Arie. Son. Yet inversely, as Plato's practice shows, only the qualication of reason by myth and poetry ensures that reason will not degenerate into a pure abstraction that recognizes only univocal and equivocal, plus dialectical, truths. Vico suggests that such pure reason is another mode of paganism, since the chains of ineluctable proof which it alone celebrates, the Stoics are all too like the chains of dogmatic narration which sought to bind the powers of the gods. The entire Bible, but more especially the New Testament, is, like Plato, counter-progressive insofar as it resists the advance to pure abstraction by re-invoking the poetic, yet in a non-pagan way which seeks a positive relation ship to the properly vague abstraction of a non-dogmatic reason, as re-acted in the wisdom literature and the New Testament's post-Philonian engagement with Greek philosophy. The balance is proclaimed with the most paradoxical extremity in the idea that reason itself has become incarnate, which means that the rational is now fully accessible only by the indirectness of a poetic discourse concerning this event. Kierkegaard is the most hyper-rational of all Western philosophers, in realizing that reason exists, if it exists at all, only as this paradox. Catholicity is in one sense this balance which is also the balance between the democracy of reason on the one hand and the esoteric hierarchy of the poetic on the other. Without this balance one gets instead the hidden complicity of the apparent openness of reason with the much more hidden and impenetrable, because senseless, secrecy of willful power. Thus from the Catholic point of view the history of Christendom is not, as for some Protestant perspectives, the gradual distillation of a Christian essence, or the recovery of an essence after backsliding. Nor is anything whatsoever about Christian history inevitable, and both Protestant and Enlightenment historiography have underestimated the romantic role of character, symbol, and event, especially for pre-modern ages which thought, and so acted, in far more concrete and psychogeographic terms. Again, Chesterton pointed this out, arguing that we lack a history which would tell us, for example, the real mass psychological reasons why the Romans won, and the Carthaginians lost, a struggle that logically should have terminated, after Hannibal's heroic endeavor, in the victory of the far more pragmatic and mercantile Carthaginians, who for Chesterton were a supreme example of a Vetian evolution of a sinister sacrificial paganism into a proto-modern aesthetic rationalism. Instead, for a Catholic historiography, the narrative of Christendom is the contingent story of whether or not the balance of reason with poetry has held. This balance renders reason more realistically rational as disclosing a rational, though mysterious universe, and poetry more poetic as non-classically subjective. Where it fails, therefore, both reason and imagination go equally astray. And this is exactly why, as Zizek mentions, Chesterton rightly says that the entire apparatus of the Catholic magisterium was necessary most of all for the deculted defense of reason. But this balance cannot merely have held, here and there. Its holding has to be ceaselessly recreated, and once it has been challenged, more seriously from within than from without, as in the case of nominalism, which began very early, as Chesterton pointed out, in the course of stressing that the hold of Christianity has always been precarious, though it has also been oddly resilient. And, then the balance has to be somewhat reconceived. The work of Eckhart, in the face of univocalist and voluntarist thought, is a good case in point. For all the above reasons I reject Zizek's defense of Hegel's reading of Christianity and of Christian history. From a Catholic and radically orthodox perspective we have not passed definitively into a post-medieval fuller realization of Christianity. Instead we are still living out a certain Middle Ages that is univocalist, voluntarist, nominalistically equivocal, and arcanely Gnostic. It is time that we abandon the paganism of progress and recovered a more authentic Middle Epoch as exemplified by Eckhart's reworking of the Catholic balance in the face of a later Middle Ages that was already thoroughly modern. But the term middle would then be more truly justified by the new creative holding of the balance, which is nothing other than the metaxological to and fro of the absolutely paradoxical. Dialectical clarity versus the misty conceit of paradox. Slavoj Zizek. Materialism, theology, and politics, the terms of the debate. It may appear that, in a theoretical debate, one reaches a dead end when the two opponents are reduced to their basic presuppositions. At this point, every argumentation, inclusive of immanent critique, is superuse. Each of the two is reduced to his/her "here I stand," about which the other cannot do anything. Without relying on his/her own ultimate presuppositions, on his/her own "here I stand." However, a truly Hegelian approach does allow for an option. Here, the one of denying the obvious, of claiming, you say this is your position, but it is not true, you do not have a position at all. That is to say, one denies that it is possible at all to truly advocate the opponent's position, something that resembles the immortal answer of the interrogator to Winston Smith's query, "Does Big Brother really exist?" from, "It is you who doesn't exist." The dialogue between Milbank and me, which, like every true philosophical dialogue, is an interaction of two monologues, seems to oscillate between these two extremes. On the one hand, I am the RST to recognize the authentic spirituality that sustains Milbank's position, the spirituality which is discernible in many of his formulations with which I fully agree. When, for example, he writes that evil is also a sin against the remedy against sin which is always already there, he provides a wonderful formula of the self-referential temporal paradox of evil. And I cannot but admire his precise clarication of how grace is not for Eckhart merely a contingently added topmost layer to reality, as supremely unnecessary gift, you shouldn't have, it is also the most absolutely necessary thing of all. On the other hand, there are many points where Milbank simply attributes to me, or to Lacan, notions and statements that neither of us advocates in any sense. However, the gap that separates us is most clearly discernible in the opposite cases, when Milbank criticizes me simply for what I claim, as if my position is self-evidently untenable. Take the following passage from his reply. God can appear only incognito, in a kind of playful disguise. Yet clearly, were this incognito absolute, as Zizek appears to imply, since his Christ is but a stuttering madman, no recognition could take place. So even if the upshot of the incarnation is that we now see God as fully there in ordinary life, unqualified by law, this can RST appear to view only through an event which combines the extraordinary with the ordinary. This is exactly what Zizek fails to see. But Kierkegaard rightly says that a miracle is only a sign that has to be interpreted, and therefore that it remains a merely ambiguous indication which is still indirect. Of course I fail to see this not because Christ is for me a mere stuttering madman, but because, for me, there is no transcendent Godfather who discloses himself to us, humans, only in a limited way. The reason God can only appear incognito is that there is nothing to take cognizance of here, God is hid. Den not to hide some transcendent truth, but to hide the fact that there is nothing to hide. This is, to my Hegelian view, the whole point of Christianity as the religion of revelation. What is revealed in Christianity is not some new content, but the fact that revelation belongs to the very nature of God, i.e., that God is nothing but his own revelation to us. This is also how I read Kierkegaard's point that a miracle is only a sign that has to be interpreted and therefore a merely ambiguous indication. The Jansenists made the same point when they insisted that miracles are not objective miraculous facts which demonstrate the truth of a religion to everyone they appear as such only to the eyes of believers, to non-believers, they are mere fortuitous natural coincidences. This theological legacy survives in radical emancipatory thought, from Marxism to psychoanalysis. In his, unpublished, Seminar 18 on a discourse which would not be that of a semblance, Lacan provided a succinct definition of the truth of interpretation in psychoanalysis. Interpretation is not tested by a truth that would decide by yes or no, it unleashes truth as such. It is only true inasmuch as it is truly followed. There is nothing theological in this precise formulation, only the insight into the properly dialectical unity of theory and practice in, not only, psychoanalytic interpretation, the test of the analysts. Interpretation is in the truth EECT it unleashes in the patient. This is how we should also read Marx's thesis 11, the test of Marxist theory is the truth EECT it unleashes in its addressee, the proletarians, in transforming them into emancipatory revolutionary subjects. The locus communis you have to see it to believe it, should always be read together with its inversion, you have to believe in it to see it. Although one may be tempted to oppose them as the dogmaticism of blind faith versus openness toward the unexpected, one should insist also on the truth of the second version. Truth, as opposed to knowledge, is, like a Badiouian event, something that only an engaged gaze, the gaze of a subject who believes in it, can see. Think of love, in love, only. The lover sees in the object of love that X which causes love, the parallax object. So the structure of love is the same as that of the Badiouian event which also exists only for those who recognize themselves in it. There is no event for a non-engaged objective observer. This is where Milbank also misreads me when he claims that I suggest that a revelation that there is only the night, and that this night is somehow in night, permits the night of itself to overcome, or somewhat quixotically to overcome, evil. My point here is a much more precise Schellingian Hegelian 1. Evil is not night as opposed to the in night, so that it can be redeemed when it is disclosed that it is somehow in night. Evil is, on the contrary, the in night itself insofar as it entertains a negative attitude toward the night, negating or excluding the wealth of the night content. Or, as Schelling put it, evil is much more spiritual than good. Evil is not the body rebelling against the spirit, but a bleak and fertile spirit which hates bodily reality. There is no goodness without accepting the spirituality that inheres to bodily reality. Therein lies the insouciancy of Milbank's claim that, for the Middle Ages, evil was the impossible denial of one's loyalty to the all, to being as such. It was therefore as act of privation and of self-deprivation a matter of trying absurdly to be less than one really is. Does he not withdraw here from Chesterton's most shattering insight into how Christianity is a sword which separates and sets free? No other philosophy makes God actually rejoice in the separation of the universe into living souls. And Chesterton was fully aware that it is not enough for God to separate man from himself so that mankind will love him. This separation has to be re-acted back into God himself, so that God is abandoned by himself. Because of this overlapping between man's isolation from God and God's isolation from himself, Christianity is terribly revolutionary. That a good man may have his back to the wall is no more than we knew already, but that God could have his back to the wall is a boast for all insurgents forever. Christianity is the only religion on earth that has felt that omnipotence made God incomplete. Christianity alone has felt that God, to be holy God, must have been a rebel as well as a king. Chesterton is fully aware that we are thereby approaching a matter more dark and awful than it is easy to discuss. a matter which the greatest saints and thinkers have justly feared to approach. But in that tarry see tale of the Passion there is a distinct emotional suggestion that the author of all things, in some unthinkable way, went not only through agony, but through doubt. In the standard form of atheism, God dies for men who stop believing in him. In Christianity, God dies for himself. In his Father, why have you forsaken me? Christ himself commits what is for a Christian the ultimate sin, he where in his faith. Or, to spell things out here, is the matter more dark and awful? Then it is easy to discuss not this separation of God not only from the world, but from himself also, in short, the explosion of an unbearable antagonism, of evil, in the very heart of God himself? What can be more evil than a God who is a rebel against himself? How are we to combine this full assertion of a 10 Zion which tears apart God himself with Milbank's claim that, for the Catholic paradoxical, non-dialectical logic, there is never any contradiction, con-ict, or tension? The origin rather coincides with its opposite, which is that which the origin generates, while the reverse also applies. A brief detour through Kabbalah might help us here. Kabbalah locates the origin of evil in divine self-differentiation. The source of evil is the super abundant growth of the power of judgment, which was made possible by the substantication and separation of the quality of judgment from its customary union with the quality of loving kindness. While this thesis may appear pretty common within the mystical tradition, the source of evil is analytic reasoning. There is a further twist to it in Kabbalah. Prior to creating our world, God created multiple worlds which preceded it and disintegrated. These are worlds. Perished because of the overly concentrated power of strict judgment that they contained. However, their disappearance was not total, their ruins. Their underground ideological features remained, so that evil originates from the leftovers of worlds that were destroyed. Evil is thus in itself the proof of the multitude of worlds, a thesis which we should apply, also, to Badiou's precise notion of world. One cannot think evil as a concept within a single world. One has to invoke the clash of the worlds. This, however, should not be read in the traditional, multi-culturalist way. Each world, as a cultural ideological unity, is self-centered and castigates as evil the traces of other worlds in itself. On the contrary, the problem is that this otherness is inscribed into its very core. Let us take the case of monotheism. What makes it evil, destructive of previous religions that it dismisses as pagan idolatry, is not its monotheist exclusivism, it is the so-called monotheist excluding violence itself, which is secretly polytheist. Does the fanatical hatred of believers in a different God not bear witness to the fact that the monotheist secretly thinks that he is not simply getting false believers, but that his struggle is a struggle between different gods, the struggle of his God against false gods who exist as gods? Such a monotheism is inect exclusive. It has to exclude other gods. For that reason, true monotheists are tolerant. For them, others are not objects of hatred but simply people who, although not enlightened by the true belief, should nonetheless be respected, since they are not inherently evil. When dealing with the topic of good and evil, Milbank writes, Zizek is entirely right to say that Sada is not the concealed and subverted truth of Kant, rather, it is a direct implication of the Kantian position. He misrepresents my precise point. Sada is not a direct implication of the Kantian position, but, rather, a direct implication of Kant's failure to follow his position. To the end, the Sadian perversion emerges as the result of the Kantian promise of Kant's avoiding the consequences of his breakthrough. Sada is the symptom of Kant, while it is true that Kant retreated from drawing all the consequences of his ethical revolution, the space for the gur of Sada is opened up. By this compromise of Kant, by his unwillingness to go to the end, to sustain full delight to his philosophical breakthrough. Far from being simply and directly the truth of Kant, Sada is the symptom of how Kant betrayed the truth of his own discovery. The obscene Sadian Jaurisur is a stigma bearing witness to Kant's ethical compromise, the apparent radically of this gur. The willingness of the Sadian hero to go to the end in his will to enjoy, is a mask of its exact opposite. It is this misreading which also pushes Milbank to impute false dilemmas to me, like the following one: but where do Lacan and Zizek themselves stand within this modern moral and sexual entanglement? It seems to me that they are caught between the egotistic imperative of impossible desire, on the one hand, and an ethical regard for the rights of all, on the other. Concretely, this means that my position ends in a deadlock, a forced choice between delight to one's desire and care for others, unlike the Catholic Church. Therefore, Lacan and Zizek recommend the total abandonment of sex for the cause of religion. Milbank's underlying idea is clear: Catholicism enables a harmonious ethical position in which all earthly pleasures have their place as joyful emanations or expressions of the transcendent divine, while, from my extreme Protestant atheist position, I can only oscillate between the two extremes of egotistic pleasures and radical ascetic abnegation, without any possibility of formulating a clear criterion when to persist, futilely and ably destructively, with one's desire, and when, on the other hand, to forbear from this out of loving concern for the other. From my, and Lacan's, position, of course, this alternative is false. Lacan's key result of his reading of Kant is that Kant's unconditional moral law is one of the name s of pure desire, so that desire and law are one and the same thing. In his Kant with Sada, Lacan does not try to make the usual reductionist point that every ethical act, pure and disinterested as it may appear, is always grounded in some pathological motivation, the agent's own long-term interest, the admiration of his peers, right up to the negative satisfaction provided by the swearing and extortion often demanded by ethical acts. The focus of Lacan's interest, rather, resides in the paradoxical reversal by means of which desire itself, i.e., acting upon one's desire, not compromising it, can no longer be grounded in any pathological interests or motivations, and thus meets the criteria of the Kantian ethical act. So that following one's desire overlaps with doing one's duty. The opposition is thus not between the egotist's search for pleasures and ethical care for others, but between unconditional delight to the law of desire beyond the pleasure principle, which can assume the form of delight to a sexual truth, event of love, the form of delight to an ethico-political idea, the form of ity to one's artistic or scientific engagement, and the betrayal of this law of desire on behalf of some pathological goods. Furthermore, when Milbank writes that according to Jacques Lacan, as with most of the postmodernists, there exists, besides the material realm, only the operation of signs which gives rise to subjectivity as an EECT of signification, he imputes to Lacan the basic premise of what Badiou calls democratic materialism, against which Badiou argues and in which he sees the predominant form of today's ideology: there are only bodies and languages. But Lacan does not tee this frame either if for no other reason than because within it, there is no place for the real. Milbank himself admits this. Lacan deems that semiotics must be supplemented by mathematical set theory. And it is this conclusion which already opens up the curious link between nihilism and subjectivity that will later be exploited by Alain Badiou and to a degree by Zizek himself. So yes, I fully endorse the nihilistic mathematization of the semiotic as the only logical materialism. This is why, as Milbank correctly intuits, I am for Hegel against Heidegger. Perhaps what matters to Zizek is that compared with Schelling, and even with Heidegger, Hegel points toward a more consistent nihilistic materialism, since he dispenses with all voluntarism and vitalism. It is along these lines that I agree with Milbank's claim that materialist materialism is simply not as materialist as theological materialism. Yes, if by materialism one understands the assertion of material reality as fully ontologically constituted, really existing out there, which I emphatically do not, the basic axiom of today's materialism is for me the ontological incompleteness of reality. But this, precisely, is why my materialism is not a sad, resigned materialism which appears to suppose that matter is quite as boring as the most extreme of idealists might suppose, as Milbank asserts. Instead of enchanting this material reality by seeing it as interpenetrated by spiritual content, my materialism as it were undermines it from within, just as quantum physics, for example, undermines our common notion of external reality. Beneath the world of simply existing material objects we discover a de-errant reality of virtual particles, of quantum oscillations, of time, space paradoxes, etc., etc. A wonderful world, which, while remaining thoroughly materialist, is anything but boring. It is, on the contrary, breathtakingly surprising and paradoxical. This incompleteness of reality also provides an answer to the question I am often asked by materialists: is it even worth spending time on religion? Ogging a dead horse? Why this eternal replaying of the death of God? Why not simply start from the positive materialist premise and develop it? The only appropriate answer to this is the Hegelian one, but not in the sense of the cheap dialectics according to which a thesis can deploy itself only through overcoming its opposite. The necessity of religion is an inner one again. Not in the sense of a kind of Kantian transcendental illusion, an eternal temptation of the human mind, but more radically. A truly logical materialism accepts the basic insight of religion, its premise that our common sense reality is not the true one. What it rejects is the conclusion that, therefore, there must be another, higher, supersensible reality. Common sense realism, positive religion, and materialism thus form a Hegelian triad. How, then, is this reference to God to be taken? How do we use this term? Literally, so that there effectively is God, divine history, inclusive of God's death, or merely metaphorically, so that God is ultimately a mythical name for a metapsychological process? Both versions are to be rejected. It is, of course, not literally, we are materialists, there is no God, but it is also not metaphorically, God is not just a metaphor, a mystifying express Zion, of human passions, desires, ideals, etc. What such a metaphorical reading misses is the dimension of the inhuman as internal, extimate, to being human. God, the divine, is a name for that which in man is not who man, for the inhuman core that sustains being human. Where does psychoanalysis stand with regard to the opposition between religious enchantment and scientific disenchantment of the world? Science is today's fundamental fact, while religion and psychoanalysis stand for the two reactions to it, the materialist one and the idealist one, i.e., a reaction at the level of scientific discourse. Lacan himself pointed out that the Subject of psychoanalysis is the subject of modern science, and the hermeneutic reinscription of science into the horizon of meaning. We should thus strictly distinguish between hermeneutics, the domain of meaningful speech, and scientific discourse, which articulates what Lacan calls a knowledge in the real. Lacan postulates a life and death struggle between religion and psychoanalysis, conceding that religion plays a hegemonic role in this struggle, since a tendency to domesticate the real by providing a sense of it is part of a quasi-transcendental human disposition. If religion will triumph, it is because psychoanalysis will fail. If psychoanalysis will not triumph over religion, it is because religion is tireless, increastivable, can never drop dead. Psychoanalysis will not triumph, it will survive or not. Religion will not only triumph over psychoanalysis, it will also triumph over many other things. One cannot even imagine how powerful it is, religion. I have just spoken about the real. When science deals with the real, it will extend itself, and religion will end in it many more reasons to soothe hearts. Science means new things, and will introduce many upsetting things into the life of every one of us. But religion, above all the true Christian one, has resources one cannot even imagine. At this moment, one can only observe how it swarms. It is absolutely fabulous. The priests take their time, but they understood immediately where their opportunity lies with regard to religion. Their task will be to provide a sense for all the upheavals generated by science. And concerning sense, they know some thing about it. They are really capable of giving sense to anything whatsoever. A sense to human life, for example. They are educated to do this. From the very beginning, all that is religion consists in giving sense to things which were once natural things. If, thanks to the scientific real, things will get less natural, one will not cease to extract sense from them. Religion will give sense to the most curious experiences, those which start to give to scientists themselves a little bit of anxiety. Religion will provide all this with some juicy sense. In this struggle, the relationship between religion and psychoanalysis is the one between the general eld of sense and its symptom, the point of the intrusion of the real into this eld, and Lacan comes to the sardonic conclusion that religion will succeed in curing humanity of this symptom. For a brief moment, it was possible to perceive something that was the intrusion of the real. The analyst stays there. He is there as a symptom. He can last only as a symptom. But you will see that humanity will be cured of psychoanalysis by drowning it in sense. In the religious sense, of course, one will succeed in repressing this symptom. Religion is made to do this, to cure people, that is to say, to make it sure that they do not note what doesn't go smoothly. Within the eld of psychoanalysis itself, the hermeneutic reaction strikes in the guise of Jungian depth psychology. One can formulate this difference between Lacan and Jung as the one between God is unconscious and God is the unconscious, between the materialist thesis on our beliefs which, though we are unaware of it, persist in our material practices, where we act as if we believe, and the spiritualist obscurantist notion of the divine dimension that dwells deep in our unconscious. With regard to materialism itself, we are today witnessing a paradoxical reversal. In the standard pre-critical metaphysics, Nitude was associated with materialist empiricism, only material night objects really exist, while in Nighty was the domain of idealist spiritualism. In an unexpected paradoxical reversal, today, the main argument for spiritualism, against radical materialism, relies on the irreducibility of human nitude as the unsurpassable horizon of our existence, while it is today's forms of radical scientific materialism, which keep the spirit of infinity alive. The standard line of argumentation is: we should not forget that the technological dream of total mastery over nature and our lives is a dream, that we, humans, remain forever grounded in our nightlife world with its unfathomable background. It is this nitude, this very limitation of our horizon, which opens up the space for proper spirituality. All today's predominant forms of spirituality thus paradoxically emphasize that we, humans, are not free-floating spirits but irreducibly embodied in a real life world. They all preach respect for this limitation and warn against the idealist hubris of radical materialism. Here the case of ecology is a good example. In contrast to the spiritualist attitude of limitation, the radical scientific attitude which reduces man to a biological mechanism sustains the promise of full technological control over human life, its artificial recreation, its genetic and biochemical regulation, ultimately its immortality in the guise of the reduction of our inner self to a software program that can be copied from one hardware to another. It is as if, with this shift, Spinoza's old materialist insight according to which terms like God are false terms with no positive meanings, just terms which provide a deceptive positive form for the domain of what we do not know, gets its NAL confirmation. The religious dimension is explicitly linked to the limitation of our comprehension, i.e., this dimension is not the intimation of a higher knowledge, but the inverted assertion of its limitation. This is why religious thinkers are so fond of what appears as the limits of our knowledge. Don't try to understand the biogenetic foundations of our mind. The result may be the loss of soul. Don't try to reach beyond the Big Bang. This is the point where God directly intervened in material reality. It was Kant who said that he limited the space of knowledge to create the space for faith. These two sides of the same coin are clearly discernible in the work of Andrei Tarkovsky. What pervades Tarkovsky's LMS is the heavy gravity of Earth, which seems to exert its pressure on time itself, generating an EECT of temporal anamorphosis, extending the dragging of time well beyond what we perceive as justified by the requirements of narrative movement. I should confer here on the term Earth all the resonance it acquired in late Heidegger. Perhaps Tarkovsky is the clearest example of what Deleuze called the time image placing the movement image. This time of the real is neither the symbolic time of the diegetic space nor the time of the reality of our spectators' view in the LM, but an intermediate domain whose visual equivalents are perhaps the protracted stains which are the yellow sky in late Van Gogh or the water or grass in Munch. This uncanny massiveness pertains neither to the direct materiality of the color stains nor to the materiality of the depicted objects. It dwells in a kind of intermediate spectral domain of what Schelling called geistige Körperlichkeit, spiritual corporeality. In our standard ideological tradition, the approach to spirit is perceived as elevation, as getting rid of the burden of weight, of the gravitating force which binds us to earth, as cutting links with material inertia and starting to ode freely. In contrast to this, in Tarkovsky's universe, we enter the spiritual dimension only via intense direct physical contact with the humid heaviness of earth, or stale water. The ultimate Tarkovskyan spiritual experience takes place when a subject is lying stretched on the earth's surface, half submerged in stale water. Tarkovsky's heroes do not pray on their knees, head turned upward, toward heaven, but while intensely listening to the silent palpitation of the humid earth. We can see, now, why Stanislav Lem's novel Solaris had to exert such an attraction on Tarkovsky. The planet Solaris seems to provide the ultimate embodiment of the Tarkovskyan notion of a heavy humid stew, earth, which, far from functioning as the opposite of spirituality, serves as its very medium, this gigantic material thing, which thinks literally gives body to the direct coincidence of matter and spirit. A logical materialism has to break with both these features, to get rid of spirit. It gladly sacrifices matter itself in its inert density. The fundamental premise of today's advocates of the nitude of our existence is thus: we are thrown into a world which pre-exists us, which we did not create, and so can never fully grasp, control, or dominate. Whatever we do, even in our most radically autonomous act, we have to rely on the opaque background of inherited traditions and the socio-symbolic texture which determine the scope of our acts. Hans-Georg Gadamer made this point in very vivid terms: the time has come to turn around Hegel's famous formula on the becoming subject of substance, of the subjective reactive appropriation of all our substantial presuppositions, and accomplish the same journey backward from the subject to its substantial presuppositions. This stance has to be located within the matrix of the four possible relations between the two terms. Subjectivist idealists claim that we made our world, and can therefore also fully grasp it, since in comprehending it, we discern in it the traces of our own activity. Scientific materialists in the Enlightenment vein claim that although we did not make this world, although this world is an objective reality with its own independent laws, we can nonetheless understand it, and control and master it. Ecologists mostly share the premise of our nitude: we did not create our world, we are thrown into it, so we should respect it, not merely try to dominate it. There is, however, a fourth position, rarely mentioned and the most difficult to properly understand: we created our world, but it overwhelms us, we cannot grasp and control it. This position is like that of God when he confronts Job. Toward the end of the book of Job, a God who is himself overwhelmed by his own creation. This is what dialectics is about. What eludes the subject's grasp is not the complexity of transcendent reality, but the way the subject's own activity is inscribed into reality. I also think that Milbank misses the point of Chesterton's defense of the extraordinariness of the ordinary. Chesterton, like Augustine, was so astonished by the oddity of everyday reality that he found it very easy to believe in the existence of ghosts and fairies, magic and miracles, as he indicates in several places. Indeed, he considered these realities to be a matter of popular record, and their denial to be a product of undemocratic elitist skepticism and intellectual snobbery. This is the only point where Zizek is in substantive exegetical error concerning Chesterton, but his error is nonetheless understandable. My error is not only understandable, I stand by it, since what I have in mind is Chesterton's reference to Christianity as the best defense against superstitious beliefs in ghosts, magic, and miracles. For Chesterton, the Christian God is the ultimate guarantor of ordinary reality, the exception which sustains the rationality of the universe. A dog is an omen, and a cat is a mystery, and a pig is a mascot, and a beetle is a scarab, calling up all the menagerie of polytheism. From Egypt and Old India, dog Anubis and great green-eyed Pusht and all the holy howling bulls of Bashan, reeling back to the bestial gods of the beginning, escaping into elephants and snakes and crocodiles, and all because you are frightened of 4 words, he was made man. Indeed, as Chesterton put it, if you do not believe in God, you are ready to believe in anything. There is a similar problem with Milbank's diagnosis of where psychoanalysis fails. If, therefore, psychoanalysis can never help you to an adultfulfillment of desire, as Freud partially hoped, neither can it truly cure you of desire. For your Symptomatic desire is not the sign of a psychic disease, it is rather symptom. What you are, and it is this alone which analysis helps better to reveal. Therefore, desire, which cannot be cured, must also be tragically persisted in regardless of the social chaos thereby caused, because the alternative would be a suicidal abandonment of selfhood. In an abstract sense, the RST sentence is vaguely true. It points toward what Lacan formulated as ILNY pas de rapport sexuel. So the question is here simply, which position is true, that of the adult fulfillment of desire or that of its ultimate impasse? However, what follows after, therefore, the consequence Milbank draws from it, is downright wrong. We are back at the opposition between either persisting in desire and thereby causing socio-ethical chaos, or killing, erasing, stealing, the very libidinal substance of ourself. At least two things should be added here. First, Lacan's mature theory, part of which is the notion of symptom, is not tragic but comic. It involves a shift from the tragedy of desire to the comedy of drive. In traversing the fantasy, one learns to enjoy one's symptom. Second, the opposition Milbank construes is undermined by the very basic notion introduced by Lacan, that of objet as surplus enjoyment, which indicates the basic paradox of jouissance. It is both impossible and unavoidable. It is never fully achieved, always missed, but, simultaneously, we never can get rid of it. Every renunciation of enjoyment generates an enjoyment. In renunciation, every obstacle to desire generates a desire for an obstacle, etc. The ambiguity of the French expression is decisive here. It can mean surplus of enjoyment as well as no enjoyment. The surplus of enjoyment is not a remainder of enjoyment which resists no matter how hard the subject tries to get rid of it, but an enjoyment that arises out of the very renunciation itself. This is why, for Lacan, as already for Hegel, there is nothing more egotistically obscene than a radically ascetic renunciation of pleasures. The choice Milbank posits between full fidelity to desire and suicidal abandonment of selfhood is ultimately null. The two options amount to the same thing. Although Milbank makes interesting use of psychoanalysis, his references to Lacan all too often amount to a reading which combines bits and pieces of Lacan into a construction in which it difficult to recognize Lacanian theory. For example, Milbank's claim that the male subject is for Lacan, again for contingent reasons both cultural and biological, initially the paradigmatic subject is, as I have repeatedly tried to demonstrate, emphatically wrong, insofar as, for Lacan, subject as such is hysterical. It is, at its most basic level, sexed as feminine. When Milbank claims that, as a Kantian, I line up law with freedom, but not law with another desire, a transcurrent natural desire for peace and harmony, as envisaged by St. Paul, which no longer requires either prohibitions or commandments, he again misrepresents my position. While I do admittedly reject as imaginary any notion of a natural desire for peace and harmony, transcurrent or not, I no less reject, in a Pauline way, as the ultimate ethical reality the Kantian opposition between law and transgression, sin. Consequently, I fully endorse Pauline agape, which, following Thierry Eagleton, I also translate as political love. As a good Pauline, I claim that law and sin form a vicious cycle, reinforcing each other, so that there is no way to line up law and agape. We attain agape only when we break out of the entire cycle of law and sin. It is sine cant how Milbank misreads my thesis on Hegel as vanishing me. Dieter, Zizek admits a crucial difference between Hegel and post-Hegelian thought, and remains interestingly ambivalent about where his own loyalties here lie. His case is that Hegel was a vanishing mediator who, in bringing metaphysics to a conclusion, also opened up a path beyond the metaphysical. But Hegel is for me a vanishing mediator in a much more radical way than just the last of the old and the rst of the new, precisely because of his unique position on the borderline between the two epochs, the traditional metaphysical and the post-metaphysical. Something emerges with Hegel which his sudden eclipse and the rise of big anti-metaphysicians like Schopenhauer, Marx, and Kierkegaard again covers up. In this sense there is no ambivalence, interesting or not, about my Hegelian loyalties. So when Milbank critically remarks, for if negativity is the driving force of reality, then a process of formally inevitable unfolding must also prevail. This being the factor that Zizek tends to play down, I cannot but agree on condition that the quoted sentence is taken more literally than he himself takes it. A process of formally inevitable unfolding must prevail, i.e., the conceptually determined formally inevitable unfolding is not there from the very beginning of the process, it gradually prevails, and this prevailing is the in itself contingent process by means of which the conceptual necessity, I am almost tempted to say, in an autopoietic way, forms itself out of the initial contingency. In other words, there is no pre-existing necessity that directs the dialectical process, since this necessity is precisely what arises through this process, i.e., what this process is about. This is why I cannot accept Milbank's description of how Zizek's meta-narrative of denominational progression ts into the Hegelian meta-narrative of the necessarily presupposed development of Christianity into its own atheistic truth. However, Zizek's account of denominational progression is not very historically convincing, and the facts really do not tee any dialectical mold. In some ways I am a British empiricist. Yes, there is a necessity, but this necessity is retroactive, it arises as the contingent self-sublation of contingency. And, incidentally, here also we end the key difference between Hegel and the Lukács of history and class consciousness. Lukács is not too Hegelian idealist, but too idealist for Hegel. What is excluded as impossible in the Hegelian space is the Lukácsian historical act of the proletarian subject. A revolutionary act which is totally self-transparent about its own historical role, which performs it and knows exactly what it is doing. This is what Hegel's well-known metaphor of the owl of Minerva ying at dusk critically aims at. For Hegel, understanding comes after the act. There is a minimal constitutive gap that separates the act and the knowledge of its scope. As for the criticism that I simplify the actually much more complex historical development of Christianity, giving too much weight to Losky in the Orthodox tradition, etc., of course empirical reality is always more complex than its underlying notional structure, so that one can always play the game of pointing out what is ignored in the notional grasping of empirical reality. However, for Hegel as a notional antinominalist, the key question is elsewhere. Is the notional abstraction by means of which we grasp reality a correct one? Is it a true concrete universality which generates/mediates the empirical content, or a mere abstraction which reduces the living reality to its formal skeleton? In other words, while Hegel fully admits the gap between notional abstraction and empirical wealth, this gap is not merely a gap between objective reality and our abstract reductive subjective understanding of it, it is, on the contrary, a gap inscribed into the thing, reality, itself, attention, antagonism, contradiction, which triggers the thing's development. As Hegel often repeats, no thing fully ts its inherent notion, and this discord, self-contradiction, is the motor of dialectics. So, along these lines, I continue to claim that my abstraction is the true one. However, to pursue this line of argumentation is a futile scoring of points. I should focus on the level at which things are really decided, what I am tempted to call, in the old inadequate language, the basic metaphysical six Zion of reality that serves as the background of our argumentation. It may seem relatively easy to formulate this difference between our basic positions. A Christianity which fully asserts the paradox of the coincidentia oppositorum in the transcendent God in whom all creatures analogically participate versus the atheist Hegelian Christianity which treats paradox as merely a logical MO. Meant to be surpassed, its stasis must advance toward the dynamism of negative dialectics. So while Milbank advocates a post-secular reenchantment of reality, I claim that we should learn to live in a disenchanted world without wanting to reenchant it. However, Milbank sometimes supplements this pure confrontation of irreducible positions with imminent critique, reading me against myself, claiming that, beneath the Ochale Hegelian atheist Zizek, there is a deerrant, latent Zizek, a Zizek who does not see Chesterton as sub-Hegel, but Hegel as sub-Chesterton. A Zizek therefore who has remained with paradox, or rather moved back into paradox from dialectic. This supplement is necessary, since a pure confrontation of positions is never possible, no formulation of differences is neutral, every attempt to delineate the confronted positions already formulates them from the standpoint of one position. My strategy will therefore be similar to Milbank's, combining three procedures. I will endeavor to formulate as precisely as possible our difference. I will enumerate some points where I see Milbank simply misreading my position. And most important, I will also read him against the grain, arguing for a very strong claim, that our difference is not the one between his Christian orthodoxy and my atheist heterodoxy, since his basic position does not allow for what Chesterton called a matter more dark and awful than it is easy to discuss, the traumatic skandalen of the Christian experience. To put it even more bluntly, my claim is that it is Milbank who is in EECT guilty of heterodoxy, ultimately of a regression to paganism. In my atheism, I am more Christian than Milbank. So let me begin with Milbank's basic vision or experience of reality to which any holistic pagan would subscribe, the opaque background which is the abyssal mysterious origin of everything, and in which the opposites that characterize our phenomenal world coincide. If to be hidden is to be shown, against the background of mist, as including a misty density proper to the thing itself, and therefore to be shown is to be hidden, then this implies not an impossible contradiction that must be overcome, dialectics, but rather an outright impossible coincidence of opposites that can somehow, but we know not how, be persisted with. This is the Catholic logic of paradox of an overwhelming glory, paradoxa, which nonetheless saturates our everyday reality. Milbank is very precise in outlining the cognitive paradox of this scene. It is not merely that the known things emerged against their misty background. Things can be known only insofar as they are embedded in the vague density of their background, i.e., insofar as they are ultimately unknowable. If they were to be deprived of this impenetrable background, they would lose their very reality and become transparent specters of our solipsistic imagination. To accept that all truth is mediated by beauty is once more to remain with immediately given paradox. In this instance the paradox is that we can know only the unknowable, that only the vague density of things grants them at once their specificity and their external knowability, so freeing our claims to understand from the taint of solipsistic self-reaction. Note here also the precise reference to beauty, which has to be given its full Wait, a totally transparent rational structure is never beautiful, a harmonious hierarchical eddy which remains partially invisible, grounded in an opaque foundation, is beautiful. Beauty is the beauty of an order mysteriously emanating from its unknowable center. Again, while I fully recognize the spiritual authenticity of this vision, I see no place in it for the central Christian experience, that of the way of the cross. At the moment of Christ's death, the earth shook, there was a thunderstorm, signaling that the world was falling apart, that something terrifyingly wrong was taking place which threw the very ontological eddy of reality o' the rails. In Hegeli's, Milbank's vision remains that of a substantial immediate harmony of being. There is no place in it for the outburst of radical negativity, for the full impact of the shattering news that God is dead. But, one can reply, this is precisely Milbank's point. To acknowledge such a radical disturbance in of the divine harmony is foreign to Catholicism. It pertains to the Protestant disenchantment of the world which admits a gap between the earthly and the divine, which sees only a cold material reality where Catholicism sees the wealth of a magical universe endowed with spirituality. And this brings us to the socio-political consequences of Milbank's intuition of reality. Milbank advocates a version of alternate modernity whose possibility is embodied in the line of Christian thought from Aquinas through Eckhart, CUSA, and Kierkegaard, up to Chesterton and Milbank himself. In refusing the Protestant narrative of the progress of Christianity from orthodoxy and Catholicism to Protestantism, and then, if one goes to the end, Hegel's atheism, he outlines the possibility of an alternate development. It is easy, for example, to imagine that a more humanist Reformation might have taken place. In 15th and 16th century Spain this had at one stage more or less already occurred, such that, while lay life and piety would have moved more center stage, the species of Reformation and Counter-Reformation dogmatics would not have dominated the European future. Why is it not legit to imagine another Christian modernity that would be linked to the universal encouragement of mystical openness and productivity, rather than the separation between a forensic faith and an instrumentalizing reason? Let us note how this reading implies that history is not a necessary logical/conceptual progress but a contingent narrative with multiple trends, so that it could also have turned out otherwise. Milbank's anti-Hegelian point is that narrative structure refuses dialectics in the Hegelian sense. It is not governed by determinate negation, since this would undo contingency. Against this, Milbank advocates the narratological principle of alternative opposites and multiple dualities, while opening up the space for individual freedom and creativity. This alternate modernity would constrain them to and inscribe them into the only ground on which they can really thrive, and avoid nihilistic self-destruction, that of justice as identical with objective social harmony, as a proportional order of cosmic hierarchic balance, a dimension missing in liberalism and Marxism. Liberalism, and Marxism, which is but a variant upon liberalism, knows of no justice, only mutual agreement to agree or, more likely, to der. But justice involves an objectively right proportionate distribution, as Aristotle taught, and beyond this a will to encourage all in their innightfulment within their appropriate social roles, as St. Paul taught. The dream here is the one of balance between the democracy of reason on the one hand and the esoteric hierarchy of the poetic on the other. Catholicism opens up the space for an alternate modernity in which democratic universality and individual freedom remain grounded in a hierarchic proportional order in which each member is in its own place, thereby contributing to global harmony. A soft fascist vision, if there ever was one. Would it not be more plausible to suppose that one needs to modify paternalism with a greater humility and attentiveness to populist feedback rather than to remove it altogether? Especially as it is clear that, since we are always educated animals, even in order to become language users, the role of the parental in principle cannot be elided. This is the heart of Milbank's Red Tory utopia, a democratic patriarchy in which opposites are reconciled, in which we have market freedom, but within hierarchic harmony, in which we have corporatist democracy, in which we have a secular order organically grounded in the sacred. Protestantism was not a necessary stage on the way toward enlightened liberal market freedom. Burgeoning modern aspects of the Middle Ages, emergency ing both with and against feudalism, can be returned to as having a deterrent potential from the one which liberal democracy has emphasized, a more pluralist, more corporatist, more distributist, more lay religious potential which refuses the modern duality of the economic and the political as much as the modern duality of secular and sacred. Along these lines, Milbank celebrates Eckhart as the Red Tory who radicalizes the old establishment itself, by elevating the divine monarch out of sight, and so into kenotic proximity, since all derives from a topmost source that is above any conceivable ontic height, and so deeper than any ontic depths. Everything is equal in relation to this ontological summit, thereby relativizing all merely ontic degrees. In a sense, as Eckhart declares, a stone proclaims as much of God as does a man. It simply cannot articulate this. It is this balance between ontological equality with regard to the unknowable transcendent God and ontic inequality and ordered hierarchy which enabled Eckhart to remain democratic egalitarian and avoid the extreme proto-individualism of the Franciscan-inspired spirituals of his time, who rejected any necessity for order or hierarchy in the ecclesial or secular realms. This, one could say, was tantamount to refusing a burgeoning contractualist version of democracy, since the contract is the only thing that can distill order out of an individualist anarchy. Yet at the same time, Eckhart in EECT proposed an alternative kind of democratic leveling that is linked with his mystical sense of the equality of everything in relation to God, even though an ontic inequality remains. Instead of the usual, implicit, notion of democratic equality as an appearance sustained by a deeper hierarchic order, we have here a hierarchic phenomenal order sustained by a deeper equality with regard to the unknowable origin. Milbank and D.S. in Eckhart a similar balance between contemplative withdrawal from the world and practical worldly engagement. They are not opposed, as in Protestantism, on the contrary, going inward to attain contemplative unity is not, for Eckhart, the NAL goal as it never is, for all authentic Christian mystics. The emptied soul is also the fertile soul, the soul open to perform in God's will as its own, and so of acting creatively, which means precisely to act without egotism, although still with personal distinctness. Detachment thus enables authentic engagement not only in the sense that it allows us to maintain a proper distance toward worldly phenomena, i.e., that it protects us from getting caught in the worldly whirlpool. Detachment brings us in contact with the unknowable origin with regard to which we are all equal, and it is only with reference to this abyssal ground that we can attain an attitude of justice which is one of equal concern for all. What gets lost here is none the less the very core of democracy, which has to appear phenomenally, to posit itself as such in contrast to all hierarchic orders, the core of democracy which found its most radical expression in Christ's scandalous words from Luke. If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and his mother, his wife and children, his brothers and sisters, yes, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Milbank also waters down the subversive edge of Eckhart's extreme state meant of identity with God, according to which we can judge God, exercise power over God, and so forth, as much as the other way around. This is not a modern Kantian or Hegelian doctrine of human autonomy, according to which man is substituted for God. Rather, it is a paradoxical doctrine of divine human identity which cuts both ways. We are identical with God only because God, following Augustine, is our own deepest identity. But Eckhart's explicit point is, precisely, that this identity does not cut both ways. We are not substituted for God. The gap and asymmetry remains, but an uncanny one. God cannot command us, we command God. It is God's nature to be good to us, so we do not have to be grateful to Him. Such scandalous messages are grounded in the way Christ relates to the Old Testament and its law. He took nothing away from it, and only added Himself to it. This gesture of subjectivization of the source of the law is cruel. It is the secret motive of all obvious change to the content of the Jewish commandments that occurs in Christ. In his famous dialogue with Christian Ity, Jacob Neusner rejected the claim that Jesus merely completes the law. Far from undermining it, his main example is the fourth commandment, which tells a Jew to respect his father and his mother, etc. When Jesus is told that his mother and brothers are outside the house and want to talk to him, he points to his disciples around him and says, "Look, these are my mother and my brothers." Matthew: The sense of the commandment is thereby totally subverted. The Jewish law prescribes the continuation of the rigid social order, with its customs and hierarchy. What is negated is not only the relation of parenthood, but the entire social edicee. From a particular social group, we pass to singular universality. The transubstantiation of the Jews as a particular nation into the universal family of believers is sustained by the emergence of the singular subjectivity extracted from its particular group. What happens with institutionalized Christianity is that it wants to have its cake and eat it. The tension between the particular and the universal is lost. The universal frame of the community of believers turns into a kind of protective umbrella of our particular groups. The disruptive aspect of universality is obliterated. And back to philosophy, it is easy to see how this ethico-political opposition to liberalism is grounded in an attitude to contradiction that differs from the Protestant Hegelian one. For Hegel, contradiction means tension. Con-ict, the violence of negativity, i.e., the Hegelian whole is a whole kept together by the process of internal antagonisms, whereas the Catholic whole is one of divine transcendence in which opposites miraculously coincide, in which the incompatible are at one. We are thus dealing with two completely different ways of ontologizing the contradictory. The medieval thinkers did so in a Catholic, paradoxical, and still analogical, or metaxological, rather than dialectical manner. This means that they did not on the whole take the violation of identity to mean contradiction, but, rather, coincidence. They did not, then, take it to imply the agonistic, but rather an eschatological peace so extreme that even the incompatible are now at one, like the lion lying down with the lamb. Hegel, by contrast, remains in a stronger negative agreement with the Kam, which re-ex his Lutheran inheritance. If something is also that to which it is related and so is not, then this is a source of continuous tension. This difference between the two versions of the coincidence of opposites can also be put in more formal terms. For Milbank's Catholic view, the contradiction is that of the opposite poles which coincide in a higher third element encompassing them both, their unknowable origin and ground, while for me, as a Hegelian, there is no need for a third term, the difference between the two poles species coincides with the difference between the species as such. And their encompassing genus is one of its own species, and it is this overlapping, not any eternal struggle of the opposite poles, which gives us a properly dialectical contradiction. When Milbank refers to Kierkegaard as the advocate of unresolvable paradox, in contrast to the Hegelian dialectical contradiction, he ignores the immense gap that separates Kierkegaard from the medieval paradox of coincidentia opposi. Torum in Eckhart, CUSA, etc., this paradox situates the coincidence of opposites in the absolute transcendence of God. Basically, it remains a Christian version of the old pagan idea that, in the mysterious absolute, our human opposites lose their meaning. The level at which opposites coincide is the level at which, detached from human struggles, one nds inner peace and release. For Kierkegaard, on the contrary, the paradox of Christian faith is far from the idea of peace in the absolute. The Christian paradox resides in the breathtakingly traumatic fact that we, human mortals, are trapped in a sickness unto death. That anxiety is our a priori condition, that our existence is radically torn, and even more, as Chesterton pointed out, that strife is integral to the very heart of God himself, that God is the greatest rebel against himself, that he himself has to turn atheist and blasphemer. The paradox is not that night oppositions coincide in the innity of the absolute, but that the absolute itself has to take upon itself the pain of difference, and rebel against itself. Only such strife truly personalizes God, as Schelling saw clearly. In a Catholic whole, harmony prevails between God and his creatures, as well as between creatures themselves, which are ultimately ordered into an organic hierarchy. Creatures are given to be in order to return to God, in order to return to God through gratitude. And now we come to the theology crux of the matter. In such a close circle of harmonious and balanced exchange between God and his creation, the divine incarnation loses its dramatic character of a radical antagonism at the very heart of divinity, of which Chesterton is, as we have just seen, fully aware, and turns into an index of the coincidence of night and in night. The consequences of such a position are crucial to the way we conceive of Trinity, more precisely, the relation between the immanent Trinity, the Trinity of God in itself, independently of God's relation to his creation, to spatio-temporal reality, and the economic Trinity, the Trinity of God for ourselves, the way God relates to his household, incarnates himself in the mortal body of Christ, visible and palpable to us, and then, after dying, rises again as the Holy Spirit, as the Spirit of love between believers, i.e., as the collective of believers. For Milbank, the eternal immanent Trinity should have priority, as Christian orthodoxy declares, over the economic Trinity, or the Trinity as mediated to the creation in space and time. If God is already in himself, independently of the vicissitudes of creation, the fall, etc., Trinitarian, i.e., if grace would always have been the grace of Christ, even without the fall, if there would always have been an incarnation process even without the incursion of sin, then the Christ who walked as a human among humans in Palestine 2000 years ago was not the true Christ, God himself, but a secondary gur, a kind of Platonic copy of the original true Christ who dwelled in the immanence of the Trinity in itself, independently of human history, or, as Milbank puts it, Christ's human existence is entirely derived from the divine person of the Logos by which he is enhypostasized. For me, on the contrary, it is the economic Trinity which is the truth, the true site of Christianity and the immanent Trinity is nothing but its recation into an independent process. More precisely, there is absolutely no gap between the immanent Trinity and the economic Trin. Ity, what was going on in the earthly reality of Palestine 2000 years ago was a process in the very heart of God Himself. There was, and is, no higher reality backing it up. This, Nally, brings us to the core of the politico-theological gap that separates me from Milbank. Milbank claims that, in demanding from Chesterton the admission that law as such is universalized crime, that order as such is grounded in chaotic violence, I am imposing on him a foreign dialectical reasoning. However, I am in fact simply reproaching him for his illogicality, for not taking fully into account what he himself formulates in a brilliant way elsewhere when, for example, he claims that morality is the most dark and daring of conspiracies, or that God, to be holy God, must have been a rebel as well as a king. So my reply to Milbank's NAL question, if law, as such, is also crime, then wherein lies the good for Zizek, is an easy Pauline Protestant one, not in the domain of law, which is by definition caught in a self-propelling vicious cycle with crime, but in love, not in sentimental love, but in love on account of which, as Kierkegaard put it with his matchless radically, I am ready to kill my neighbor. From the death of God theology to post-secular thought, and back. It is this same further extreme which, I think, separates me from the post-secular version of deconstructionism. A new eld is emerging to which the well-known designations post-structuralism, postmodernism, or deconstructionism no longer apply. Even more radically, this eld renders problematic the very feature shared by Derrida and his great opponent, Habermas, that of respect for otherness. In spite of their irreconcilable differences, its main gers are at this moment Giorgio Agamben and Alain Badiou, and if I may, I would immodestly include myself in this series. Their predecessors, the two Janus-faced gers who belong both to the previous post-structuralist eld and to this new eld, are Deleuze and Lacan, not the anti-Oedipal Deleuze recuperated by the D-Knightly postmodern Negri, but the Deleuze of d'errance and repetition and the logic of sense, not the standard Lacan of signifying games, but what Jacques-Alain Miller called the other Lacan, the Lacan of the other. Écrits. The main feature of this eld is its theologico-political turn, a decidedly materialist focus on theological topic, in a mode that totally differs from the late Derridian negative theology of otherness, a radical political stance, inclusive of a critical attitude toward democracy, to put it in a vicious way. Democracy is not to come, but to go. What if this is the RST true taste of the thought of the 20th century? So when Milbank reproaches me for ignoring altogether the fact that a legitimate postmodern critique of negative dialectics as dogmatically metaphysical itself newly legitimates a belief in transcendence along with a new primacy for the positive, my answer is that not only I am not ignoring it, I am actively ignoring it. Let me summarize my main points, starting from a succinct formulation of the problem that denotes the postmodern theological turn. How do we get from the post-Christian, post-Holocaust, and largely secular death of God theologies of the S to the postmodern return of religion? The answer is that the death of God, the secularization of modern Europe, clears the slate by obliterating the moral metaphysical God of onto theology, and thus paradoxically opens up the space for the new authentic post-metaphysical religion, a Christianity focused on agape. The presupposition of this death of the death of God is that the consequent enlightenment leads to its self-negation, the critique which RST targets religious and all other metaphysical superstitions. has to end up by negating its own metaphysical presuppositions, its own trust in a rational deterministic world which inexorably leads to progress. In Kierkegaard and Nietzsche, the world of Enlightenment reason and Hegelian absolute knowledge is left far behind. They each foresee in his own way the madness of the 20th century, whose genocidal violence made a mockery of Hegel's sanguine view of history as the autobiography of the spirit of time. In this way, as one can expect, even Nietzsche, the atheist critic of Christianity, can be enlisted to support the postmodern theological turn. When Nietzsche says God is dead, he's saying that there is no center, no single overarching principle that explains things. There's just a multiplicity of options or interpretations. Well, if there's no single overarching principle, that means science is also one more interpretation, and it doesn't have an exclusive right to absolute truth. But, if that's true, then non-scientific ways of thinking about the world, including religious ways, resurface. It is indeed true that the now predominant skepticism about secular narratives of enlightenment is the obverse of the so-called post-secular turn, in which religion appears as a key site of resistance against the alienations of what is perceived as a singularly Western modernity. Religion stands here for an oratic belief in God, a word which should be read as deprived of any positive onto teleological status. God is no longer the highest being watching over our destiny, but a name for radical openness, for the hope of change, for the always to come otherness, etc. Illustrative of this attitude is John Caputo's On Religion, which could be called the ultimate formulation of Derridean deconstructive messianism. Caputo is hoary at the very idea of a religious dogma, i.e., the notion of a God who decided to address a particular group of people at a particular moment, according them privileged access to absolute truth. Religion is thus reduced to its pure desubstantialized form, a belief that our miserable reality is not all there is, the ultimate truth, that there is another world possible, a promise/hope of redemption to come betrayed by any ontological positivization. It is at this point that I should reiterate the shift from Judaism to Christianity, to assert the moment of closure, the dogma that sustains openness, the brutal and violent rupture, that sustains reconciliation, or, more radically, is reconciliation. The truth of Christianity is that, in our earthly universe, things have to appear, to reveal themselves, as, in the guise of, their opposite. Eternity is an ecstatic moment that cuts into the temporal. The work of love is a ruthless struggle. Our rise to divine eternity is God's incarnation, His acceptance of the mortal body, etc. When, in a postmodern mode, we ignore this truth, we cannot but reject the death of God theologies as all too Christian, still committed to the basic Christian notions of the passage from the Jewish law to love, from letter to spirit, from alienation to reconciliation, from transcendence to immanence. They remain theologies with a Christian pedigree that turn on the doctrines of the Trinity and the Incarnation. The death of God is a grand reset all its own that is complicitous with Hegel's story about the Jews and a certain quick reading of St. Paul on the Jews. That is the supersessionist story of the transition from the alienated old law of the Pharisees to the benign new law of love and the gift, from the dead letter of literalism to the living spirit, from the legalism of slaves to the religion of the children and friends of God, from an eye for an eye economy to the gift, etc. Therein also lies Caputo's critical distance from Vattimo, who repeats the death of God theologies move from transcendence to immanence, from Father to Son, who rises again in the communal spirit, celebrating secularization as the becoming world of the Holy Spirit, the tolerant, non-authoritarian and pluralistic democratic societies in the West are the translation into real political structures of the Christian doctrine of neighbor love. This is the core of the Christian notion of the kenosis, self-emptying, of God. God empties himself. By transposing the focal point of his message neighborly love into the secular world, and this is also why Vattimo rejects the Levinasian transcendence of God. For Caputo, however, Vattimo misses the point of Levinas's assertion of God's transcendence. The inaccessibility of God means that every time we attempt to direct our glance to God on high, it is directed by God to the face of the neighbor here below. The pragmatic meaning of the transcendence of the tout autre in Levinas is service to the neighbor. Levinas's Jewish diction does the work of Vattimo's kenosis. Does it really? As Caputo is quick to admit, the problem is, of course, that there is no neutral ground between Judaism and Christianity. His rejection of the Christian narrative automatically gives priority to the Jewish position. Deconstruction is something more of a Jewish science, that is, a deconstruction of idols that, while a remaining esh and the body, the Jewish scriptures are all about land and children, is constantly worried about divine incarnations. Because incarnations are always local occurrences. What, then, happens with the basic Christian theme of the death of God within this perspective? What is allowed to die in a deconstruction of Christian ity? As expected, just the temporary contingent historic symbolic speciation / determination of God. So my theology of the event is prepared to concede, if not exactly the death of God, at least the mortality or historical contingency of the name of God, the separability in principle of the event from the name, like a spirit leaving a life less body behind. It is difficult to miss the irony of these lines. After rejecting the Christian position between the dead letter and the living spirit, Caputo has to mobilize this very opposition to sustain the separability of the event from its name. But does this not entirely miss the truly new traumatic dimension of the Christian death of God? What dies on the cross is indeed God himself, not just his night container, a historically contingent name or form of God. If we claim the second, we reduce Christianity back to the pagan Gnostic topic of a name less divine real which takes different shapes in different times. Caputo relies here on the opposition between God as ens supremum et Deus omnipotens, the highest entity, the creator and ruler of the world, the highest power, etc., and God as a totally desubstantialized promise, the source of an unconditional claim on us, a spectral life that stirs within the name of God, but is already betrayed by each positive determination. To designate the encounter with the authentic Kali transcendent divine dimension, Caputo has recourse to Badiou's notion of event. The event is an irreducible possibility, a potentiality that can assume various forms of expression and instantiation. The event is not reducible to the actual, but stirs as a simmering potentiality within the name or the state of airs, incessantly seeking an outlet, constantly pressing for expression in words and things. The event is irreducible, indeed. It is the very form of irreducibility itself. For what is irreducible is what resists contraction into some night form or other, what seeks to twist free from the night containers in which it nds itself deposited. The move from metaphysics to post-metaphysical postmodernism is the move from substantial entities to events. An event is not something that happens, but something going on in what happens, something that is being expressed or realized or given shape in what happens. We should thus distinguish between a name and the event that is astir or that transpires in a name. The name is a kind of provisional formulation of an event, a relatively stable if evolving structure, while the event is ever restless, on the move, seeking new forms to as sum, seeking to get expressed in still unexpressed ways. Names are historical, contingent, provisional expressions in natural languages, while events are what names are trying to form or formulate, nominate, or denominate. This opens up the space for deconstruction. Its task is to maintain the gap between the spectral unconditional event and its contingent instantiations. In this deconstructive way, every particular taking sides, every instantiation of the divine, is relativized, has to be taken and practiced with ironic distance. Whenever we focus on a particular formulation of the divine, cen est pas. Within this space, there is simply no place for the paradox of Christian incarnation. In Christ, this miserable individual, we see God himself, so that his death is the death of God himself. The properly Christian choice is the leap of faith by means of which we take the risk to fully engage in a singular instantiation as the truth embodied, with no ironic distance, no edges crossed. Christ stands for the very singular point excluded by Caputo, a direct short circuit, identity. Even, between a positive singularity and the divine event. Caputo professes his love for Kierkegaard, but where here is the central insight of Kierkegaard's philosophical fragments, his insistence on the central paradox of Christianity, eternity is accessible only through time, through the belief in Christ's incarnation. As a temporal event, what Caputo misses here is the reactive move by means of which the very excess of the event over its embodiment in name, s, has to be remarked. In a name that functions as a sine er without sine ed, as an empty name, not the fullness of meaning but a promise, an obligation. The excess of the sine ed, spirit, over the sine er, letter, has to be registered/contracted in an empty letter. And this is the function of Christ's incarnation, the contraction of the void. The basic problem with Caputo's theology of the event is that it shrinks from performing the Hegelian move from reaction to reactive determination. First, the event appears as the unintegrable excess that stirs things up but can never be caught in its ex, its positive determinations. It shines through its ex, it is reacted in them, but always in a displaced/distorted way. The next crucial step is to conceive this excessive x itself as an EECT of its ex, as the presupposition which is itself posited determined by its distorted reactions. The event is a retroactive EECT of the act of naming. There is no event prior to its name. The logic is here the same as with Einstein's passage from SPE Chale to general theory of relativity, from space curved by matter to matter itself, as an EECT of the curvature of space. In other words, the event is nothing but the distortion of the space of its ex. This is the Hegelian passage from idealism to materialism. The point is not to pass from inadequate/distorted reactions to a fully adequate and transparent self-reaction. The gap that separates reaction from the distortedly reacted X remains. It is just itself displaced into the heart of this X. Note that Badiou himself is ambiguous here, shrinking from this step of conceiving the event itself as a retroactive EECT of its inscriptions. If, however, we follow Caputo and deconstruct the paradox of the unique divine incarnation, the dimension of absolute truth also has to go, since incarnation is in Christianity its only ontological guarantee. Caputo is completely logical in taking this step. In Christianity there is a fundamental commitment to freedom. And, to add a bit of scandal, by standing for freedom, this includes freedom from the idea of truth. After all, if there really is an objective truth, there will always be someone who is more in possession of it than I and thereby authorized to impose its law, obligation on me. This inevitably brings us to the self-referential paradox Caputo heroically as sums, the truth that shall set us free is true precisely because it frees us. The truth that sets us free, from truth itself, is thus the well-known post-modern meta-truth, the insight into the fact that there is no NAL truth, that every truth is the EECT of contingent discursive mechanisms and practices. How, then, after admitting that every gur of God is culturally conditioned, can Vattimo go on praying? His answer cannot but surprise us by its unintended objective cynicism. When I pray, I know precisely that the words I am using are not intended to convey some literal truth. I pray these words more for the love of a tradition than I do for the love of some mythic reality. It is like the relationship you have with an aged relative. The only way to redeem the subversive core of Christianity is therefore to return to death of God theology, especially Thomas Altizer, to repeat its gesture. Today, what gets lost in soft postmodern theology is the dimension indicated by the very concept death of God, the traumatic core of the divine kenosis, of God's self-emptying. In postmodern theology, kenosis AX only. Us, humans, it turns out to be the deconstructive drawing of the line of separation between the unconditional promise and its contingent instantiations. In and through it, the divine dimension is emptied of its onto theological fetishization. This, perhaps, accounts for the strange fact that, although Caputo understands his position as a post-secular reassertion of religion, against the death of God, endorsement of secularization as the actualization of the Holy Spirit, his religion without religion appears much too aseptic, lifeless, bloodless, lacking the properly religious passion, I am even tempted to say, the stirring power of the event, in comparison with someone like Altizer, whose vision of the death of God retains a properly apocalyptic shattering power. Caputo's reading of the death of God reduces it to a happy deconstructive event. The God who dies is the onto theological master of creation, the supreme entity, and the eld is thereby open for the assertion of the true abyss of divinity as a spectral promise. To a death like this, one can only say good riddance. For Altizer, on the contrary, what dies on the cross is not just the false, positive, ontic envelope of divinity, which was obfuscating its evental core. What dies is God himself, the structuring principle of our entire universe, its life-giving force, the guarantee of its meaning. The death of God thus equals the end of the world, the experience of darkness at noon. It is thus not that death of God theology is a middle-of-the-road phenomenon, partially negating the classical onto theology while remaining within its horizon, which is truly left behind only with postmodern deconstructive religion. It is rather that something traumatic erupts in death of God theology, something that is covered up by postmodern theology. We should go even further here. What if the entire history of Christianity, inclusive of, and especially, its orthodox versions, is structured as a series of defenses against the traumatic apocalyptic core of incarnation/death/resurrection? What if Christianity comes near to this core only at its rare apocalyptic moments? This is Altizer's thesis. Today, apocalypse is near at many levels: ecology, informational saturation. Things are approaching a zero point, the end of time is near, so that the only serious question for an authentic Christian is today the following one. Ours is surely a truly apocalyptic situation, the most apocalyptic situation in our history, one transcending even an original Christian apocalypticism in the totality of its historical enactment. All past historical worlds are now being dissolved. And even all truly natural and sacred realms as well. Yet could such a dissolution be in genuine continuity with an original apocalyptism? Could our contemporary dissolution ultimately be a kenotic and self-emptying dissolution? Nothing seems stranger to us today than apocalyptism, which is dismissed by the liberal majority as a pathological reaction to the deadlocks of capitalist modernization, as a sign of the total failure of our cognitive mapping of social reality. Nothing is a deeper mystery today than apocalypse, and this, despite the fact that ours is so clearly an apocalyptic time, the deepest and most comprehensively apocalyptic time in our history. 13. What we nd so difficult to grasp is that apocalypse is not merely a catastrophe of creatures. Ultimately, apocalypse is the apocalypse of God, XXV. The cruci et Jesus is the apocalyptic Jesus. It stands for the end of the world as we knew it, the end of time, when God himself dies, empties himself. At this point of apocalypse, opposites coincide. The lone Jesus is Satan himself. His death is the death of evil. So that crucifixion and resurrection are one event. Such an apocalyptism has been from its very beginning till today. A profoundly revolutionary force in Western history, perhaps our most purely revolutionary power. Just as apocalyptism played a decisive role in all of the great political revolutions of the modern world, from the English Revolution to the Russian Revolution and beyond, nothing has been more revolutionary in world history than apocalyptism, which not only made possible the original triumph of Islam, but also has been a fundamental ground of Marxism, and even of Asian Maoism. Here we should recall the utopian fervor that sustained the Bolsheviks around. Despair and true utopia go together. The only way to survive the catastrophic times of civil war, social disintegration, hunger, and cold, is to mobilize crazy utopian energies. Is this not one of the basic lessons of the much maligned millenarian movements, exemplarily of the German peasants' revolt in the 16th century and their leader Thomas Müntzer? Catastrophe itself has to be read in the apocalyptic mode, as a sign that the end of time is near, that a new beginning is around the corner. Such an authentically Pauline apocalyptic atmosphere is clearly discernible in passages like the following one from Trotsky. What the Third International demands of its supporters is a recognition, not in words but in deeds, that civilized humanity has entered a revolutionary epoch. That all the capitalist countries are speeding toward colossal disturbances and an open class war, and that the task of the revolutionary representatives of the proletariat is to prepare for that inevitable and approaching war, the necessary spiritual armory and buttress of organization. We should read such outbursts of apocalyptic revolutionary fervor also against the background of its expressions in poetry. Recall the most famous poem of the October Revolution, Alexander Blok's The 12, about 12 red guardists patrolling a desolate nighttime city. The apocalyptic atmosphere clearly echoes Blok's earlier symbolist link of catastrophe and utopia. To get the bourgeoisie, we'll start a worldwide and drench it in blood. The good Lord bless us. You bourgeoisie, why as a sparrow I'll drink your blood, your warm blood, for love, for dark-eyed love. The famous nail directly identifies the 12 red guardists with the apostles, led by Christ. So they march with sovereign tread. Behind them the hungry dog drags, and wrapped in wild snow at their head, carrying a blood-red AG. Soft-footed where the blizzard swirls, invulnerable where bullets slice, crowned with a crown of snow-ache pearls, a hoary diadem of ice. Ahead of them goes Jesus Christ. In early Christianity, before orthodoxy established itself, the RST counter movement to an apocalyptic Jesus occurred in Gnosticism, whose traces can be discerned already in the Gospel of John. Gnosticism promoted the gur of cynical Jesus, understanding the historical Jesus by way of a radical wisdom tradition, as present in the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas. Aites from the apocalyptic Jesus are also thereby aites from the revolutionary Jesus, or aites from any kind of historical revolution. Gnosticism not only dissolves every possible humanity of Jesus, but also, and even thereby, dissolves every possibility of historical or even human transformation. There are thus, grosso modo, three main currents in Christianity: centrist legal Christianity, the ideology of the Church as a state ideological apparatus, rightist aristocratic Gnosticism, and leftist apocalypticism. This triad, loosely ts the historical triad of Orthodoxy, Catholicism, Protestantism. In its understanding of Christ, Orthodoxy focuses on the Gnostic topic of the divinization of man. God became man so that man could become God. Ca. Catholicism is clearly legalistic, and keeps God Father at a distance as the Creator. Protestantism violently reasserts the centrality of the crucifixion as the death of God. Further distinctions are to be drawn here. Of course, Hans Jonas clearly outlined the difference between the two basic orientations of Gnosticism. They both conceive history as the history of Godhead itself, as an immanent divine devolution. In both cases, the fall is not only the fall from Godhead, but simultaneously the drama of the fall, and recuperation, of Godhead itself. In both cases, the loss of unity between God and His creation, the gap that separates them, makes God Himself evil, the elevated master of the world. Both dramas start with a disturbance in the heights. In both, the existence of the world marks a discomfiture of the divine and a necessary, in itself undesirable, means of an eventual restoration. In both, the salvation of man is that of the deity itself. The difference lies in whether the tragedy of the deity is forced upon it from outside, with darkness having the RST initiative, or is motivated from within itself, with darkness the product of its passion, not its cause. 2. Divine defeat and sacrifice in the one case, corresponds divine guilt and roar in the other, to compassion for the victimized light spiritual contempt of demiurgical blindness, to eventual divine liberation reformation through enlightenment. So while, in the RST case, we have what Kant would have called a real opposition between the two active/positive divine forces, of light and darkness. In the second case, the fall is quite simply forgetfulness, a cosmic forgetfulness that is the very creation of the world, and the material universe passes into nothingness when the Father is truly known. What both versions of Gnosticism cannot accept is precisely the fact that He was made man, i.e., the full humanity of Christ. This refusal went even to such intimate details as, to put it bluntly, the claim that Jesus did not piss and shit. He was continent, enduring all things. Jesus digested divinity, He ate and drunk in a special way, without excreting His solids. He had such a great capacity for continence that the nourishment within Him was not corrupted, for He did not experience corruption. A further consequence of the Gnostic stance is the Platonic subordination of ethics to cognition. Evil is ultimately not a question of our free will, but is rooted in our ignorance of the good, i.e., you cannot know the good and remain evil. This is why, in the Gnostic reading of Genesis, the serpent which seduces Eve into eating the fruit from the tree of knowledge is not evil, but a good agent of self-cognition. In contrast to the Platonic notion of evil as deficient knowledge, as ignorance of the good, Christianity tells us that a truly evil Slavoj Zizek person is not ignorant of goodness, he knows it from within and is thus able to exploit it. This anti-Platonic point was nicely made in the classic Hollywood version of The Three Musketeers, when Athos is about to send Countess de Winter, his utterly corrupt but still beloved wife, to her death. He remarks, "What is the essence of your evil? That you know the secret of the good." All the same, a thin but nonetheless crucial line separates this authentic Christian subordination of knowledge to ethics from the properly perverse denigration of knowledge as dangerous and an obstacle to ethics. In an old Christian melodrama, a temporarily blinded ex-soldier falls in love with the nurse who takes care of him, fascinated by her goodness, forming in his mind an idealized image of her. When his blindness is cured, he sees that, in her physical reality, she is ugly. Aware that his love would not survive permanent contact with this reality, and that the inner beauty of her good soul has a higher value than her external appearance, he intentionally blinds himself by looking for too long into the sun so that his love for the woman will survive. If ever there was a false celebration of love, this is it. What, then, is the problem with Gnosticism? Let me begin with Harold Bloom's definition of the gap that separates Gnosticism from Christianity. If you can accept a God who coexists with death camps, schizophrenia, and AIDS, yet remains all-powerful and somehow benign, then you have faith. If you know yourself as having an enmity with the alien, or stranger God, cut off from this world, then you are a Gnostic. We can see how the solution of Gnosticism is the easy one, an easy way out of the paradox of true faith quite adequately described by Bloom. If you can accept a God who coexists with death camps, schizophrenia, and AIDS, yet remains all-powerful and somehow benign, then you have faith. Faith always implies a credo qua absurdum. Here I have to raise a naive question, but why God at all? Why not hero? Equally accept the world with death camps, schizophrenia, and AIDS as the only reality. Why should there be a higher reality above it? The counterargument is that our immediate self-experience tells us that we are not at home in this miserable reality. Heidegger's notion of Geworfenheit, of being thrown into a concrete historical situation, could be of some help here. Geworfenheit is to be opposed both to standard humanism and to the Gnostic tradition. In the humanist vision, a human being belongs to this earth, he should be fully at home on its surface, able to realize his potential through an active, productive exchange with it. As the young Marx put it, earth is man's anorganic body. Any notion that we do not belong to this earth, that earth is a fallen universe, a prison for our souls striving to liberate itself from material inertia, is dismissed as life-denying alienation. For the Gnostic tradition, on the other hand, the human self is not created, it is a pre-existing soul thrown into a foreign and inhospitable environment. The pain of our daily lives is the result not of our sin, of Adam's fall, but of the fundamental glitch in the structure of the material universe itself, which was created by defective demons. Consequently, the path of salvation lies not in overcoming our sins, but in overcoming our ignorance, in transcending the world of material appearances by achieving true knowledge. What both these positions share is the notion that there is a home, a natural place, for man, either the realm of the noosphere from which we fell into this world and for which our souls long, or earth itself. Heidegger shows us the way out of this predicament. What if we are in EECT? Thrown into this world, never fully at home in it, always dislocated, out of joint, in it, and what if this dislocation is our constitutive, primordial condition, the very horizon of our being? What if there is no previous home out of which we were thrown into this world? What if this very dislocation grounds man's ecstatic opening to the world? I am therefore tempted to turn around the standard theological metaphor of God who sees the entire picture in which what we perceive as a stain contribution utes to global harmony. The devil is not in the detail but in the global picture. The world in its entirety is a meaningless cruel multiplicity, and the good is always partial, an island of fragile order. What is nonetheless a deep truth of Gnosticism is the idea of a self-saving God, a God who himself falls and then enacts his own redemption. The redemption through Christ's sacrifice is not only the redemption of humanity, which fell into sin because it misused its freedom, but God's redemption of himself. The death of Christ is thus the death or self-annihilation of God himself, who, at this climactic coincidence of opposites, is identical with Satan. Only if Christ is Satan can his death be the defeat of evil, and thus redemption. It was only William Blake who dared to draw this ultimate consequence of the process of crucifixion as redemption. Conceiving the death of God as the self-sacrifice of God, a kenotic emptying. That is the embodiment of a total compassion, the love that is nally the deepest depths of actuality itself. In the history of thought, this speculative identity of opposites was into it by Eckhart and fully enacted / conceptualized by Hegel. They both refuse every NAL distinction between the eternal generation in the Godhead and the kenotic incarnation of Godhead or Spirit, i.e., for both of them, the Father/Creator is ultimately the Son/Christ, and Christ is ultimately SA. 10. There is no substantial difference between entities here, just a processual differentiation of the divine substance emptying itself and thus becoming subject. Orthodox Christianity cannot accept even the possibility of the redemption of the Godhead. Then only humanity is redeemed. The redemption has no EECT whatsoever upon God as God, who is and only is an absolutely immutable and inalienable God. Thereby the passion and death of God is only the suffering and death of the humanity of Christ, for while the Son of God underwent a real death, Christ died as man and not as God. Thus Christian orthodoxy knows a Redeemer who suffers and dies only in his humanity or human nature. The divine nature of Christ is wholly unaffected by his death, and redemption can only be the redemption of a fallen humanity. The death of Christ is thus only the death of his carnal body. It has no EECT upon God as God, who is absolutely transcendent, absolutely immutable and impassive, absolutely unaffected by the suffering and death of Christ. The whole point of Gnosticism is to oppose this transcendence. For Gnosticism, the transcendent God Master is the evil, or, at best, clumsy, creator, i.e., Satan himself. I should mention here the central exegetic insight of Milton, the greatest of all Protestants, his insistence on the absence of any real scriptural foundation for the dogma of the eternal generation of the Son of God, demonstrating on the contrary that such a generation could only be a temporal generation. Here we are at the furthest possible point from orthodoxy. The Son is not part of some eternal Trinity which is God's eternal mystery. On the contrary, the Father and the Son are in essence, since the innate essence of God cannot become incarnate. Protestantism thus fully asserts the death of Christ. When Christ died on the cross, he died there totally. His divine nature succumbed to death as well as his human nature. It is only such a full death that is the true event, the sole source of redemption. However, the price paid for this assertion is that the God Father himself withdraws into absolute transcendence, turning into a superego gur of a capricious master preds. Tining our destinies, much more severe than the Catholic God of law and just punishment. So how does the Christian apocalypse, its absolute ending, the death of God, stand in terms of the Buddhist attainment of nirvana? Their adherents concerns not so much content as form itself. With regard to content, the adherence is smaller than it may appear, in both cases, the ending, the end of the world. We know, of the law or of samsara, immediately reverts into its opposite, the eternal blessing of love. What is much more crucial is the form itself. If the crucizion fully parallels the absolute selflessness of the Buddha, it nevertheless is an absolute act or enactment, and therefore the true opposite of an absolute and primordial nothingness. Therefore an apocalyptic kingdom of God can be known as the true opposite of a Buddhist nirvana or sunyata. Just as the kenotic Christ can be known as the true opposite of the kenotic Buddha. In other words, the Christian crucizion confronts us with the absolute contradiction between content and form, its content, the self-annihilation of God, of any substantial truth, is asserted in the form of a crucial act, a cut between before and after. This absolute contradiction reveals itself in another key feature. When crucizion is conceived as the crucizion of God himself, a crucial adherence nonetheless persists between Gnosticism and authentic apocalypticism. In Gnosticism, the identity of the opposites, the reversal of crucizion into the eternal bliss of redemption, is an immediate one. The pain of crucifixion immediately reverts into bliss, since, in the Gnostic enlightenment, man is directly divinized, and the material world thus literally disappears. The same goes for Buddhism, which represents the absolute calm of Buddha, the calm of nothingness, in numerous paintings and other works of art. However, neither the New Testament nor any subsequent Christian visionary can enact an actual story of the resurrection. The only real action or plot the Christian can narrate is the Passion story, for the Passion and the death of God are the deepest center of Christianity. Buddhism can know a full reversal of the resurrection in which passion and death fully and wholly disappear. But even the most exalted Christian art has never been able to envision the actuality of the resurrection, an actuality that is overwhelming in Christian images of the crucizion. This is why Hegel is authentically Christian. For him, the only actuality of spirit is the actuality of night life. It is in the night consciousness that the process of knowing spirit's essence takes place, and that the divine self-consciousness thus arises. Out of the foaming ferment of nitude, spirit rises up fragrantly. This is why, for Hegel, the reversal of crucizion into redemption is a purely formal one. The art is to see redemption in what appears as crucizion itself, or, as Hegel put it apropos of Luther, to see the rose in the cross of our present. The reality of the cross is the only reality there is. And, as is usual with Hegel, this formal reversal has the simple form of universalization. Resurrection is nothing but the universalization of the crucizion. In his poetic terms, Blake intuits this speculative high point when he formulates the passage from law to love as the passage from external to self-relating negativity. Satan, my spectre, I know my power thee to annihilate, and be a greater in thy place, and be thy tabernacle, a covering for thee to do thy will, till one greater comes, and smites me as I smote thee, and becomes my covering. Such are the laws of thy false heavens. But laws of eternity are not such. Know thou, I come to self-annihilation. Such are the laws of eternity, that each shall mutually annihilate himself for others' good, as I for thee. This self-reexive turn is, of course, the passage from spurious in 92. True in 90, from relating to others, interacting with them, to self-relating. Christ is actual in 90 because he turns the act of violence back upon him. Self, sacrificing himself, thus breaking the endless vicious cycle of reaction and revenge, of the eye for an eye. In this way, he already enacts universality. He becomes universal in his very singularity, acquiring a distance from his particularity as a person among others, interacting with them. In other words, when each annihilates himself for others' good, sacri self cancels itself. And we enter universal love. All occult questions should be raised here, including the standard recitation. Can the horror of the Holocaust, etc., be conceived as a divine kenosis? Does such a notion not blur its scandalous edge, making it into a moment of divine self-sacrifice and self-redemption? Our answer should be, it all depends on how we understand the divine kenosis. What if this kenosis should be taken literally, as a true self-sacrifice, not as a game God is playing with himself, remaining its master throughout? In other words, what if the horror of being an impotent witness to an event like the Holocaust, in which the world falls apart, is divine kenosis at its purest? Law, love, and drive. How, then, are we to reply to the argument, repeated by Caputo, among others, that the death of God theology comes much too close to the potentially anti-Semitic overcoming of law in love? Let us begin with the Gur, usually evoked as the counterpoint to Christian supersessionism, Emmanuel Levinas. What one should reproach Levinas with is, paradoxically, the very opposite of his apparent excessive Judaism. On the contrary, his Judaism is all too Christianized, colored by the Christianized notion of neighbor who primordially stands in front of me alone, not as part of a collective. No wonder Levinas is so popular among Christians, he enables them to recognize themselves in the Jewish otherness. His popularity is thus analogous to the popularity of Kurosawa's Rashomon in the West in the early the very LM that, for us in the West, functioned as the discovery of Japanese spirituality, failed in Japan, where the main criticism of the LM was that it was perceived as far too westernized. And, in a further paradoxical twist, this very Christianization prevents Levinas from grasping the most radical core of the Christian experience itself, since this experience can take place only against the background of the impersonal Jewish notion of the law. This Jewish legacy in La Knesset, the passage from the big other qua the abyss of subjectivity to the big other, qua the impersonal structure of the symbolic law, found what could be said to be its most radical expression in the Talmud, in the story about the two rabbis who basically tell God to shut up. There was once a dispute between Rabbi Eliezer and the Mishnah sages as to whether a baking oven, constructed from certain materials and of a particular shape, was clean or unclean. The former decided that it was clean, but the latter were of a contrary opinion. Having replied to all the objections the sages had brought against his decision, and ending that they still refused to acquiesce, the rabbi turned to them and said, "If the halacha, the law, is according to my decision, let this carob tree attest." Whereupon the carob tree rooted itself up and transplanted itself to a distance of 100, some say 400 yards from the spot. But the sages demurred and said, "We cannot admit the evidence of a carob tree." "Well, then," said Rabbi Eliezer, "let this running brook be a proof." And the brook at once reversed its natural course and owed back. The sages refused to admit this proof also. "Then let the walls of the Col leg bear witness that the law is according to my decision," upon which the walls began to bend, and were about to fall, when Rabbi Joshua interposed and rebuked them, saying, if the disciples of the sages wrangle with each other in the halacha, what is that to you? Be ye quiet. Therefore, out of respect to Rabbi Joshua, they did not fall, and out of respect to Rabbi Eliezer they did not resume their former upright position, but remain toppling, which they continue to do to this day. Then said Rabbi Eliezer to the sages, let heaven itself testify that the halacha is according to my judgment. And a bath coal or voice from heaven was heard, saying, what have ye to do with Rabbi Eliezer, for the halacha is on every point according to his decision. Rabbi Joshua then stood up and proved from scripture that even a voice from heaven was not to be regarded, for thou, O God, didst long ago write down in the law which thou gavest on Sinai, Exodus XXIII, thou shalt follow the multitude. We have it on the testimony of Eli, Yah the prophet, given to Rabbi Nathan, on an oath, that it was with reference to this dispute about the oven God himself confessed and said, my children have vanquished me. My children have vanquished me. No wonder this passage from the Talmud was endlessly exploited by anti-Semites as proof of the Jewish obscene manipulative relationship to God. 2. Cut a long story short, what happens here is already the death of God. Once the act of creation is accomplished, God dies, he survives only in the dead letter of the law, without retaining even the right to intervene into how people interpret his law. No wonder this anecdote recalls the well-known scene from the beginning of Woody Allen's Another Jew, Annie Hall, where a couple waiting in line for cinema tickets debate a point about Marshall McLuhan's theory. And then McLuhan himself appears in the queue, intervening in the debate by brutally siding with the Woody Allen character. David Grossman once reported a weird personal memory, when, just prior to the Israeli-Arab war, he heard on the radio about the Arab threats that they would throw the Jews into the sea. His reaction was to take swimming lessons, a paradigmatic Jewish reaction if ever there was one, in the spirit of the long talk between Joseph K. and the priest, the prison chaplain, that follows the parable on the door of the law in Kafka's The Trial. Such a Jewish art of endless interpretation of the letter of the law is thus profoundly materialist. Its implication, and maybe even true goal, being, to make sure, that God is, and remains, dead. This is why Christianity could emerge only after and from within Judaism. Its central theme of the death of Christ only posits as such, for itself, the death of God which, in itself, takes place already in Judaism. The reference to this aspect of Judaism enables us to reject the fundamentalist religious suspension of the ethical whose formula was proposed long ago by Saint Augustine, love God and do as you please. Or, another version, love, and do whatever you like. From the Christian perspective, the two ultimately amount to the same, since God is love. The catch, of course, is that if you really love God, you will want what he wants. What pleases him will please you, and what displeases him will make you miserable. So it is not that you can just do whatever you like. Your love for God, if genuine, guarantees that, in what you want to do, you will follow the highest ethical standards. It is a little bit like the proverbial joke, my ain't she is never late for an appointment, because if she is late, she is no longer my ain't she. If you love God, you can do whatever you like, because when you do something evil, this is in itself a proof that you do not really love God. However, the ambiguity persists. Since there is no guarantee, external to your belief, of what God really wants you to do in the absence of any ethical standards external to your belief in and love for God, the danger is always lurking that you will use your love of God as the legitimization of the most horrible deeds. How, then, are we to grasp the overcoming of the law in love in a non-fundamentalist way? In his reading of St. Paul, Badiou provides a perspicuous interpretation of the subjective passage from law to love. In both cases, we are dealing with division, with a divided subject. However, the modality of the division is completely different. The subject of the law is disintegrated in the sense that it is caught in the self-destructive vicious cycle of sin and law in which one pole engenders its opposite. St. Paul provided the definitive description of this entanglement in Romans. We know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold into slavery to sin. What I do not understand. For I do not do what I want, but I do what I hate. Now if I do what I do not want, I concur that the law is good. So now it is no longer I who do it, but sin that dwells in me. For I know that good does not dwell in me. That is, in my flesh. The willing is ready at hand, but doing the good is not. For I do not do the good I want, but I do the evil I do not want. Now if I do what I do not want, it is no longer I who do it, but sin that dwells in me. So, then, I discover the principle that when I want to do right, evil is at hand. For I take delight in the law of God, in my inner self, but I see in my members another principle at war with the law of my mind, taking me captive to the law of sin that dwells in my members. Miserable one that I am! It is thus not that I am merely torn between the two opposites, law and sin. The problem is that I cannot even clearly distinguish them. I want to follow the law, and I end up in sin. This vicious cycle is not so much overcome as broken. One breaks out of it, with the experience of love, more precisely with the experience of the radical gap that separates love from the law. Lacan's extensive discussion of love in Encore is to be read in the Pauline sense, as opposed to the dialectic of the law and its transgression. This second dialectic is clearly masculine/phallic. It involves the tension between the all, the universal law, and its constitutive exception, i.e., sin is the very exception which sustains the law. Love, on the contrary, is not simply beyond law, but articulates itself as the stance of total immersion in the law. Not all of the subject is within the gore of legal subjection equals there is nothing in the subject which escapes its legal subjection. Sin is the very intimate races tant core on account of which the subject experiences its relationship to the law as one of subjection. It is that on account of which the law has to appear to the subject as a foreign power crushing the subject. This, then, is how we are to grasp the idea that Christianity accomplished/fulfilled the Jewish law, not by supplementing it with the dimension of love, but by fully realizing the law itself from this perspective. The problem with Judaism is not that it is too legal, but that it is not legal enough. A brief reference to Hegel might be of some help here. When Hegel endeavors to resolve the conflict between law and love, he does not mobilize his standard triad. The immediacy of the love link turns into its opposite, hate and struggle, which calls for an external alienated law to regulate social life. Nally, in an act of magical synthesis, law and love are reconciled in the organic totality of social life. The problem with the law is not that it does not contain enough love, but, rather, the opposite. There is too much love in it, i.e., social life appears to me as dominated by an externally imposed law in which I am unable to recognize myself, precisely insofar as I continue to cling to the immediacy of love which feels threatened by the rule of law. Consequently, law loses its Alienated character of a foreign force brutally imposing itself on the subject. The moment the subject renounces its attachment to the pathological agolma. Deep within itself, the notion that there is deep inside it some precious treasure, which can only be loved and cannot be submitted to the rule of law. In other words, the problem, today, even, is not how we are to supplement law with true love, authentic social link, but, on the contrary, how we are to accomplish the law by getting rid of the pathological stain of love. St. Paul's negative appreciation of law is clear and unambiguous, for no human being will be justified in his sight by deeds prescribed by the law, for through the law comes the knowledge of sin, Romans : the sting of death is sin, and the power of sin is the law. Corinthians : and, consequently, Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law, Galatians : so when Paul says that the letter kills, but the Spirit gives life, Corinthians : this letter is precisely the letter of the law. The strongest proponents of Slavoj, Zizek. This radical opposition between the law and the divine love moving one to grace are Lutheran theologians like Bultmann, for whom the way of works of the law and the way of grace and faith are mutually exclusive opposites. Man's effort to achieve his salvation by keeping the law only leads him into sin. Indeed, this effort itself in the end is already sin. The law brings to light that man is sinful, whether it be that his sinful desire leads him to transgression of the law or that desire disguises itself in zeal for keeping the law. How are we to understand this? It is not only the logic of the forbidden fruit. The law, by prohibiting something, creates the desire for it, more radically. Man's effort to keep the law in the end is already sin. It is sinful desire itself, disguised as law, converted into zeal for the law. This is why Western Christian fundamentalists are sinners in disguise. What they lack is a feature that is easy to discern in all authentic fundamentalists, from Tibetan Buddhists to the Amish in the USA: an absence of resentment and envy, a deep indifference toward the non-believer's way of life. If today's so-called fundamentalists really believe they have found their way to truth, why should they feel threatened by non-believers? Why should they envy them? When a Buddhist encounters a Western hedonist, he hardly condemns him. He just benevolently notes that the hedonist's search for happiness is self-defeating. In contrast to true fundamentalists, terrorist pseudo-fundamentalists are deeply bothered, intrigued, fascinated by the sinful life of non-believers. One can feel that, in gting the sinful other, they are gting their own temptation. Christian fundamentalists are a disgrace to true fundamentalism. That is the radical difference between the couple law/sin and the couple law/love. The gap that separates law and sin is not a real difference, their truth is their mutual implication or confusion. Law generates sin and feeds on it, etc. One can never draw a clear line of separation between the two. It is only with the couple law/love that we attain real difference. These two moments are radically separate, they are not mediated. One is not the form of appearance of its opposite. In other words, the difference between the two couples, law/sin and law/love, is not substantial, but purely formal. We are dealing with the same content in its two modalities. In its indistinctness/mediation, the couple is the one of law/sin. In the radical distinction of the two, it is law/love. Is love, then, sin which is no longer mediated by law? This formula remains much too close to sexual liberation. Love becomes sin when it is subordinated to the law. It should thus be supplemented by its opposite. Love is law itself extracted from its mediation by sin. Why, then, did God proclaim the law in the first place? According to the standard reading of St. Paul, God gave law to men in order to make them conscious of their sin, even to make them sin all the more, and thus make them aware of their need for salvation, which can occur only through divine grace. However, does this reading not involve a strangely perverse notion of God? The only way to avoid such a perverse reading is to insist on the absolute identity of the two gestures. God does not push us into sin in order to create the need for salvation, and then OER himself as the Redeemer from the trouble into which he got us in the place. It is not that the fall is followed by redemption. The fall is identical to redemption, it is in itself already redemption. That is to say, what is redemption? The explosion of freedom, the breaking out of the natural enchainment, and this, precisely, is what happens in the fall. We should bear in mind here the central tension of the Christian notion of the fall, regression to the natural state, enslavement to passions, is stricto sensu identical with the dimension from which we fall, i.e., it is the very movement of the fall that creates, opens up, what is lost in it. I can even go a step further, drawing on the parallel between the believer and the adulteress evoked by St. Paul in Romans. Here is this strangely sexualized comparison of the believer delivered from the law with an adulteress who, after her husband dies, is free to consort with her lover. Are you unaware, brothers, for I am speaking to people who know the law, that the law has jurisdiction over one as long as one lives? Thus a married woman is bound by law to her living husband, but if her husband dies, she is released from the law in respect to her husband. Consequently, while her husband is alive, she will be called an adulteress if she consorts with another man. But if her husband dies, she is free from that law, and she is not an adulteress if she consorts with another man. In the same way, my brothers, you also were put to death to the law through the body of Christ, so that you might belong to another, to the one who was raised from the dead, in order that we might bear fruit for God. Does this not mean that love is sin itself, once it is extracted from the vicious cycle of its inherent opposition to law? Life is sin when submitted to law, and love is pure life extracted from the domain of law. The key Hegelian lesson here is that it is wrong to ask the question, are we then forever condemned to the split between law and love? What about the synthesis between law and love? The split between law and sin is of a radically different nature than the split between law and love. Instead of the vicious cycle of mutual reinforcement, we get a clear distinction of two different domains. Once we become fully aware of the dimension of love in its radical difference from the law, love has in a way already won, since this difference is visible only when one already dwells in love, from the standpoint of love. In this precise sense, there is no need for a further synthesis between law and love. Paradoxically, their synthesis already is the very experience of their radical split. And exactly the same goes for the Hegelian love, which is the dialectical synthesis. It resolves the mess of contradiction by asserting a clear difference. This is why I cannot endorse Milbank's characterization of Hegelian dialectics as a kind of counterfeit parody of the Orthodox Catholic idea that creation really exists even though it is impossible. Paradox arms the full reality of the impossible and the contradictory, whereas dialectics declares that an existing contradiction, because it is a contradiction, must be destroyed even though it exists. Dialectics is like a civic bureaucrat who says that a bizarre building put up in the town without permission can really be there at all because it stands upright without legal warrant, and therefore must be discreetly pulled down at dead of night, to ensure that a bright dawn will reveal that it had only ever appeared to be there, on an earlier day of mists and mirages. As a description of the elementary logic of the dialectical process, this passage misses two key points. First, since, for Hegel, the failure of empirical reality to its notion is always also an indication of the failure of this notion itself, the dialectical civic bureaucrat would have not only to pull down the unwarranted building, but also to discreetly change the very rules of what is legally warranted. Second, for Hegel, the resolution of a contradiction is not simply the abolition of deerrance, but its full admission. In dialectical reconciliation, deerrance is not erased, but admitted as such. It took even Lacan a long time to reach this insight. Throughout his development, Lacan was looking for a quilting point, a link that would hold together, or at least mediate between S, the symbolic semblance, and J, the real of jouissance. The main solution is to elevate the phallus into the sine er of the lack of sine er, which, as the sine er of castration, holds the place of jouissance within the symbolic order. Then, there is objet itself as the surplus enjoyment generated by the loss of jouissance, which is the obverse of the entry into the symbolic order, as jouissance located not on the side of the real jouissance but, paradoxically, on the side of the symbolic. In literature, he nally drops the search for the symbolic pineal gland, the gland which, for Descartes, marks the physical point at which body and soul interact, and endorses the Hegelian solution. It is the very gap which forever separates S and J that holds them together. Since this gap is constitutive of both of them, the symbolic arises through the gap that separates it from full jouissance, and this jouissance itself is a spectre produced by the gaps and holes in the symbolic. To designate this interdependence, Lacan introduces the term littorale, standing for the letter in its coast-like dimension, and thereby girding that one domain which in its entirety makes for the other a frontier, because of their being foreign to each other, to the extent of not falling into a reciprocal relation. Is the edge of the whole in knowledge not what it traces? So when Lacan says that between knowledge and jouissance there is a literal, we should hear in this the evocation of jouissance, enjoyment, of a letter reduced to a synthum, a signifying formula of enjoyment. This is Lacan's late Hegelian insight, the convergence of the two incompatible dimensions, the real and the symbolic, is sustained by their very divergence, i.e., deerrance is constitutive of what it deerentiates. Or, to put it in more formal terms, it is the very intersection between the two elds which constitutes them. That is why, in psychoanalysis, there is no repression. Without the return of the repressed, the symptom, in which the repressed returns, sustains the repressed content, what it is a symptom of. The domain of this intersection is that of extimacy, intimate exteriority. We should recall here Winnicott's concept of the transitional object as a bridge between inner and outer worlds, a place where the two interact uninterrupted. Edly, with the help of the RST not me possession, the infant assumes rights over an object which is affectionately cuddled as well as excitedly loved and mutilated. This object never changes, unless changed by the infant. It must seem to the infant to give warmth, or to move, or to have texture, or to do something that seems to show it has a vitality or reality of its own. It comes from without from our point of view, but not so from the point of view of the baby, neither does it come from within. Its fate is to be gradually allowed to be disinvested, so that in the course of years it becomes not so much forgot. 10 as relegated to limbo, it does not go inside, nor does the feeling about it necessarily undergo repression. It is not forgotten and it is not mourned. It loses meaning, and this is because the transitional phenomena have become diffused, have become spread out over the whole intermediate territory between inner psychic reality and the external world as perceived by two persons in common. These objects, again, sustain the division, they separate by functioning as bridges. Popular imagination is fascinated by the minimal element which, in a disabled body, sustains the link between external reality and the psyche, and thus serves as the tiny fragile door into the soul, Stephen Hawking's little engine. The only part of his paralyzed body that Hawking can move, or the even more extreme condition of Jean-Dominique Bauby, who, after a 3-week coma, woke up in hospital with locked-in syndrome, an extremely rare condition, where one is completely physically paralyzed, but mentally normal. In this state, he wrote a book describing his life, The Diving Bell and the Butterfly. His only link with the external world was blinking his left eyelid. For every letter an attendant recited him the French frequency-ordered alphabet, E, L, A, O, I, N, S, D, until Bobby blinked to choose the letter. The book took about, blinks to write, and each word took approximately 2 minutes. He died 10 days after the book was published. The direct link between the brain and a computer will dispense with the need for such a minimal intermediary. With my mind, I will be able to directly cause objects to move, i.e., it is the brain itself which will directly serve as the remote control mechanism. According to a CNN report from May, monkeys with sensors implanted in their brains have learned to control a robot arm with their thoughts, using it to feed themselves fruit and marshmallows. In the experiment at the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine, a pair of macaque monkeys were fitted with electrodes the width of a human hair that transmitted signals from areas of the brain linked to movement. Scientists behind the experiment say it will lead to the creation of brain-controlled prosthetic limbs for amputees or patients with degenerative disorders. Even the proverbial Stephen Hawking's little engine, the minimal link between his mind and outside reality, will thus no longer be necessary. What looms at the horizon of the digital revolution is nothing other than the prospect that man beings will acquire the capacity of what Kant and other German idealists called intellectual intuition, intellektuelle Anschauung, the closing of the gap between mind and reality, a mental process which, in a causal way, directly enhances reality. This capacity that Kant attributed only to the innate mind of God is now potentially available to all of us, and we are thus potentially deprived of one of the basic features of our nitude. And since, as we learned from Kant as well as from Freud, this gap of nitude is at the same time the resource of our creativity, the distance between mere thought and causal intervention into external reality enables us to test hypotheses in our mind and, as Karl Popper put it, let them die instead of ourselves. The direct short circuit between mind and reality implies the prospect of a radical closure. In other words, the disappearance of the intermediary between the two domains will entail the disappearance of these domains themselves. When the distance between soul and body disappears, when our psyche can directly act upon external physical reality, we not only no longer have a soul, we also lose a body as our own, as separated from external objects. Here enters the properly philosophical intervention of psychoanalysis. It designates a domain which resists and undermines the very terrain of the duality of soul and body, of the subject, which is not a soul, and the partial object, which is not part of a body. The subject persists in the guise of an autonomous object, with a spectral life of its own, like the palm that runs around all on its own in early surrealist LMS. In the middle of David Fincher's Fight Club, there is an almost Bearably painful scene, worthy of the weirdest David Lynch moments, which serves as a kind of clue to the LM's NAL surprising twist. In order to blackmail his boss into continuing to pay him even after he quits working, the hero throws himself around the man's OCE, beating himself bloody before the building's security officers arrive. In front of his embarrassed boss, the narrator thus enacts upon himself the boss's aggression toward him. The self-beating begins with the hero's hand acquiring a life of its own, escaping the hero's control, in short, turning into a partial object, an organ without a body. The hand acting on its own is the drive, ignoring the dialectic of the subject's desire. Drive is fundamentally the insistence of an undead organ without a body, standing, like Lacan's lamella, for that which the subject had to lose in order to subjectivize itself in the symbolic space of sexual deerrance. And perhaps we should reread from this perspective of the Freudian partial object Derrida's insistence on the monstrosity of the hand from his reactions about Heidegger's hand. The hand will be the monstra sine le monstra, the proper of man in the sense of Zyken. So when Heidegger writes that only a being who can speak, that is, think, can have hands and can be handy in achieving works of handicraft, he is in EECT saying that thought is a corporeal event. One does not express thoughts through hands, one thinks with one's hand. The formative gesture of thought, the autonomous rejection of reality, is the middle enger D antly pointed up yours. It is in this sense that we should read Holderlin's famous line, "We are a monster / sign void of sense ein Zeichen sind wir, Tötungslos, we are subjects only through a monstrous bodily distortion, only when part of our body, one of its organs, hand, full, lose, subtracts itself from the body and starts to act as an autonomous monster." I cannot but recall here Heidegger's remark from the mid-S to a colleague who complained about Hitler's vulgarity, that one should look at Hitler's hands, what he does with them, to see his greatness. It is thus quite appropriate that the NAL gesture of the dying hero in John Carpenter's They Live is that of giving the enger to the aliens who control us, a case of thinking with the hand, a gesture of up yours, the digitus imputicus, I'm pudent enger, mentioned already in ancient Roman writings. The hand is here, yet again, an autonomous organ without a body. It is difficult to miss the Christological resonances of the scene of the dying hero who saves the world. No wonder, then, that, in a unique moment in the history of art, the dying Christ himself was portrayed in a similar way. Wolfram Haugerb proposed such a reading of Michelangelo's unnished drawing of Christ on the cross, which he gave to Vittoria Colonna, his passionate intimate friend, and then inexplicably asked her to return it to him, which she refused to do, since she was enthusiastic about the drawing, and is reported as studying it in detail with mirror and magnifying glass as if the drawing contained some forbidden, half-hidden detail Michelangelo was afraid would be discovered. The drawing illustrates the critical moment of Christ's doubt and despair. Of Father, why have you forsaken me? For the first time in the history of painting, an artist tried to capture Christ's abandonment by God Father. While Christ's eyes are turned upward, his face does not express devoted acceptance of suffering, but desperate suffering combined with, here, some unsettling details indicate an underlying attitude of angry rebellion, of defiance. His legs are not parallel, one is slightly raised above the other, as if Christ is caught in the middle of an attempt to liberate and raise himself, but the truly shocking detail is the right hand, there are no nails to be seen, and the index finger is stretched out, a vulgar gesture which, according to Quintilian's Rhetorics of Gestures, probably known to Michelangelo, functions as a sign of the devil's rebellious challenge. Christ's Y is not resigned, but aggressive, accusatory. More precisely, there is, in the drawing, an implicit tension between the expression of Christ's face, despair and swearing, and of his hand, rebellion, defiance. As if the hand articulates the attitude the face doesn't dare to express. Did St. Paul not make the same point in Romans? I take delight in the law of God, in my inner self, but I see in my members another principle at war with the law of my mind, taking me captive to the law of sin that dwells in my members. Should we therefore not apply here to Christ himself his own antithesis from Matthew: "And if thy right hand scandalize thee, cut it and cast it from thee, for it is expedient for thee that one of thy members should perish, rather than that thy whole body go into hell?" A passage which should none the less be read together with an earlier one, in which a hand acting alone stands for authentic goodness, but when thou doest alms, let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doth. Is Christ at this moment, then, the devil? Does he, for a moment, succumb to the temptation of an egotistic rebellion? Who is who in the scene of Goethe's formula nemo contra deum nisi deus ipsi no? One but God himself can stand against God. But what if we follow, rather, the Gnostic line and conceive the God-Father himself, the Creator, as the evil God? As identical with the devil? The ambiguous status of such immortal persisting is clearly discernible in Heinrich von Kleist's Michael Kohlhaas, whose hero is a 16th-century decent horse dealer whose two horses are mistreated while in the possession of the arrogant junker von Tronka. Kohlhaas RST patiently seeks justice in the courts. However, when this fails, he gathers an armed band, hires militia, destroys the junker's castle, burns down whole cities, and involves the whole of Eastern Germany in a civil war, all because he does not want to compromise his demand for recompense for his two famished horses. At the end, Kohlhaas is captured and beheaded, but accepts his punishment, since his claims against the junker are also to be met in full, and the junker will have to spend 2 years in prison. At the place of his execution, his two horses are presented to him, fully restored to health, and he dies completely satisfied, as justice is done. Ger. Man interpreters are deeply divided about Kohlhaas. Is he a progressive Gur ding feudal corruption, or a proto-fascist madman, a case of the German petit bourgeois legal pedantry elevated into the absurd? Terry Eagleton is right to point out that we are dealing here with the ethics of the real beyond social reality. As Kohlhaas's actions become increasingly extravagant and bizarre, and the frantic political intrigues of the state over a couple of knackered horses deepen by the page, the grotesque discrepancy between the horse dealer's obdurate demand for justice and its trying causes reveals plainly enough that this is a narrative not of realism, but of the real. It is not the horses as such which are the object of his desire. Nobody would burn down Wittenberg just because someone neglected his nags. The horses are perhaps better seen as an instance of Lacan's objet petit, that modest, contingent scrap of matter which becomes invested with all the formidable power of the real. If Kohlhaas perishes in tragic joy, plucking victory from his death in the act of bowing an obedient knee to it, it is not because of a welcome addition to his livestock, but because he has managed not to give up on his desire. Perhaps a more appropriate way to put it would have been that the two horses are sublimated, insofar as, for Lacan, what happens in sublimation is that an ordinary object is elevated into the dignity of the thing, the unconditional object of jouissance. The real resides in this very incommensurability. between the vast catastrophe and the trying matter that triggered it more than the ridiculous object itself, the real is the gap itself, the line that separates the object cause from the texture of ordinary reality. This is why love is also of the real. If I look at the reality around me with a neutral gaze, I see objects that form one and the same texture. If, however, I look at it with the lover's eye, something that appears as just another object sticks out, derailing the balanced whole. This miserable woman, or man, is to me more than my career, honor, happiness, even my life. Does Badiou not make the same point when he insists that, so as not to succumb to an obscurantist theory of creation ex nihilo, we must accept that an event is nothing but a part of a given situation, nothing but a fragment of being? There is thus nothing miraculous in the reality of an event in its reality. An event is nothing but a fragment of being, a moment of the endless multiplicity of being. What makes it an event is the mode of its subjectivization, the way the subject for which a fragment of reality is an event elevates this fragment into a stand-in for the void. This same tension is reacted in Kohlhaas himself, or, to quote Eagleton's sarcastic formulation, apart from the fact that he is a brutal mass murderer who sells his own family into poverty to raise funds for his cause, Kohlhaas is really quite a reasonable character. Is, then, the real the incalculable excess, the shattering trauma, which disturbs the domain of symbolic justice as equivalent exchange, appropriate punishment, etc. The lesson of Kleist's Kohlhaas is, rather, the opposite one. Kohlhaas's monstrous lunatic stubbornness does not stand in contrast to his being a paragon of civil virtues. What makes him monstrous is precisely the way he sticks to his sense of civil virtue and justice to the end, whatever the cost. The ordinary object elevated into the dignity of the thing is here the demand for justice itself, a modest demand for proper restitution for the abused horses. Ideological common sense would enjoin us to display a little bit of wisdom here. Does it really serve the cause of justice to burn half the country and bring suffering and death to thousands because of the maltreatment of 2 horses? But are things really as simple as that? Dr. O retold the same story in Ragtime, in New York of the early s, a white racist trash of a man shits on the front seat of the nice new car of a proud, law-abiding, upper-middle-class black. When the black returns, he insists to the attending policeman on a proper punishment. The policeman displays the required wisdom and advises the black to simply clean the seat of his car and forget all about it. The proud black insists, and his insistence leads to rioting, destruction, and death. Does ultimately the same not also hold for Rosa Parks, a modest black lady who, on December, was ordered by a bus driver in Montgomery, Alabama, to give up her seat to a white passenger? When she refused, she was arrested and taken to jail. Rosa Parks occupies the honorable, mythical place of the zero-gder for black equality, in the sense of the famous Canadian promiscuous gay attendant who was proclaimed the zero AIDS patient, a trying cause, elevated into an object of unconditional demand, triggered a disproportionately vast movement. It is here, then, that Eagleton is perhaps much too quick in his rejection of the Kohlhaas-Kur as an example of the suicidal madness of the ethics of the real, as an insistence on justice which turns its partisan into its opposite, into a mass murderer terrorizing an entire population. In order to break the stalemate of an oppressive status quo, every radical emancipatory movement requires such an excessive starting point in which a vast cause of injustice gets embodied in a trying demand, to repeal a tax on salt, to liberate a journalist, etc. It is those in power who, in such cases, utter words of wisdom, let's talk reasonably. We admit that many things are wrong, but let's not get caught up in a game which may bring havoc to us all because of such a trying matter. And it is the protesters who insist with lunatic stubbornness, stick to their demand, rejecting all calls for a reasonable compromise. The reason is not only that people are primitive, that every universal cause has to be pressed into a pseudo-concrete particular demand, it is simply that the very discrepancy between the true cause and the trying demand that embodies it bears witness to the fact that we are acting not over the true cause, but over our freedom itself. No wonder Eagleton praises the Aristotelian ethics of moderation, which abhors extremes, the gap that separates him from the radical Freudian and Marxist tradition is insurmountable here. To put it briefly, for Aristotelians, the normal provides the key to understanding the pathological, while for Marx, as well as for Freud, the pathological provides the key to the normal. Economic crises enable us to understand the normal run of capitalism. Psychopathology symptoms enable us to understand the normal functioning of the psychic apparatus. Mutatis mutandis, one should say that extreme ethical situations of the type of Abraham and Isaac, Antigone and Oedipus et Colonus, etc., provide the key to the understanding of our everyday ethics. In other words, it is much too simple to reduce the gesture of focusing on such limit situations to French academic eccentricity and contempt for the ordinary. It is for this reason that Eagleton, an Irish Catholic like Chesterton, falls short of Chesterton's radically when he deals with the Christian passage from Law to Love, RST. There is the destructive antagonism collusion between law and desire, and what breaks this vicious circle, in which the law obtusely provokes a desire which it then goes on to punish, is the recognition that the law or name of the Father is itself desirous, but desirous in the sense that it wants our well-being, and is thus a kind of love. This may look like a very Hegelian move, to recognize love in the very cross of the law that oppresses us. The moment of conversion comes when love dispels the false consciousness which blinded us to the realization that love was what the law was about all along. How? Through self-change. Law is for immature people who need an external master. When we can act spontaneously, we no longer need the law. It is not, then, that the moral law is pernicious, but that if we could really live according to its injunctions, we would no longer have need of them. The technical term for this is grace. The existence of Christ is a demonstration that God loves us, that God is not a supreme cruel sovereign, but a lover, with us in our suffering, not aligned with the power of tyrants, but on our side against it. Only anti-Semitic Christians see the opposition between callously legalistic law and love. A gap emerges thus as universal, indiscriminate love, or political love as we might translate the term. God as the supreme tyrant who plays cruel superego games with us, demanding payment for our sins, etc., is Satan himself. This is why the legalistic reading of the Crucision that sees it as Christ paying the price exacted by the justice of the cruel Father is the satanic reading, to be opposed to the proper non-satanic reading. Jesus is put to death not by his Father, but by the state. So, insofar as Jesus stands for justice, it means that justice itself is transgressive with regard to the social order of power. God is on our side against the powers of this world. Radical as this reading appears, Eagleton does not go far enough here. The tension, the madness of Christ's gesture, is thereby lost. Everything ends well in the reconciliation of law and love, as if a God who takes care of our well-being is not the ultimate monster. We can thus fully agree with Eagleton's claim that it is the law which is transgressive, not the subversion of it, XXVI, with the proviso that we conceive transgression not as a true liberation from the existing order, but as its imminent obscene supplement, which is the condition of possibility of its functioning. Law is in itself subversive of the existing order, because this order already implies and relies on its own transgression, so that the way to truly subvert it is to stick to its letter and ignore its obscene transgression. If we accept this paradox, then Eagleton's notion of the law of love becomes problematic. The idea that Jesus stood for love against law, inner feeling against external ritual, is a piece of Christian anti-Semitism. For one thing, Jesus is interested in what people do, not in what they feel. For another thing, the Judaic law is itself the law of love. It belongs to the law, for example, to treat your enemies humanely. XXV. However, when we read in the Gospels, you have heard that it was said to the people long ago, do not murder, and anyone who murders will be subject to judgment. But I tell you that anyone who is angry with his brother will be subject to judgment. You have heard that it was said, do not commit adultery. But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Does this nonetheless not imply a shift from what you do, kill, commit adultery, to what you think and feel? Anger, lust. Furthermore, it is clear from St. Paul's explanations that for him at least the problem is not the content of the law, but its very form. It is the form of prohibition as such which gives rise to sin. I desire what is prohibited because it is prohibited. Is there anything more terrifying, then, than the law of love? A law which enjoins me to love my neighbors? Will such a law, on account of its very form, not give rise to a desire to hate and hurt one's neighbors? This is why Christianity, at its most radical, does not posit the unikation of law, judgment, and love, grace, salvation, but the suspension of legal judgment, for God didn't send his Son into the world to judge the world, but that the world should be saved through him. He who believes in him is not judged. He who doesn't believe has been judged already, because he has not believed in the name of the one and only Son of God. John : So there is no judgment, you are either not judged, or you have already been judged. Furthermore, Eagleton links early Christian apocalypticism to the self-perception of human beings as passive objects of change, and, in a nice dialectical paradox, true, proposes that it was the later institutionalization of the Church which opened the space for human agency. There was no room in the RST century outlook for the idea of men and women as historical agents capable of forging their own destiny, or at least assisting in it. This would have been no more part of the evangelist's vision of things than the belief that the earth is round. Once Christ failed to return, however, the Church began to develop a theology for which human efforts to transform the world are part of the coming of the New Jerusalem, and precurative of it. Working to bring about peace and justice on earth is a necessary precondition of the coming of the reign of God. XXI. There is, however, a third position between these two extremes, that of the Holy Spirit, of the apocalyptic community of believers, of the self-organization of believers who drew from Christ's non-return after his death the correct conclusion. They were awaiting the wrong thing. Christ already had returned as the Holy Spirit of their community. The very meaning of Christ's death is that the work to be done is theirs, that Christ put his trust in them. Once we accept this, Eagleton's reading of Jesus' ethical extravagance also becomes problematic. What one might call Jesus's ethical extravagance, giving over and above the measure, turning the other cheek, rejoicing in being persecuted, loving one's enemies, refusing to judge, non-resistance to evil, laying oneself open to the violence of others, is motivated by a sense that history is now at an end. Recklessness, improvidence, and an over-the-top lifestyle are signs that God's sovereignty is at hand. There is no time for political organization or instrumental rationality, and they are unnecessary in any case. XXIII. But is this extravagance really constrained to the end of time atmosphere in which all we can do is wait and get ready for the second coming? Is it not that, in an apocalyptic time, the time of the end of time, as Agamben put it, we have both aspects, ethical extravagance as well as political organization? The specificity of the Holy Spirit, the apocalyptic emancipatory collective, is that it is precisely an organization which practices these ethical extravagances, i.e., which lives its life in an apocalyptic state of emergency in which all ordinary, legal, and moral commitments are suspended, practiced in the mode of as if not. The problem with the Church is that it betrayed original Christianity. Not by its organization, but by the type of this organization, the apocalyptic community of believers which lives in the emergency state of a permanent revolution is changed into an ideological apparatus legitimizing the normal run of things. In other words, with the Church, we are not active enough, the pressure of the second coming is eased, all we have to do is to lead our daily lives following the prescribed ethico-religious rules, and salvation will come by itself. So let us take a closer look at the exemplary case of Christ's ethical extravagance, the parable on the Good Samaritan in Luke: when Jesus is asked by an expert in the law, "And who is my neighbor?" His reply is, "A man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho, when he fell into the hands of robbers. They stripped him of his clothes, beat him and went away, leaving him half dead. A priest happened to be going down the same road, and when he saw the man, he passed by on the other side. So too, a Levite, when he came to the place and saw him, passed by on the other side. But a Samaritan, as he traveled, came where the man was, and when he saw him, he took pity on him. He went to him and bandaged his wounds, pouring on oil and wine. Then he put the man on his own donkey, took him to an inn and took care of him. The next day he took out 2 silver coins and gave them to the innkeeper. Look after him, he said, and when I return, I will reimburse you for any extra pence you may have." As is well known to all historians, there was great animosity between Jews and Samaritans. The Samaritans were despised by the Jews, and they themselves were taught to hate the Jews. So, in today's terms, one could put a Palestinian in that role, or a member of Hezbollah aided by an Orthodox Jew, or a racist helped by a member of another race, or a Nazi helping an old Jew, or a devoutly religious person helped by an atheist, or any reverse or combination thereof. There are 2 ways to avoid this excessive conclusion, or to water it down, at least. The RST is simply to claim that the Samaritan was added later. To give the parable an anti-Semitic twist, the original series consisted of the priest, the Levite, and an ordinary Jew, representing the 3 great classes into which the Jews were divided. Later, Jew was changed to Samaritan, which introduces an element of historical inconsistency, since no Samaritan would have been found on the road between Jericho and Jerusalem. One can also shift the focus to the expert in the law who is questioning Jesus. His goal is to learn what to do to obtain eternal life, i.e., he wants the confirmation that he is good enough to qualify for eternal life. So when Jesus tells him to love his neighbor, he wants a definition of neighbor that is not too challenging for him to say that he loves that person. Jesus, however, sets the standard extremely high. The one you should consider your neighbor is the person you believe is the most undesirable. You have to love that person as yourself if you want to qualify for eternal life. The point of Jesus' statements was to drive the lawyer to despair of his own efforts to qualify for eternal life, and this conclusion is applied to all people. None can be good enough to meet God's standard. The key question here is, how can we not read this in the sense of the super ego injunction? We are in EECT dealing with the limit of an impossible real. However, this does not mean that Jesus simply imposes a norm which we cannot fulfill and which thus makes us guilty. It is not that we should spend our days looking for those who are most undesirable to us, dismissing those who are too close to our lifestyle with, "Sorry, but I can't spend too much time helping you. I like you, and this disqualifies you as a candidate for my ethical work." Are politically correctors for the rights of minorities not often caught in this trap? They like nothing more than worrying about the restricted human rights of terrorists, serial killers, etc. There is a way out of this predicament. What if the impossible norm drives us to despair, there is something wrong in its very form, the form of a norm? I remember fondly how, months before her sad death, after reading my Fragile Absolute where I celebrate the Year of Media, Elizabeth Wright asked me, with genuine concern, "Something disturbed me in your book. Do you really mean that, in order to be truly ethical, one should murder one's children?" Antigone confronts us with the same problem. Antigone's fascinating beauty explodes when she is elevated into the position of the living dead on account of not compromising her unconditional desire. If, however, this implies that in real life we should follow the safe path of remaining within the symbolic coordinates and allowing the radical stance of going to the end only in the guise of an aesthetic image, does this not reduce art to the aesthetic contemplation of a radical ethical stance? As a supplement to our real-life compromising attitude of following the crowd. If there is one thing foreign to Lacan, it is such a stance. There is a way to avoid the debilitating dilemma of either the impossible superego injunction or neutralization into an excess not to be followed in real life. What if we refer to Jesus' excessive commandments, and to Medea, to Antigone, as to paradigms, in the Kuhnian sense exemplary mod. Ls, indications of an attitude, which are not to be followed, but to be vented/repeated in each specific situation? In this precise sense, SETHE from Toni Morrison's beloved reinvents/repeats Medea. Another, as a rule overlooked, aspect of the excess of turning the other cheek, etc., is that it is a double-edged weapon. We should read it together with Jesus' unsettling statements that he brings the sword, not peace, that those who do not hate their parents and siblings are not his true followers, etc. Following an inner necessity, the excess of goodness, excess over equitable justice, has to appear as evil. There is an underlying extreme violence in Jesus' excessive injunctions. There is a rened sense in which Jesus only brings to completion the law. His excesses should make us aware that the golden rule position of a balanced exchange of justice, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, is inherently impossible. In order to establish the space of this equivalence, the subject has to commit to it by means of an excessive gesture. It is in this sense that Jacques-Alain Miller pointed out how the Pascalian wager only makes sense if what is put into the game is understood as already lost. In Pascal's case, what is lost are life's earthly pleasures. When Eagleton emphasizes that Christian salvation is performative rather than propositional, what distinguishes Christ from other Jewish ETS is not his heralding of the kingdom. The Baptist, for example, is all about that, but his insistence that it was faith in his own person that would deter. Mind how you stood with that regime, XXIX, we should give this state. Meant all due weight, the key thing that Christ added to the Old Testament teaching was himself. This is his true extravagance. All his other ethical extravagances are grounded in and follow from this one, that he is not merely God's prophet, but is himself God. This is why his death is so shattering, an ontological, not only ethical, scandal. How, then, do we pass from this death to the Holy Spirit? The necessity of a dead chicken. Early in Christopher Nolan's The Prestige, when a magician performs a trick with a small bird which disappears in a cage on the table, a little boy in the audience starts to cry, claiming that the bird was killed. The magician AP Prousches him and nishes the trick, gently producing a living bird out of his hand, but the boy is not satisfied, insisting that this must be another bird, the dead one's brother. After the show, we see the magician in the room behind the stage, bringing in a and cage and throwing a squashed bird into a trash. Ben, the boy was right. The LM describes the three stages of a magic performance: the setup, or the pledge, where the magician shows the audience something that appears ordinary, but is probably not, making use of misdirection; the turn, where the magician makes the ordinary act extraordinary; the prestige, where the EECT of the illusion is produced. Is this triple movement not the Hegelian triad at its purest? The thesis, pledge, its catastrophic negation; turn, the magical resolution of the catastrophe; prestige. And, as Hegel was well aware, the catch is that, in order for the miracle of the prestige to occur, there must be a squashed dead bird somewhere. We should thus fearlessly admit that there is something of the cheap magician in Hegel, in the trick of synthesis, of Aufhebung. Ultimately, there are only two options, two ways to account for this trick, like the two versions of the vulgar doctor's joke of RST, the bad news then the good news. The RST 1, which I already mentioned in my RST contribution to this volume, is that the good news is the bad news, just viewed from a different perspective. The bad news is that we've discovered you have severe Alzheimer's disease. The good news is the same, you have Alzheimer's, so you will have forgotten the bad news by the time you get back home. There is, however, another version: the good news is good, but it concerns another subject. The bad news is that you have terminal cancer and will die in a month. The good news is, you see that young, beautiful nurse over there? I've been trying to get her into bed for months, Nally. Yesterday, she said yes and we made love the whole night like crazy. The true Hegelian synthesis is the synthesis of these two options. The good news is the bad news itself, but in order for us to see that, we have to shift to a different agent, from the bird which dies to another one which replaces it, from the cancer-ridden patient to the happy doctor, from Christ as individual to the community of believers. In other words, the dead bird remains dead, it really dies, as in the case of Christ who is reborn as another subject, as the Holy Spirit. There is, however, a key distinction between Christ's dead body in Christianity and the squashed bird in the magician's trick. In order for his trick to be effective, to work as a trick, the magician has to hide the squashed body from the audience, while the whole point of the crucifixion is that Christ's body is displayed there for everyone to see. This is why Christianity, and Hegelianism, as Christian philosophy, is not cheap magic, the material remainder of the squashed body remains visible. Although, of course, Christ's body disappears. From the sepulchre the element of cheap magic religion cannot resist. Again, the lesson of the prestige is relevant here, in the middle of the LM, and Jir, one of the two competing magicians, travels to Colorado Springs to meet Nikola Tesla and learn the secret of Tesla's teleportation machine. He discovers that the machine creates and teleports a duplicate of any item placed in it. And Jir returns to London to produce a new act, The Real Transported Man. He disappears under huge arcs of electricity and instantaneously teleports FTY yards from the stage to the balcony. When Borden, his competitor, inspects the scene after the show, he spots a trapdoor and beneath it a locked water tank with a drowning Angier inside. Angier was so committed to the illusion that every time he disappeared, he fell into a locked tank and drowned, and the machine created a duplicate who was teleported to the balcony and basked in the applause. This is how we should reread Christ's resurrection in a materialist way. It is not that there is his dead body and then its resurrection. The two events, death and resurrection, are strictly contemporaneous. Christ is resurrected in us, the collective of believers, and his tortured dead body remains forever as its material remainder. A materialist does not deny miracles, he just reminds us that they live behind disturbing material leftovers. Apropos of Christianity and its overcoming, Jean-Luc Nancy proposed two guidelines. Only a Christianity which envisages the present possibility of its negation can be relevant today. Only an atheism which envisages the reality of its Christian provenance can be relevant today. With some reservations, I cannot but agree with these two guidelines. The RST proposition implies that today, Christianity is alive only in materialist, atheist, practices, which negated, the Pauline community of believers, for example, is to be found today in radical political groups, not in churches. The second proposition implies that a true materialism not only asserts that only material reality really exists, but has to assume all the consequences of what Lacan called the non-existence of the big other, and it is only Christianity that opens up the space for thinking this non-existence, insofar as it is the religion of a God who dies. Buenaventura Durruti, the famous Spanish anarchist, said, "The only church that illuminates is a burning church." He was right, although not in the immediate anti-clerical sense in which his remark was intended. A true religion arrives at its truth only through its self-cancellation. Nancy also points out that Christianity is unique among all religions in that it conceives its very core as the passage from the overcoming of another religious corpus, a fact palpable in the duality of its sacred texts, Old and New Testament. The only way to account for this fact is to bring it to its self-relating extreme. Christianity includes within itself its own overcoming, i.e., its overcoming Slavoj. Zizek. Negation, in modern atheism, is inscribed into its very core as its innermost necessity. This is why radical political movements, with their elementary process of sublating their dead hero in the living spirit of the community, are so much like the Christological resurrection. The point here is not that they function like secularized Christianity, but, on the contrary, that the resurrection of Christ is itself their precursor, a mythic form of something which reaches its true form in the logic of an emancipatory political collective. At the Woodstock Festival in Joan Baez sang Joe Hill, the famous Wobblies song from words by Alfred Hayes, music by Earl Robinson, about the judicial murder of the Swedish-born trade union organizer and singer, which in the following decades, became a real folk song, popularized all around the world by Paul Robeson. Here are the, slightly shortened, lyrics, which present, in a simple but effective way, the Christological aspect of the emancipatory collective, a struggling collective bound by love. I dreamed I saw Joe Hill last night. Alive as you or me. Says I, but Joe, you're 10 years dead. I never died, says he. The copper bosses killed you, Joe. They shot you, Joe, says I. Takes more than guns to kill a man. Says Joe, I didn't die. And standing there as big as life. And smiling with his eyes. Joe says, what they forgot to kill. Went on to organize. Joe Hill ain't dead, he says to me. Joe Hill ain't never died. Where working men are out on strike, Joe Hill is at their side. The crucial thing here is the subjective reversal, the mistake of the anonymous narrator of the song who does not believe that Joe Hill is still alive is that he forgets to include himself, his own subjective position, in the series. Joe Hill is not alive out there, as a separate ghost, he is alive here, in the very minds of workers remembering him and continuing his GHT. He is alive in the very gaze which, mistakenly, looks for him out there. The same mistake of reefing the object of search is committed by Christ's disciples. Christ corrects this mistake with his famous words, when there will be love between two of you, I will be there. When, on May, Robeson sang Joe Hill at the legendary Peach Arch concert, in front of people gathered at the U.S. Canadian border in the state of Washington, since his passport had been revoked by the U.S. authorities, he was not allowed to enter Canada. He changed the key line from what they forgot to kill into, what they can never kill. Went on to organize the immortal dimension in man, that in man for what takes more than guns to kill, the spirit, is what went on to organize itself. We should not dismiss this as an obscurantist spiritualist metaphor. There is a subjective truth in it, when emancipatory subjects organize themselves. It is the spirit itself which organizes itself through them to the series of what the impersonal it, das es, ca, does, in the unconscious, it talks, it enjoys, one should add, it organizes itself, cas organize. Therein lies the core of the eternal idea of an emancipatory party. Here we should shamelessly evoke the standard scene from science fiction horror movies in which the alien who has assumed human appearance, or invaded and colonized a human being, is exposed, its human form destroyed, so that all that remains is a formless slime, like a small pool of molten metal. The hero leaves the scene, satisfied that the threat is over. However, soon afterward, the formless slime that the hero forgot to kill, or couldn't kill, starts to move, slowly organizing itself, and the old menacing gore emerges again. Perhaps it is along these lines that one should read the Christian practice of Eucharist, in which the participants in this love feast or sacrificial meal establish solidarity with one another through the medium of a mutilated body. In this way, they share at the level of sign or sacrament in Christ's own bloody passage from weakness to power, death to transfigured life. Is what we believers eat in the Eucharist, Christ's bread and blood. Wine, not precisely the same formless remainder, what they the Roman soldiers who crucified him can never kill, which then goes on to organize itself as a community of believers. We should reread from this standpoint Oedipus himself as a precursor of Christ, against those including Lacan himself, who perceive Oedipus at Colonus and Antigone as girls driven by the uncompromisingly suicidal death drive, unyielding right to the end, demanding everything, giving up nothing, absolutely unreconciled. Terry Eagleton is right to point out the fact that Oedipus at Colonus becomes the cornerstone of a new political order. Oedipus's polluted body. Sine es among other things the monstrous terror at the gates in which, if it is to have a chance of rebirth, the polis must recognize its own hideous deformity. This profoundly political dimension of the tragedy is given short shrift in Lacan's own Meditations. In becoming nothing but the scum and refuse of the polis, the shit of the earth, as St. Paul racily describes the followers of Jesus, or the total loss of humanity which Marx portrays as the proletariat, Oedipus is divested of his identity and authority, and so can oer his lacerated body as the cornerstone of a new social order. Am I made a man in this hour when I cease to be? Or perhaps am I to be counted as something only when I am nothing? Am no longer human, the beggar king wonders aloud. Does this not recall a later beggar king, Christ himself, who, by his death as a nothing, an outcast abandoned even by his disciples, founds a new community of believers? They both re-emerge by passing through the zero level of being, reduced to an excremental remainder. This transubstantiation, by means of which our acts are experienced as drawing their strength from their own result, should not be dismissed as an ideological illusion. There really are just individuals who are organizing themselves. Here is the shortest Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm fairy tale, The Willful Child. Once upon a time there was a child who was willful and did not do what his mother wanted. For this reason God was displeased with him and caused him to become ill, and no doctor could help him, and in a short time he lay on his deathbed. He was lowered into a grave and covered with earth, but his little arm suddenly came forth and reached up, and it didn't help when they put it back in and put fresh earth over it, for the little arm always came out again. So the mother herself had to go to the grave and beat the little arm with a switch. And as soon as she had done that, it withdrew, and the child Nally came to rest beneath the earth. Is this obstinacy that persists even beyond death not freedom death drive? At its most elementary? Instead of condemning it, should we not rather celebrate it as the ultimate resort of our resistance? The refrain of an old German communist song from the Es ist die Freiheit hat Soldaten. Freedom has its soldiers. It may appear that such an identikation of a particular unit as the military instrument of freedom itself is the very formula of the totalitarian temptation. We do not just GHT for our understanding of freedom, we do not just serve freedom, it is freedom itself which immediately avails itself of us. The way seems open to terror. Who would be allowed to oppose freedom itself? However, the identikation of a revolutionary military unit as a direct organ of freedom cannot simply be dismissed as a fetishistic short circuit. In a pathetic way, this is true of the authentic revolutionary explosion. What happens in such an ecstatic experience is that the subject who acts is no longer a person but, precisely, an object. And it is precisely this dimension of identifying with an object which justifies the use of the term theology to describe the situation. Theology here is a name for what is, in a revolutionary subject, beyond a mere collection of individual humans acting together. Is this not Christ's message of resurrection? What God is love means is, no one has ever seen God, but if we love one another, God lives in us and His love is made complete in us. John Colon, New International Version. Or, no one has ever seen Joe Hill since his death, but if workers organize themselves in their struggle, he lives in them. There is a triple movement of Aufhebung here. The singular person of Christ, Joe Hill, is sublated in his resurrected identity as the spirit, love, of the community of believers. The empirical miracle is sublated in the higher true miracle. This follows. The well-known rhetorical guru, when Hegel talks about religious miracles. His point is that one cannot be sure if there are real physical miracles. A polite way of saying that there aren't, but the true miracle is the universal thought itself, the wonder of thinking. Today, it is popular to say that the true miracle is a moral victory, when, after a difficult inner struggle, someone makes the right difficult decision to give up drugs or crime, to sacrifice himself for a good cause. In a similar way, for Christianity, the true miracle is not the dead Christ walking around, but the love in the collective of believers. Christianity itself is sublated in political organization. And, again, this miracle comes at a price. There is the bird's body squashed somewhere like Christ on the cross. This supreme squashed bird. It is this key dimension of the Holy Spirit as the spirit of the community of believers, as something which is here only insofar as we, believers, include ourselves in it, that gets lost in the immanent idea of a Trinity which persists independently of the divine economy, as an in itself independent of the fall. What gets lost is the idea that the fate of God himself is at stake in the vicissitudes of human history. This is why Hegel is the Christian philosopher. The supreme example of the dialectical reversal is that of crucifixion and resurrection, which should be perceived not as two consecutive events, but as a purely formal parallax shift on one and the same event. Crucifixion is resurrection. To see this, one has only to include oneself in the picture. When the believers gather, mourning Christ's death, their shared spirit is the resurrected Christ. And we should go to the political, and here, the same goes for revolution itself. At its most radical, revolutionary reconciliation is not a change of real ity, but a parallactic shift in how we relate to it, or, as Hegel put it in his preface to the philosophy of right, the highest speculative task is not to transform the cross of miserable contemporary reality into a new rose garden, but to recognize the rose in the cross of the present. Die Rose im Kreuz der Gegenwart zu erkennen. So what if we should return to the very beginning of it all, to the split of the Hegelian school into the revolutionary young Hegelians and the conservative old Hegelians? What if we should locate the original sin of modern emancipatory movements in the young Hegelian rejection of state authority and alienation? What if a move suggested by Domenico Losurdo today's left should reappropriate the old Hegelian topos of a strong state grounded in a shared ethical substance? Milbank, quite correctly, points out how Ches Turton's Catholic perspective permitted him to think of the importance of mediating institutions, cooperatives, guilds, and corporations, in a way not unlike that of Hegel. From my perspective, the only problem here is that this corporatist solution is today, with the unheard of advancement of capitalist deterritorialization, no longer actual. Milbank continues that, if we reject this corporatist solution, the only alternative would indeed appear to be an austere socialist dictatorship in which the forbidding of feudal desire by law benignly releases us for the privacy of chastened love according to the dictates of the autonomous law of morality. I am tempted to add here, why not embrace this alternative? Why should our task not be to recognize the rose in the cross of the austere socialist dictatorship? The relationship between death and life in the gore of Christ, the exemplary death on the cross, the resurrection into eternal life given to all who believe in him and decide to live in Christ, is thus also purely parallactic. It is not the pseudo-dialectical one between utter loss/negation, death, and its reversal into absolute life, i.e., death is not aufgehoben in life, since, rst of all. This relationship is not a succession at all, but one and the same event viewed from different perspectives. Life and death here are not polar opposites, contrasts. Within the same global whole, eld of reality, but the same thing viewed from a de-errant global perspective. The de-errance is not in life and death as the designated particular content of the statement, but in the very university sal horizon from which this content is viewed. We are dealing not with the split of particulars within a universal frame, but with the split between two universals with regard to the same particular. To put it in Kierkegaard's terms, the de-errance is the one between becoming and being, the temporal death of Christ is his very eternal life in becoming. In a precisely analogous way, Christ's I bring sword and division, not love and peace, is his love in becoming. Today's Ochale Catholicism shrinks from this insight no less than a vampire from garlic. Pope Benedict XVI recently gave a sign that he will endorse an interesting change in Catholic dogma, the notion of limbo, the incomplete afterlife for infants who die before being baptized. Limbo was conceived in medieval times as a place where children would enjoy eternal happiness, but be deprived of the actual presence of God. This change, of course, does not mean that the Church will return to its original position, formulated by St. Augustine. That children who were not reunited with Christ in baptism will go to hell. The idea is, rather, that they will go directly to heaven. No wonder that, a decade ago, the same Pope as Cardinal Ratzinger claimed that those who are truly seeking God and inwardly striving toward unity with Him will receive salvation even if they are not baptized. Although this idea may seem warm and sympathetic, it is in EECT a fateful concession to the New Age notion of a direct inner contact with divinity. What gets lost is the central place of baptism as the individual's inclusion into the Holy Spirit, the community of believers. It is thus deeply problematic that Agamben reads limbo as the model of happiness. What we should question is Agamben's implicit distinction between good and bad. Homo sacer, Hitler and his kind wanted to discriminate, to draw a clear line excluding Homo sacer, while we should persist at the point of non-decision, in a limbo. For Hitler, the scope of homines sacers who can be killed with impunity gradually expands. RST, homines sacers are the Jews, then other inferior races, and in the end Germans themselves who betrayed Hitler. Is the situation not the same with regard to antisemitism, which culminates in Zionist antisemitism? Stalin dealt with the same problem of the ever-expanding group of traitors through political trials whose function was to inventions of treason which enabled the regime to draw the line of separation and decide who was the excremental traitor. It is a kind of mystery that Agamben never analyzes the Stalinist Gulag, whose logic is not the same as that of the Nazi camps. Although there were Muslims in the Gulag also, the Gulag prisoners were not reduced to bare life, they remained subjects of ideological indoctrination and ritual. The exception seems to be some camps in today's North Korea. The comatose limbo state prior to decision is the very opposite of the Pauline community of believers. If we elevate children in the undecided limbo state into emancipatory girls, does this not lead to extending the series to the unborn fetus? Is a fetus not the bare undecided life at its purest? No wonder that, for U.S. anti-abortionists, tens of millions of aborted children are a crime worse than the Holocaust, marking our entire civilization with an indelible stigma of sin. No wonder Agamben's implicit notion of positive community sounds uncannily close to the dream of a good concentration camp. This is why, with regard to the opposition between Catholicism and Protestantism, I am actively on the Protestant side. Recall the de-errance between the standard liberal notion of private and Kant's paradoxical notion of the Private use of reason as religion. For liberals, religion and state should be separate. Religion should be a matter of private beliefs with no power to intervene directly with authority in public matters, while for Kant, religion is private precisely when it is organized as a hierarchic state institution with jurisdiction in public matters, controlling education, etc. For Kant, religion is thus much closer to the public use of reason when it is practiced as a private belief outside state institutions. In this case, the space remains open for the believer to act as a singular universality, to reach the universal domain directly. As a singular subject, bypassing the frame of particular institutions. This is why Kant was a Protestant. Catholicism, with its links between religious and secular power, is Christianity in the mode of private use of reason, while Protestantism, with its subtraction of the collective of believers from the institutional public space, is Christianity in the mode of public use of reason. Every singular subject has the right to a direct contact with the divine, bypassing the Church as an institution. This difference is the one between abstract and concrete universality. The standard reading of Hegel would tell us that Catholicism stands for concrete universality, the Church is embedded in its particular social context, while Protestantism stands for abstract universality, the believing individual reaches universality directly, in abstraction from the concrete texture of a particular social order. The truth is the very opposite. What makes Catholic universality inscribed into the very term Catholic all-encompassing, abstract is the very character of the Church as a great body of believers which unites them all in a hierarchic organism. What makes Protestantism concretely universal is not the mere fact of the direct short circuit between the singular and the universal as such, but the precise nature of this short circuit. In it, universality appears as such, in its opposition, its negative relation, to the particular organic order. It cuts into every particular community, dividing it from within into those who follow the universal truth and those who do not. Abstract universality is the mute medium of all particular content. Concrete universality unsettles from within the identity of the particular. It is a line of division which is itself universal, running across the entire sphere of the particular, dividing it from itself. Abstract universality is uniting, concrete universality is dividing. Abstract universality is the peaceful foundation of the particulars, concrete universality is the site of struggle. It brings the sword, not love. When St. Paul says that, from a Christian standpoint, there are no men and women, no Jews and Greeks, he thereby claims that ethnic roots, national identity, etc., are not a category of truth, or, to put it in precise Kantian terms, when we re-ECT upon our ethnic roots, we engage in a private use of reason, constrained by contingent dogmatic presuppositions, i.e., we act as immature individuals, not as free human beings who dwell in the dimension of the universality of reason. The opposition between Kant and Rorty with regard to this distinction of public and private is rarely noted, but nonetheless crucial. They both sharply distinguish between the two domains, but in opposed ways. 4. Rorty, the great contemporary liberal if ever there was one, the private is the space of our idiosyncrasies where creativity and wild imagination rule, and moral considerations are, almost, suspended, while the public is the space of social interaction where we should obey the rules so that we do not hurt others. In other words, the private is the space of irony, while the public is the space of solidarity. For Kant, however, the public space of the world civil Society designates the paradox of the universal singularity, of a singular subject who, in a kind of short circuit, bypassing the mediation of the particular, directly participates in the universal. This is what Kant, in the famous passage of his What is Enlightenment, means by public as opposed to private. Private is not one's individuality as opposed to communal ties, but the very communal institutional order of one's particular identikation, while public is the transnational universality of the exercise of one's reason. The public use of one's reason must always be free, and it alone can bring about enlightenment among men. The private use of one's reason, on the other hand, may often be very narrowly restricted without particularly hindering the progress of enlightenment. By public use of one's reason I understand the use which a person makes of it as a scholar before the reading public. Private use I call that which one may make of it in a particular civil post or OCE which is entrusted to him. The paradox of Kant's formula think freely, but obey, which, of course, poses a series of problems of its own, since it also relies on the distinction between the performative level of social authority, and the level of free thinking. Where performativity is suspended, is thus that one participates in the universal dimension of the public sphere precisely as a singular individual extracted from or even opposed to one's substantial communal identikation. One is truly universal only when radically singular, in the interstices of communal identities. It is Kant who should be read here as the critic of Rorty. In his 6 Zion of the public space of the unconstrained free exercise of reason, he asserts the dimension of emancipatory universality outside the con-ness of one's social identity, of one's position within the order of social being the dimension missing in Rorty. This space of singular universality is what, within Christianity, appears as the Holy Spirit, the space of a collective of believers subtracted from the eld of organic communities, of particular life worlds, neither Greeks nor Jews. Consequently, is Kant's think freely, but obey, not a new version of Christ's give to God what belongs to God, and to Caesar what belongs to Caesar? Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, i.e., respect and obey the private particular life world of your community, and give to God what belongs to God, i.e., participate in the universal space of the community of believers. The Pauline collective of believers is a proto-model of the Kantian world civil society. So, back to the book of Job, the three theological friends who come to Harris Job are three representatives of the private use of reason in the Kantian sense of the term. They try to reinscribe the catastrophe that has befallen Job into the private ideology of their community, and Job's resistance is a minimal gesture of subtracting oneself from this communal space. By declaring his solidarity with Job, God declares himself to be the public God of fact, which is accomplished in Christian revelation. That is to say, what dies on the cross is precisely the private God, the God of our way of life, the God who grounds a particular community. The underlying message of Christ's death is that a public God can no longer be a living God, he has to die as a God, or, as in Judaism, he can be a God of the dead letter. Public space is by definition atheist. The Holy Spirit is thus a public God, what remains of God in the public universal space, the radically desubstantialized virtual space of the collective of believers. But is there not an obvious counterargument to such a death of God? The ology which focuses on the passage from the death of God qua substance to the Holy Spirit as the community of believers, a counterargument known to anyone who is really acquainted with Nietzsche. When Nietzsche talks about the death of God, he does not have in mind the pagan living God, but precisely this God qua Holy Spirit, the community of believers. Although this community no longer relies on a transcendent guarantee of a substantial big other, the big other, and thereby the theological dimension, is still there as the virtual frame of reference, say, in Stalinism in the guise of the big other of history which guarantees the meaningfulness of our acts. Did Lacan himself not point in this direction when, he proposed a short and clear definition of the Holy Ghost? The Holy Ghost is the entry of the Sine into the world. This is certainly what Freud brought us under the title of death drive. What Lacan means, at this moment of his thought, is that the Holy Spirit stands for the symbolic order as that which cancels, or, rather, suspends the entire domain of life-lived experience, the libidinal UX, the wealth of emotions, or, to put it in Kant's terms, the pathological. When we locate ourselves within the Holy Spirit, we are transubstantiated, we enter another life beyond the biological one. But is this shift from the living gods of the real to the dead God of the law really what happens in Christianity? Is it not that this shift already takes place in Judaism, so that the death of Christ cannot stand for this shift, but for something much more radical, precisely for the death of the virtual dead big other itself? So the key question is the Holy Spirit still a gur of the big other, or is it possible to conceive it outside this frame? It is here that the reference to the undead remainder of the dead father becomes crucial, for Lacan. The transmutation of the dead father into the virtual big other, of the symbolic law, is never complete. The law has to remain sustained by the undead remainder, in the guise of the obscene superego supplement to the law. It is only Christianity which properly completes the law by, in EECT, getting rid of the undead remainder, and, of course, this completion is the law's self-sublation, its transmutation into love. The problem of shofar, the voice of the dying father rendered in the Jewish ritual by the low, ominously reverberating sound of a horn, is that of the rise of the law out of the father's death. Lacan's point is that, in order for the law to arise, the father should not wholly die, a part of him should survive and sustain the law. This is why shofar occurs in Judaism, the religion of the dead God. Monotheism is as such the religion of a dead God. Shofar is not a pagan remainder, a sign of the death of the pagan god, but something aided by the monotheist turn. The shift from Judaism to Christianity is discernible precisely in the shift from shofar, the cry of the dying God Father, to Father, why have you forsaken me, the cry of the dying Son on the cross. With regard to atheism, there is a radical change between Lacan's Seminar 7, on the ethics of psychoanalysis, and Seminar 11, on the four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis. In Seminar 7, Lacan draws the consequences from the proposition God is dead, which constitute, for him, the atheist content of the Freudian myth of Oedipus, as well as of the Judeo-Christian legacy. From Seminar 11, however, he insists that the true formula of atheism is not God is dead, but God is unconscious. And this renders the question of atheism much more difficult and complex. To be an atheist, it is no longer sufficient to declare that one doesn't believe in God, since the true side of my beliefs is not my conscious acts, but the unconscious. This, of course, does not mean the psychological claptrap that even if I try to deny God, deep in myself I continue to believe the unconscious is not deep in me, it is out there, embodied in my practices, rituals, interactions. Even if I subjectively don't believe, I believe objectively, in and through my acts and symbolic rituals. This also means that religion, religious belief, is much more deeply rooted in human nature than it may appear. Its ultimate Support is the illusion of the big other, which is in a way consubstantial with the symbolic order itself. The true formula of atheism is not "I don't believe, but I no longer have to rely on a big other who believes for me." The true formula of atheism is "There is no big other." To conclude, I would like to tackle directly the question which resonates beneath all Milbank's critical remarks, with all the paradoxes of universalized evil, reverting to good, etc. What would the ethical stance that I imply actually look like? The RST thing to emphasize is that it is a resolutely and ambiguously made realist ethics, where it is not enough to say that it does not rely on any religious belief. We should be much more precise and radical here. What do we really believe when we believe? Is it not that, even when our belief is sincere and intimate, we do not simply believe in the direct reality of the object of our belief? In a much more reneged way, we cling to a vision whose status is very fragile, virtual, so that its direct actualization would somehow betray the sublime character of the belief. You believe only in things whose status is ontologically suspended, which is why a friend of mine, a devout Catholic, was shocked when Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger was elected Pope Benedict XVI. This is a man who really believes in what he is saying. As if it is normal not to believe, or, to paraphrase the Marx Brothers, this man looks and acts as if he believes, but this shouldn't deceive you. He really does believe. We should not forget that the same goes also for atheists. This man acts and looks as if he is an atheist, but this shouldn't deceive you. He really is an atheist. This is why Graham Greene didn't go far enough when, in some of his plays and novels, The End of the Air, he writes of the traumatic impact on a non-believer when he witnesses a sudden miracle, a direct divine intervention, as a rule, the miracle of saving a dying man from certain death. I should add a further twist. The true paradox is that such a direct miracle shatters a believer even more, as in Leap of Faith, in which Steve Martin plays the Reverend Jonas Nightingale, a revivalist preacher with a road show of gospel music, miracles, and wonders. He's a cynical hustler who knows how to read people and make money out of their vulnerabilities, using every trick in the book to prey upon the hopes and dreams of the townsfolk. He even rigs up a life-sized statue of Christ so that tears stream down its face. However, at the climactic moment of the LM, when Jonas is challenged to cure the crippled younger brother of a woman he wants to seduce, he produces a real miracle. The boy regains the ability to walk. His entire universe shattered, Jonas runs away from the town. So Chesterton was right. If we do not believe in God, we are ready to believe in anything. Belief in God is a constitutive exception which enables us to assert the factual rationality of the universe. We are dealing here yet again with the Lacanian logic of the non-all. God allows me to not to believe in vulgar miracles and to accept the basic rationality of the universe. Without this exception, there is nothing I am not ready to believe. In a kind of almost symmetrical reversal, atheism is the secret inner conviction of believers who externalize their belief, while belief is the secret inner conviction of public atheists. This is why Lacan said that theologians are the only true materialists, and, I might add, this is why materialists are the only true believers. Umberto Eco is right here. I frequently meet scientists who, outside their own narrow discipline, are superstitious to such an extent that it sometimes seems to me that to be a rigorous unbeliever today, you have to be a philosopher, or perhaps a priest. These lines cannot fail to bring to mind what a leading Slovene conservative Catholic intellectual wrote in a polemic against my defense of atheism. There are no proofs and there can be none that God doesn't exist. Instead of the proofs, The atheist is driven only by the desire that there would be no God. This, however, is the best proof that God exists, since it is only about things which exist that one can desire that they would not be. Atheism is the best proof of God's existence. It is not enough to laugh at the all too obviously circular nature of this weird proof of God. Atheists do not pretend to provide a positive proof that God doesn't exist. What they do is, among other things, to render problematic the proofs that he does exist. Moreover, they do not desire that God shouldn't exist. What they desire, at the limit, is that religion, the illusory belief in God, shouldn't exist. Much more important is to reject the central premise, namely that it is only with relation to things which exist that one can desire that they should not exist. At its most fundamental, desire relates to something which does not exist. The basic lesson of psychoanalysis is that one cannot only desire but even prohibit something which doesn't exist, and that such a prohibition is a cunning strategy to make it appear to exist. Prohibition at its most radical prohibition of incest is the prohibition of something which is in itself impossible. Furthermore, we can easily turn the argument around: there are no proofs and there can be none that God exists. Instead of proofs, the believer is driven only by the desire that there should be a God. This, however, is the best proof that God doesn't exist, since it is only with relation to things which do not exist that one can desire that they should exist. Theism is the best proof of God's non-existence. This, again, is what Lacan actively claims. Theologians are the only true atheists. The premise that underlies this conundrum is that it is impossible to do it directly, either to believe fully and directly, or to be a full and direct atheist. As if ashamed to openly declare their belief, believers take refuge in externalized phrases and rituals. If they are asked directly about their beliefs, their faces go red and their gazes turn down. And the same holds for the majority of atheists. Even if they publicly declare themselves atheists, when they are directly asked about it, they start to mumble, "Of course I don't believe in a personal God, or in the church as an institution, but maybe there is some kind of higher power, a spiritual entity." This symmetry, however, is not perfect. It is even deeply misleading, since both sides believe only at a deherent level. Each of them covers a deherent aspect of the big other. The atheist who ochally doesn't believe is, today, the one who assiduously checks his horoscope in the newspaper, with an embarrassed laugh which indicates that he doesn't take it seriously. The believer observes external ritual, says his prayers, gets his children baptized, etc., convinced that he is simply displaying a respect for tradition. In short, they both rely on the big other. To be truly an atheist, one has to accept that the big other doesn't exist, and act upon it. How, then, does such a materialist ethics look? Let me begin with Baden. Learning play on consent Badener leers to ek vom Einverstandnis, in which Brecht provides his most poignant formulation of how an emancipated human being should relate to death. First, in a rennet dialectical way, he formulates the loss in dying as giving up not only what you know or have, but also what you do not know or have, not only your wealth, but also your poverty. The one of us who dies also knows this: I give up what is present there, I give away more than I have. The one of us who dies gives up the street he knows, but also the street he doesn't know, the riches he has and also those he does not have, his very poverty, his own hand. This means that what one has to give up if one is to consent to dying cannot be brought under the designation of sacrifice. In sacrifice, one gives up what While here, one has to give up what one is, and is of extreme poverty. Deprived of all one has, in short, in the authentic gesture of giving up. One sacrifices nothing, because one has already renounced all content one could have said. To encourage a man for his death, the interveningly thinking wonder in grief and denk and asks him to give away his goods. When the man gives away everything, what is left over is only life. Give away more, says the thinking one. When the thinking one overcomes a storm, he overcomes it because he knew the storm and consented to einverstanden war the storm. So when you want to overcome dying, you overcome it when you know dying and you consent to dying. And the one who wishes to consent sticks to poverty. He does not stick to things. Things can be taken away, and there is thereby no consent. He also does not stick to life. Life will be taken away, and then there will be no consent. He also does not stick to thoughts. Thoughts can also be taken away, and then there is also no consent. This give more is a true ethical answer to the false spirit of sacrifice. It hits the narcissistic satisfaction provided by sacrifice in the eye. Brecht's real target here is the pathetic gesture of sacrifice, where one stages a spectacle which enables the subject to gain surplus enjoyment from his very renunciation. The truly difficult thing is not to reach the impossible jouissance, but to get rid of it, i.e., to renounce it in a way which will not generate a surplus enjoyment of its own. What one should sacrifice is sacrifice itself, or, as Brecht put it, prior to giving oneself up, one should reduce oneself to the point of smallest greatness, so that one has nothing to give away. In this way, no one dies when you die. The learned chorus. Who then dies, when you die? The three fallen mechanics. No one. The learned chorus. Now you know. No one dies, when you die. Now you have reached your smallest greatness. So, again, what kind of ethics does such an acceptance of being no one imply? It is an ethics without morality, but not in Nietzsche's sense of immoral ethics, enjoining us to remain faithful to ourselves, to persist on our chosen way beyond good and evil. Morality is concerned with the symmetry of my relations to other humans. Its zero-level rule is do not do to me what you do not want me to do to you. Ethics, on the contrary, deals with my consistency with myself, my delighty to my own desire. There is, however, a totally different way to distinguish ethics and morality, along the lines of Friedrich Schiller's opposition of naive and sentimental. Morality is sentimental, it involves authors only, in the sense that, looking at myself through others' eyes, I like myself to be good. Ethics, on the contrary, is naive. I do what I have to do because it needs to be done, not because of my goodness. This naivete does not exclude reactivity, it even enables it, a cold, cruel distance toward what one is doing. The best literary expression of such an ethical stance is The Notebook. The RST volume of Agatha Christoph's trilogy The Notebook, The Proof, The Third Lie. When I heard someone talk about Agatha Christoph, I thought it was an East European mispronunciation of Agatha Christie, but I soon discovered not only that Agatha is not Agatha, but that Agatha's horror is much more terrifying than Agatha's. Although her universe is postmodern, the three books are written in totally different styles, and they often contradict each other in talking about the same events, presenting different versions of a traumatic thing that must have happened. Her writing is totally anti-postmodern in its clear simplicity, with sentences which recall elementary school reports. The Notebook tells the story of young twins living with their grandmother in a small Hungarian town during the last years of World War II and the early Years of communism. Later we learn that it is not even clear if there really are two brothers or merely one who hallucinates the other. The Lacanian answer is, they are more than one and less than two. The twins are plus a subject. And what is in him more than himself? The twins are utterly immoral. They lie, blackmail, kill, yet they stand for authentic ethical naivete at its purest. A couple of examples should succeed. One day, they meet a starving deserter in the forest, and bring him some things he asks them for. When we come back with the food and blanket, he says, "You're very kind." We say, "We weren't trying to be kind. We brought you these things because you absolutely need them. That's all." If ever there was a Christian ethical stance, this is it, no matter how weird their neighbors' demands. The twins naively try to meet them. One night, they end themselves sleeping in the same bed with a German Osir, a tormented gay masochist. Early in the morning, they wake up and want to leave the bed, but the Osir holds them back. "Don't move. Keep sleeping. We want to urinate. We have to go." "Don't go. Do it here." We ask. "Where?" He says, "On me." "Yes. Don't be afraid. Piss on my face." We do it, then we go out into the garden, because the bed is all wet. A true work of love, if ever there was one. The twins' closest friend is the priest's housekeeper, a voluptuous young woman who washes them and their clothes, playing erotic games with them. Then something happens when a procession of starved Jews is led through the town on their way to the camp. Right in front of us, a thin arm emerges from the crowd, a dirty hand stretches out, a voice asks, "Bread?" The housekeeper smiles and pretends to oer the rest of her bread. She holds it close to the outstretched hand, then, with a great laugh, brings the piece of bread back to her mouth, takes a bite, and says, "I'm hungry too." The boys decide to punish her. They put some ammunition into her kitchen stove, so that when she lights the in the morning, the stove explodes and scares her. Along these lines, it is easy for me to imagine a situation in which I would be ready, without any moral qualms, to murder someone in cold blood, even if I knew that this person had not killed anyone directly. In reading reports about torture in Latin American military regimes, I found particularly repulsive the regular gore of a doctor who helped the actual torturers conduct their business in the most efficient way. He examined the victim and monitored the process, letting the torturers know how much the victim would be able to endure, what kind of torture would inflict the most unbearable pain, etc. I must admit that if I were to encounter such a person, knowing that there was little chance of bringing him to legal justice, and be given the opportunity to murder him discreetly, I would simply do it, without a vestige of remorse about taking the law into my own hands. What is crucial in such cases is to avoid the fascination of evil which prompts us to elevate torturers into demoniac transgressors who have the strength to overcome our petty moral considerations and act freely. Torturers are not beyond good and evil, they are beneath it. They do not heroically transgress our shared ethical rules, they simply lack them. Back to the notebook, the two brothers also blackmail the priest. They threaten to let everybody know how the priest's sexually molested Hairlip, a girl who needs help to survive, demanding a regular weekly sum of money from him. The shocked priest asks them, "It's monstrous. Have you any idea what you're doing?" "Yes, sir." "Blackmail? At your age? It's deplorable." "Yes, it's deplorable that we've been forced to this. But Hairlip and her mother absolutely need money. There is nothing personal in this blackmail. Later, they even become close friends with the priest. When Hairlip and her mother can survive on their own, they refuse further money from the priest. Keep it. You have given enough. We took your money when it was absolutely necessary. Now we earn enough money to give some to Hairlip. We have also taught her to work. Their cold serving of others extends to killing them when asked. When their grandmother asks them to put poison into her cup of milk, they say, "Don't cry, grandmother. We'll do it. If you really want us to, we'll do it." Naive as it is, such a subjective attitude in no way precludes a monstrously cold reaction of distance. One day, the twins put on torn clothes and go begging. Passing women give them apples, biscuits, etc., and one of them even strokes their hair. Then another woman suggests that they come to her home and do some work, for which she will feed them. We answer, "We don't want to work for you, madam. We don't want to eat your soup or your bread. We are not hungry." She asks, "Then why are you begging?" To end out what EECT it has and to observe people's reactions. She walks shouting, "Dirty little hooligans. And impertinent too." On our way home, we throw the apples, the biscuits, the chocolate, and the coins in the tall grass by the roadside. It is impossible to throw away the stroking on our hair. This is where I stand. How I would love to be, an ethical monster without empathy, doing what is to be done in a weird coincidence of blind spontaneity and reactive distance, helping others while avoiding their disgusting proxim. Ity. With more people like this, the world would be a pleasant place in which sentimentality would be replaced by a cold and cruel passion.